Welcome to finals day of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. It's an absolute stunner today. The sun is shining. There's some great waves rolling through here at the Bells Bowl, and I'm sure we're going to see Rincon turn on later today, so it's going to be an incredibly fantastic finals day. Shannon Hughes here in the booth to start out the action alongside True Starling. And True, we're going to have a great day ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this morning we came to the beach and the waves just seem to be getting better and better, and I feel like today is the best day, and the fact that it's finals day is pretty special.
First morning without any rain or really any significant wind. We could see a lot of the crew coming down just ready to get in the water. Surfers that had already been knocked out of the draw as well, just wanting to get their feet in the wax and get a piece of some great bells action this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think whether you're still in the event or you've got knocked out yesterday, the waves today are pretty amazing. You can see there that shot. It's a little bit cleaner. The waves are lining up better. You can see the lines coming through. Even when we drove through this morning, I was like, the lines that are coming through. So it just was set up for a really great day. It's
going to be a beautiful one. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Matt, the Waxhead Chinaki, and Will Hayden-Smith for the call.
Hi guys, we're down here with Will. Will, what's the call? The waves look good, but it's up to you.
We're super fortunate right now. The waves are about 4 to 5 foot and absolutely glassy and perfect. So we're definitely on finals day. We're going to start with the women's quarterfinals, then go into the men's quarters, women's semis, men's semis, and then women's final, men's final.
An absolutely amazing day ahead. The sun's shining, the wind's offshore, the waves are pumping, and the tide's coming in. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Very excited to see the women's quarters heading out first off. We're just going to go back and forth between women's and men's throughout the day. And kicking off for our very first heat of the morning, we will have the 3-time world champion in Honolua Bloomfield up against Mason Schremer. Mason, a little bit newer to the tour than what we've seen from Honolua over the years. Mason got herself into the world tour side of things back in 2019, but it's been the last couple of seasons that she's really started to come alive. She had a semifinal finish last year at the Malibu Longboard Championships, which was an incredible result for her career. And this year she's been on fire, so she's going to be a real threat to the 3-time world champion in Honolua.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think Honolua, you know, she does have that experience, and the fact that it's out here at Bells with conditions like we've got today. I mean, look at these beautiful walls that we have lining up. This heat is going to be a great one to start off the morning for finals day. It's going to be an interesting matchup. I was talking to Alice yesterday, and she was saying that the round of 16 is always a really stressful one because you want to make that round to get to the quarters. It's important to, you know, get consistent quarters and above to make yourself have a presence at Malibu. So I feel like we'll see a little bit of pressure off today, a little bit more risk for some reward. So it's going to be great.
Yeah, that's such a good bit of insight. Often when it comes into that finals day conversation, you can see those surfers just relax slightly. And there's still all that anticipation, some of that anxiety that comes with wanting to win the event and really perform well on finals day. But when it comes to a tour with multiple events to it, like the Longboard Tour has this year and has had for the last few years, making it into that finals day is really helpful in the points conversation. There you could see Honolua just waiting for the buzzer to sound for the opening start of this heat. We had plenty of free surfers out in the water this morning. You could see the shortboarders getting a piece of the action, as well as some of the other longboarders just looking to get their feet in the wax. And we're about a minute away from the start of this heat, so you can see the crew just slowly getting their way out of the water. The beach announcers would be clearing the lineup. True, you've been doing a lot of beach announcing. You're the beach announcer for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach over the Easter weekend, and it's a little stressful sometimes when you're trying to get those free surfers out early in the morning when you want to get those heats started.
Yeah, absolutely. It does get a bit stressful, especially if you're not onto it early. But we're really blessed this year with the CT to have some really respectful surfers and be aware that, you know, we're starting in 5-10 minutes. It's time to come in. It does get a little bit harder if you're on the qualifying series or the Challenger series. Everyone's, you know, really keen to get waves until that last moment. So that's when you kind of have to get a little bit feisty and be like, hey, it's time to come in. If you don't come in, there's going to be dramas. But, yeah, no, this year was great. And I think, you know, for the Longboard Tour as well, I don't think there's really needed to be many people called out, so it's been great.
Occasionally there's the call out by name if the beach announcer
Yes.
can recognize who that surfer is that's still out there without the jersey on.
Yeah, luckily I've never had to do that, and I don't think I ever will. It's not a nice feeling.
Well, there we can hear the buzzer sound. Our heat is underway as we see the Inui siblings, Taka and one of his sisters, Sakura Orkaede, coming in there from their morning surf. And this heat is underway. First heat of the morning. It's finals day here for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. It's been amazing to have brands like that in support for Bioglan to be just keeping us healthy behind the scenes, giving the hand warmers early in the morning as well is always a nice treat with how cold it's been. And into position. It's the 3-time world champion Honolulu Bloomfield getting off to a quick start straight up to the nose. Toes fully locked over for that opening hang 5. In the curl as she trims down the line here. Crouches nice and low just to negotiate this section. She's going to be caught behind it, so she'll straighten out and see if this way will find a bit of a reform for her to get something else on the inside. Maybe a bit of footwork here. She's deciding to stay with this one all the way through. Has been watching the surf early this morning with her dad, Kalohe. We saw him carrying her spare board down the steps this morning. So sticks with it, decides it's worth the wait for that extra nose ride on the inside section. Little rebound, redirection off for another nose ride through to the shallows. And she'll put that first score on the board and have quite a long paddle to get back out there.
Yeah, that's a solid paddle to get back out. But I think, you know, mornings like this morning, it is pretty fresh, it is pretty cool. So I think that's probably going to be nice for Honolulu to just be paddling, getting a bit of blood flowing. Nice 5 to start. And this one's just such a beautiful wall. Unfortunately, it just running off in front of her, but I like how she sticked with it. And she got a couple of little extra moments towards the end. You can see this wave. She almost lost it there, but recovered really nicely. And she just patiently waits for this one to kind of offer her a little bit more opportunity to get some more footwork done. You can see she's wearing the booties, which, you know, I've been speaking to a couple of people. Some people love it, some people hate it. I think it depends if you've been grown up surfing in booties or not. Another nice 5 there for Honolulu. And then she just redirects it off that rebound section there and then walks back. Unfortunately, just catching her nose, but she's done a little bit of work. A small score to start for Honolulu, but start she has.
Start she has, and she'll have that, you know, score in her mind, a 3.67 for the opener, to understand that the judges really wanting to see more work done in that middle section of the wave where it closed out on her. She didn't have that opportunity to really get anything else done as we take a look at her paddling over the reef here on the Visit Melbourne flight cam. A beautiful morning to kick things off for finals day. Doesn't look quite as wintry as it has the last few.
Yeah, but I feel like it's still pretty cool. Still pretty fresh out there, but as you said, there's a Bioglan hand warmers floating around every now and then. There's a couple of little gas stations around that you can just have your hands around, so it's really great to be able to have some warm pockets amongst the cold. The coffee's been pretty epic as well.
Yeah, it's only about 5 degrees right now, so cold mornings here. A little frost on the windows this morning. So we see Mason Schremer, born and raised in the United States, spent a lot of her time living with her family in Hawaii, but has in more recent years been living and studying up at Noosa on the Sunshine Coast of Australia. That's her home now, surfs for Thomas Surfboards. She's out there on the 2+1 today, and she's been putting some time into riding that sort of board. She took a trip down here with the reigning world champion Harrison Roach about a month ago when the surf was absolutely firing in preparation for this event, just to test out some boards and really get some solid waves through the winter. So it was exciting to see some of that footage rolling through and to know that behind Mason is a really fantastic shaper and Thomas, as well as a really stacked team of surfers that hold on to world titles that have been really encouraging to her behind the scenes and testing out that equipment and getting her ready for a big season on tour this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's great when you've got such a strong team around you to support you in your dreams and in your goals, and it just makes you want it that little bit more as well. You know, when you have that support from people who really know what they're talking about, it makes you feel a little bit more confident. And it's great that Mason's come down here with Harrison as well, because Bells is actually such a tricky wave to surf. You have to really identify the lineup spots where you need to surf because there is so much ocean. And speaking to a couple of people yesterday and even the day before, they were like, we didn't know if we were in the right spot. It was kind of just hope that a wave was going to come through and go from there. So it was great to hear that, you know, she's been making trips down here and especially making the most of the swell. I mean, it's been pretty good here for the last month or so. So I've been seeing clips drop left, right and center, and it's been making me pretty jealous.
Yeah, this side of the coastline has had a pretty incredible winter. And heading a little bit farther towards the east coast, it's been a little bit more quiet up towards Sydney. But this area, Victoria, outside of Melbourne, has been firing all winter long. Beautiful little camera angle there of the cliffs here at Bells. It's always amazing to see that golden light in the morning and the reflection sometimes off the water. Or today, the tides are a lot lower than what we've seen through the rest of the event window. And so you can see just how exposed the reef is there where the Rincon section of the wave rolls through. That's it right there. You can see a little mossy, kind of a soft padding, thankfully, on top of those rocks as surfers walk in and over them. And we should see the surf really good over this section on the inside specifically, and the Rincon section picking up as that tide pushes in throughout the afternoon and we get towards our actual finals.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the surf gets better throughout the day. Honolulu having a paddle.
All right, so paddle for Mason. She's unable to get into it. Honolulu has a paddle as well, and she's just caught too far on the outside. So both of these surfers possibly needing to make an adjustment. Mason kind of looking back at that one, probably taking a look at the shape of that wave as well to figure out the positioning. Quick start off the buzzer for Honolulu. Bit of a little paddle battle. Hono had put herself into that inside position to be able to get that first wave off of Mason. Set Mason up with priority though, and since they both took a paddle for that last wave, it holds Mason holding on to that priority next to her name with a good looking set rolling through. True.
Yeah, I feel like today, you know, we've seen throughout the event so far, but I think today priority is going to come into play as well, especially with waves like this coming through. You're going to want to have the first priority to get the jump on your competitor. Mason having a solid look at this one.
All right, nice trim line to start things off for Schremmer. Quick steps up to the nose, paces it out as she gets that first hang 5. Pedals back now, grabs onto that rail, tries to make it around the section, and she's going to fall. So we'll see where the judges go with that opening section. Honolulu now up and riding behind. Beautiful hang 5, crouches super low. She's also going to have to just actually sit down and hold on to the rails to try and make it through this. Really bumpy as she tries to get back up to her feet, and she's going to pull out of that wave. So you can tell how challenging the conditions are this morning. That first section looks really nice. It's got a great space, great line, and kind of that pocket to really get onto the nose. But that next section is going to be really challenging to get around.
Yeah, a couple of quick steps there for Mason as she locks in for that nice quick 5. And you can see the wall really, really beautiful here, but that one just closing out pretty quickly. Mason, luckily, she has a leg rope on, so she doesn't have to swim today, and I think that was a really good call. Loving this angle from the drone there. She, you know, you can see she just gets a little bit caught behind. Past that whitewash, it looks like there was a nice face. Honolulu strong paddles into this one, walks up, locks in for a nice 5 there. And then this one as well, just breaking in front of her. I feel like, you know, sometimes being the first heat of the morning is actually a little bit of a curse, especially on days like today. You want to be able to see what is going on, what's scoring, what's not scoring, where the best place is to sit. So sometimes that first heat, you have to figure it out. You can't really rely on the couple of heats before you to be like, oh, that's the zone. They're sitting a little bit too deep there. There's waves breaking a little bit wider. Regardless, even if you go out there for a free surf, heats is so different. There's just 2 of you out there. You use someone as like a space to sit. Like more often than not, you'll see someone sitting in a spot. Okay, cool. I'm going to go sit there with them. And then as soon as you go out there for a heat with no one else out there and no one to really guide you, you do kind of lose where you're at in the ocean.
So challenging. Well, we're waiting for scores to come through from that last exchange. And talking conditions, let's go down to the shoreline, catch up with the Wax Head for conditions report.
That last set broke into the bowl, and as we see the lower tide, we're about an hour after low tide. you can see all the reef exposed. And you're right, Shannon, it is a padded limestone reef, so it's not overly consequential. But the problem is with this dead low tide, it is sectioning in the bowls. So the surfers need to look for those ones that are swinging and coming through like a slingshot through, as opposed to the ones that are sectioning. And we saw that critical nose ride from Honolulu and that wave pinch. The best ones are coming from up the reef and all the way down, a slightly different swell direction. And the high tide at 1 o'clock, we're going to see it move a little bit more on the inside and some fantastic waves, perhaps at the end of this heat. Back to you guys.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Matt. Great to hear that, as that tide pushes in, we're going to see those conditions really starting to improve, but really important for wave selection. I love that insight as well, that the difference in the swell direction actually on which waves are going to hit and hold open and which waves are going to be shutting down, like we've seen for the first couple takeoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Bells is one of those places where you really need to be in tune with what is going on with the swell and the swell direction. There's minute changes that can happen, or smaller directions where it can almost change like the whole look of the wave and where you sit. So it's great that the wax head was able to give us that little bit of insight. Hopefully we'll see, some stronger rides throughout the day. The women just figuring out, where they are in the lineup this morning. A couple of threes on the board. We saw some really great waves, so hopefully they can figure out, where the best spot is to sit to really open up and get some solid scores.
Scores in, it was a 3.87 for Honolua on that second wave and a 3.17 for the opener of Mason. So Honolua's wave being slightly bigger, having a little bit more of that critical nose ride, just inching her slightly higher on that score, but pretty much even between the two. If you can see them connect those waves together, it's really going to be substantial. But also, that's a really good signal from the judges. I think a pretty clear communication to the surfers to show the outside section is where Honolua got that 3.67 from before as well. That time spent in that middle section to connect for a very small inside softer section is not entirely worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the judges making that, as you said, very clear. They're saying, we don't have to, if you get a strong opening combination at the start of the wave, you almost don't really need to do too much on the inside because you are going to be rewarded for that committed surfing. We'll see what Mason has. She's having a look at this one.
So Mason unable to get into it. Honolua now up and riding on second priority. She's a little farther outside the section than she was on her first two waves, which lines her up perfectly for this 5 to 10 combination. She's now in front of that section as well, which allows her to engage that rail. Center line here. You got that smile on her face as well as she's got a big section closing down in front of her, looking really stylish as she cruises through the morning light. Nice rail work here as she comes in under the foam, looking to stay low and crouch to hold on to that finish. And that's something that Honolua is extremely good at. She's one that it takes a lot to make her fall when the surf is bumpy like this, especially coming out of the surf that she's grown up with on the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if you feel comfortable out in bigger stuff, but how is this great 5 to 10 combination? Holds it and recovers nicely. Really nice rail work there for Honolua. And I love how she took off on this wave just a little bit wider. You can see her just having fun in that moment. She was able to just get around this section like we didn't see her on those first two waves. So she learned really quickly, to be a little bit wider. And as you said, just getting nice and low there so that she can, absorb that the waves coming through and that little bump from the whitewash there, absorb the landing to, qualify for a ride out. Because we saw some people yesterday not riding out of waves and being stung for it.
Yeah, really, really important to be riding out of those waves. 16 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. We've got scores to come through for last 5 to 10 combination of Honolulu Bloomfield. We'll see where it comes through when we return from the break.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to a sunny but chilly morning here, just outside of Melbourne at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. It's cold, the water's cold, but the sun is shining and the waves are firing. And we've just seen a 7.50 drop through for the three-time Women's World Longboard Champion in Honolulu Bloomfield to set herself apart for Mason Schremer out in the lineup. Let's take a look at what Mason got up to in the breaks, try and match back in that scoreline.
Yeah, you can see her just patiently waiting as she takes a couple of steps up. This was a 3.87 for Mason. She just waits for this one. Nice rail work there. She hasn't really got up to the nose yet on this one, but here she is walking up. Quick 5 as she wraps it around. And Mason continuing on through with this one to the inside. We saw the judges, you know, that 3.87 for Honolulu at the start. Looks like we'll have another look at this 7.5. You can see her just waiting, and that's when she locks in for the 5, and then the 10 holds onto it really nicely, and then this beautiful rail carve for Honolulu. That is what rewarded her that 7.5, that solid combination of that 5 to 10 and then into that beautiful carve. That's where a bulk of that score came from, Shannon.
Yeah, really impressive surfing. Lined it up on that section really well. And then also getting this finish here. The judges have been showing that this is a really important part of it. And I love Honolulu's connection to the end.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always tricky on days like today, especially when it's a little bit cold. It can kind of get into the bones. So the fact that Honolulu was really able to embrace that finish and complete it was really impressive.
You can see there she's wearing the hooded wetsuit, deciding not to pull the hood over her head, likely because then she can hear a little bit better, hear the beach announcers, and have a little bit better of a feel for the lineup. Having a little chat there maybe to Mason out in the lineup. We've got 12 minutes on the clock, and it took a while for these two to find their positioning in the lineup. Both had takeoffs on really good-looking waves, but they closed off on the section. Honolulu had a great readjustment on that last wave that she took off on to put her into position that really allowed her to nose ride through that critical section and then be out into that open face rather than slightly farther behind for a different critical section and then getting caught by that big closeout. So that was excellent positioning from Hono, and Mason's going to take note of that as well, especially with the score lines reflected. Mason's last wave comes through as a 3.87, which is equal to Honolulu's backup score at the moment. And while Mason got some good work done on that wave, the quality of wave and the critical nature of her surfing wasn't quite there.
Yeah, absolutely. There wasn't really that critical section like we saw for Honolulu, so that's why Mason really wasn't rewarded a score above that 3-point range. I just love how Honolulu was patient, and she actually waited for that critical section. You know, she walked up and then she was like, slow it down for a second, and then she locked into that 5 to 10 right when the section just started to steepen up a little bit. You can see her, she's maybe thinking about this one, but Mason likes it.
Mason's gonna have a look at this one. Strong paddle to get into it, wipes the water off of her face. Times out that opening nose ride 5, soul arch 5 as well, so doesn't get to that hang 10, but you can see that commitment, that control in the opening nose ride. Critical S-turn as well in the section, looking powerful as she whips it back after that second turn. Now setting herself up through to the inside here. Couple steps forward, she's gonna look for that finishing nose ride on her backhand. Beautiful footwork. Board just trimming in the morning sunshine. Little S-turn once again, sets herself up through for a great finish. So this is gonna be a wave that really puts Mason back into that conversation. She is chasing a 7.51 to take the advancing position, which is just higher than Honolulu's wave. We'll take another look at it here. Really great start.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if it'll be that 7.51, but it's definitely going to help her locked in beautifully for that soul arch 5. And I love that carve there, that S-turn, as you said, Shannon. And then she just waits again for this one, steps back, uses the back third of that board to really try and get back into that power source of the wave. And then a little bit of footwork here as she just waits for this one, redirects it on the left, and then connects for another nice nose ride to finish off as well on this wave. So Mason on the answer back, heard Honolulu got that 7.5, probably didn't really like hearing that as well, so she's wanting to, you know, build on those threes, lower that requirement of the 7.51 that she's needing. And there's still plenty of time to go.
Plenty of time to go as we fly past the cliffs here at Bells Beach. Honolulu sitting with priority, 9 minutes on the clock. And what a way to start out finals day. It's been a great week of surfing so far. We've had 4 days of competition. Well, we're into our 4th day now after 3 that really included all the elements. We saw, you know, those fronts rolling across the cliffs here with the rain and the wind, multiple directions in the same day. It would be offshore and then onshore and then just whip around again to being cross shore from every different direction. Rain, when we didn't see any rain in the forecast, suddenly would just start coming down. You're looking around, you can't even find the cloud that it's coming from, but there's rain again. So it's an amazing way to just kick off finals day, to be in the sun once again. Absolutely. Now we're waiting for that score to roll through for Mason. Down to 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And the 7.51 requirement from the tower on Mason Schremer. Honolulu waving her arms there, just trying to get the situation update from the panel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty important to know where you're sitting. I'm sure that she would have seen that wave from Mason and think, okay, where did that score come in? And it's just locked in at that 7.43. So, wow, second highest wave of the heat. That really, really narrows the requirement for Mason.
Incredible. On second look to that, you could tell that that combination of the opening nose ride, which was very strong, locked in and controlled with that soul arch, then to throw in 2 really strong turns, matches up to that 7.43. Let's take another look at it here, True.
Yeah, really nice footwork to start, and then she just locks in for a really solid 5, quick soul arch there as well. And then I'm a huge fan of this turn, really pedals back. Great S-turn carve there for Mason. And then once again, so that is where a bulk of that 7.43 came from. And then I love how she just like stood with it and was able to go, okay, you know, I might get a little bit of opportunity here. And that's when she redirects for the left and then locks in for a nice quick 5 there and gets out right at the perfect moment as well. So that really puts Mason back into the conversation of this heat with 7 minutes to go. A smaller requirement, so that puts a little bit more pressure on Honolulu now to better that backup wave.
One judge throwing it all the way to the excellent range as an 8-point ride. So we take the highest and lowest scores, we drop those off, and we average out those 3 middle scores to end up with a single score for each wave throughout competition. Surfers can catch an unlimited amount of waves. There's no cap on that. It used to be that you could only catch a certain number of waves. Some events still have requirements like that, but nothing at this level. Paddle now from Honolulu. She uses her priority here. She's looking to just improve on a 3.87 to put a bigger requirement, and she'll do it with this wave already. Wow. Beautiful, long 5, gets that 10 combination, starts to really feel this wave as she carves back into the section. Frothy in front of her. Difficult to really keep that flow when the wave has this much froth on top of it, but riding a big surfboard over 9 feet long, pretty heavy as well. It'll just give you that trim line that's quite smooth as she looks for this inside hang 5 to 10 combination. That was a beautiful wave. The grace within her surfing was really evident, which is a key part of the judging criteria with that style, flow, and grace.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like that wave from Honolulu. And, you know, Mason didn't like hearing that 7.5 from Honolulu. Honolulu obviously did not like hearing that Mason was back in the conversation.
It's going both ways.
Exactly. And I love that the women are just pushing each other in this heat. A semi-final berth is, you know, really important, especially at this level, to get that consistency. And Honolulu will really be wanting to make that, and maybe even a final. We'll have a look at the replay of this wave. Love the footwork at the start. She just patiently waits, and this is when she locks in for a really nice 5 there, goes for a 10, and she pedals back beautifully. And as you said, she just waits for this one. Nice carve down there for Honolulu, and it gets a little bit frothy, but she still negotiated this one really well. Carving back to that power source, waiting for this one for maybe another critical section. And I think she read this wave really well because it offered up another moment for her as well, just on this little end section to get another 5 to 10 combination, which I think was, you know, pretty beautiful. Locks in for a quick 5 to 10 there, and then pedals back at the right time. Was able to kick out. Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Honolua, and the score locks in.
It's a 5.67 for Honolua. Beautiful, stretched out, hang 5, finds that 10 for the combination. Drives through that rail as well, so great surfing. Sets Mason up to chase a 5.75 now to gain that advancing position over Honolua. And this is the sort of battle that we were wanting to see. Showing up, knowing that it's finals day, that, you know, there's a lot of points here, that each of these surfers is trying to book themselves a spot into the Malibu Longboard World Championships. Honolua doing a great job through that inside section as well, finding that extra hang 10. Beautiful camera work. You can just see the clear blue color of the water, the reef popping up as well, and it's going to be fun to see how those conditions start to change as the tide pushes up. Now this next heat is going to be a really intense one as well, with Soleil Erico, the 2-time world champion, the current reigning world champion on the women's side, up against Avalon Gall, who's been so consistent and really thrives when the conditions are bigger, when it's got a little bit of bump like this. I feel like her and Honolua have probably the strength in the type of surfing that they do in these kind of waves, but matched up against a Soleil or a Mason, who are very consistent and very good at just getting the job done when they need to, it's going to be some really well-fought quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, it's also interesting to know that Soleil didn't surf her heat yesterday. She's only had one surf in a heat out here at Bells, compared to Avalon. This would have been her 4th heat, I believe, out here. So she's spent a lot of time in the lineup. She spent a lot of time with just one person out. She's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable, you know, with the lineups out there. We saw a great heat from her yesterday, taking out Rachel Tilley. So, you know, I think it's going to be a really great heat between Soleil and Avalon.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Down to 2 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Honolua just tying her hair back, getting it out of the way. Down to the gritty end of competition. Mason's chasing a 5.75 and is sitting with priority. Hono just flipping that board over, checking the nose, maybe just making sure she didn't actually connect with the rocks on the inside section. You could see where she kicked out after the finish of that last hang 10, that it was really shallow and there were some proper rocks exposed.
Yeah, she was really close to a danger zone there, but she timed it well. Hopefully her board is all okay because it's looking beautiful under her feet. But Mason, I love that she's sitting with priority. She's a bit further out compared to Honolua. It's interesting that Honolua is, you know, giving her that space. Sometimes it's nice to be applying the pressure, making your presence known in the lineup. But I'm sure that Mason knows that she needs at 5.75. 90 seconds is still actually a fair bit of time. She just has to hope that a wave comes through.
Yeah, that's all she needs. She's in the driving seat. She doesn't have a huge requirement. If she gets onto one of those set waves, then we know that they're, you know, a 6, a 7, and 8 point ride is right there just waiting to be found.
Yeah, absolutely. It was smart for Honolua to take that wave and get that 5, 6, 7 as a backup. But, you know, it does leave the door open for Mason if a wave comes through with the next minute. But, you know, the ocean just really has to cooperate here with Mason to progress through.
Down to 1 minute on the clock. Mason finished out with a 9th place finish at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, where Honolua made it into the finals, walked away second to Kalis Kaleopa'a. So Honolua sitting in a great place on the rankings, currently at number 2, coming into the second event of the tour. Now with only 3 events though on the tour, every single result really matters. And if we're seeing our top seeded surfers making it through into finals day and really finding success, it's gonna lock them into those positions towards the top 8. It's going to make it really hard for anyone without those big results to be able to find themselves into those positions. Now Mason with the opportunity that we've been waiting for, 15 seconds to go, up and riding now, straight up to the nose and looking to find that traction as she drives through the tail. Sets up a couple cross steps here, really needing to get some more work done. A bit of downtime on this wave when she's looking for that 5.75. Carves through for another turn. Cross steps forward, looking for that 5. She's found one more quick hang 5 on the inside section. Setting herself up through to the inside. Will she find one more reform? It looks like that wave will be finished. She's put in some solid effort to it. A little difficult to really judge from that drone angle, though it looked really pretty. We'll have to take another look at that wave to see where it might fit through, chasing that 5.75 to advance.
Yeah, that wave was going to need to be better than Honolua's backup. We'll have a look at this angle, beautiful drone angle here. She steps up to the nose, locks in for a quick 5, pedals back. Nice use of her rail work here as she redirects it. You can see her just staying in the middle of that board there, waiting for a critical section, walking back to lock in a really nice carve there for Mason. She hasn't really got any critical nose rides here until she locks in for another 5 there. And then this wave starts to just fatten out a little bit in front of her, and that's where you see, you know, the end of that wave come for Mason. So we'll have to see what that locks in as, but Honolua also looks like she may have got a wave behind her.
All right, let's take a look at this one. First time we're getting eyes on it.
Yeah, she walks up to the nose, locks in for a quick 5. Patience there, but this one doesn't look like it's going to offer too much, so she'll just stick with it. We'll see if she maybe gets a little bit on the inside, but no, she just holds on to that rail so she doesn't lose the board and makes her way in. So nervous moments for both Honolua and Mason to see who progresses through to the semi-finals.
That's right. So that last score of Honolua is not going to factor in. Great opening nose ride, but really needing to get a combination to match up to, you know, the strength of her 5, 6, 7 to improve on. For Mason, chasing that 5.75, it is going to have to be better than Honolua's 5.67, and the scores have just dropped through from the judging panel. Majority of the scores in the 4-point range, so it averages out as a 4.43, and Honolua has locked herself a spot into the semifinals. Dad Kalohe there feeling stoked as well, and that relief from Honolua knowing that was a really tough fight against Mason Trimmer.
Yeah, they're always nervous moments, especially when your competitor gets away for the last 20 seconds. And if you're on one behind it, you actually don't really get the opportunity to see what they've done and get a gauge on, you know, whether they will get the score or not. It was just unfortunate that Mason wasn't able to get, you know, a critical nose ride to capitalize on that score.
That's right. Just one more section, that opening section holding open slightly more. Mason could have had the score, but it's the 3-time world champion Honolua Bloomfield who holds on to the lead, finds herself in the semifinals. We'll be back with more action. Soleil Erico, 2-time world champion, up against Avalon Gall. Will there be a shakeup, or will it be the world champions meeting up in the semifinals? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back to the action here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl. We are about an hour and a half outside the CBD of Melbourne, where there's great food, coffee, sports, shopping, anything and everything in between from one of the world's greatest cities. And now we're at one of the world's greatest surfboard breaks. An incredible wave here at Bells Beach, very iconic through the history of surfing. Most of our audience would be well familiar with the waves here at Bells, and it's so fun to see the Longboard Tour get an opportunity to come and compete here, True.
Absolutely. There's such a rich history here at Bells, so it's amazing that they've got the opportunity to surf it, an iconic wave.
Well, talking about a rich history, a proud Wadawarong woman, Karina Eccles, explains the creation of the stunning gifts from the country for the finalists of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. The trophies this week are made from local iron bark sourced from the woodlands of Jarak at Bells Beach.
The WSL, they reached out in regards to the trophies and is there a gift from country that we can give the competitors, the country. So straight away it's about that gift needing to represent the country and the place. And here we are at Jarak, Jarak, which means and it's known to many people as Bells Beach. But above us here at Jarak we have Yirpi, which is our ironbark basin, our ironbark woodlands. And these trophies here are made from ironbark. Here we have the women's trophy, which is a pulaman. So the pulaman is also referred to as a darnuk as well. And this is women's business. So the women use the darnuk for collecting. It's also for nurturing babies and that as well. This one here, when we carved it down, you never know what you're going to get until you carve it down. And this one actually has a bowl in it. And what we were hoping to represent was the Torquay bowl here. The significance of Jarak is the Torquay bowl that's known to many surfers. So it has a beautiful deep bowl in this one. These ones here are the men's gifts, and when these are a beautiful gift and you never know what you're going to get. So what happens is these actually grow on a tree and they're like a wart on our body. So they're of no use to a tree. And the tree needs to be quite old to get a decent size darnuk as well. So these are bowls. Now what we do is remove them from the tree and then place fire on it and slowly burn it out and dry it out and then create the bowl. And what I love about it is you just never know what images you're going to get. And if you look closely at this image, this actually looks like country here, and this looks like branches and the trunk of a tree and the top of a tree canopy. So you just never know what you're going to see when you cut one of these down and grind them down. These darnuks as well, these bowls, these came off a tree of a family that's very well-known family here that's very connected to longboard surfing as well. So there's many connections and many stories to the gifts that you're seeing here now. So representing country and representing the Torquay bowl here in the water and the Yirpi, the ironbark trees.
Well, what a beautiful story to hear the background to the trophies that'll be handed out to our surfers. We're so thankful for the Wadawarong people for having us on their land, for letting us celebrate the beautiful surfing here at Jarak at Bells Beach, and an incredible gift that each of these surfers that are taking away the wins and the trophies will get to take home.
And I love, how each trophy has its own personality, its own uniqueness. Really nice stuff there from Soleil. She locks in for a nice nose ride. Just patience in this one as she regains back up to the top third of that wave and then pulls it around using the middle part of her board really beautifully as she just starts to walk up. This was during that great explanation from Karina. She locks in for a quick 5 to 10 and then some nice nose riding there for Soleil as well as she kicks out, and it looks like Avalon as well got a nice looking wave behind her, taking off. Quick 5 there for Avalon, and this one looks like it's going to stand up beautifully. She just waits for it to offer her a bit of a critical section, and this is where she locks in for a nice 5. And then again for a quick tap. And she's just waiting for this one. Another quick tap there for Avalon. And then brings it down straight. And unfortunately, she gets a little bumped off there, but still a nice ride for both Soleil and Avalon.
Taking one last look at the first wave of Soleil Erico, 2-time world champion. She locks in a 6-point ride for this first wave. Beautiful set that they were both able to get a piece of. Great top to bottom work after those opening nose rides for Soleil. Really engaging the rail of that board under her feet and finding this inside connection for one more opportunity. So a great exchange. Scores starting to come through now for that first wave of Avalon, as well as we see Soleil kick out. And Soleil will get the better of the opening exchange. Avalon with a 5.17, but keeping things really tight. I mean, you know, a 0.84 at the moment for that requirement to take the lead, but really just setting up these two for a great battle moving forward. We're down to 21 minutes on the clock, and we already have our 3-time world champion, Honolua Bloomfield, ready to go for an interview, so let's catch up with her and Matt Schnacke.
Honolua, first heat of the day, tide's really low. How did you find it out there adapting to the conditions?
Yeah, this morning was actually the earliest I've been out there in the water for my heat, because I was first heat. And I showed up and it was pumping, but it was freezing cold, so I wore a little thicker wetsuit and just paddled out a little before my heat, caught one, and then, yeah, managed to find a couple in my heat.
And we did talk about on the webcast how low the tide is. It's the lowest that we've had so far in the contest. You nearly had a little incident on the inside?
Yeah, I think it was my last wave. I was like, oh, I gotta hang on because it might like increase the score, which I think it maybe did my last nose ride. But this is the first time I've even seen the reef, so it was pretty cool to show up and see that this morning.
From the surfer who's used to pretty sharp reef, I think she's pretty stoked that it's nice and flat and soft here. Back to you guys in the booth. We'll see Hono in the semi-finals.
Thank you so much. Great to see Hono take away a win and some consistent surfing, but wow, that was so tight on the finish between those two. If Mason had been able to have maybe a slightly more critical section on that wave at the opener, she could have easily been looking at the score. So it was really a good thing that Honolua had done everything she could on the finish of that last wave to get that last nose ride, to just get even that extra, you know, point into her score line.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, important to try and make the most of the waves that you're on, and I think it was very smart competitively for Honolua to hang on at that last little moment. It was just unfortunate for Mason, not really a critical section, offering her, you know, that 5 to 10 combination like we saw on Honolua's 5, 6, 7. But, you know, Mason, she is a very well-rounded surfer, so I have no doubt we'll see her do well at the next stop.
Oh, strong paddle from Avalon. Uses priority on that one, is unable to get into it, and that'll hand Soleil priority as Soleil's already out the back as well. That's unfortunate. So Soleil's gonna have a look at this one. Looking to build on her 6.00. Great looking wave, sets herself up off the bowl, straight to that hang 5. Screeching down the line, finding that high line into that 5 again, but just takes it too high instead of getting that projection down the line.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Soleil because that wave looks like it was going to offer her a lot more. Beautiful start there as she steps back and, as you said, flying down the line, but just getting it caught a little bit too high up. You could almost see the wave just bump her up there a little bit. So that was unfortunate for Soleil because she looks like she was on her way. Look at that rainbow coming off the back of that one. Wow, beautiful. Beautiful shot there on that drone angle. Just makes it look so pretty out there.
You can see with that bit of offshore wind also that we've had this morning, we haven't had any offshores since the morning of day 2 when the women also had that clean start to the day. With that offshore wind, when you're nose riding, it can be kind of challenging to actually keep that projection moving forward if you get caught too high on the lip of the wave, because that wind will just lift the board. Longboards are so big, it can be really easy for that wind to just catch even just the slightest bit and push that weight too far and too high on that wave. So for Soleil, that's a bit of a missed opportunity. She just puts down the 3.3 on the board, but you could see how fast she was going when she came out of that first section as well.
Yeah, she looks like she was having fun on that one as well. I mean, a 3.33 for that with just getting bumped off. Imagine what that score would have been if she hadn't kept going on that wave. So it was unfortunate for Soleil, but she's able to recover. There's plenty of time.
17 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We'll go to a quick break while there's a break in the action and bring you back more surfing here at Bells Beach right after this.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, and these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
It's a lot to get up to around the Melbourne area. Some mountain biking, some surfing, some great food. The boys had a blast a few days before we started out by just getting to see the local area. And it's been fun to have those two on the team as well. Sam Bleakley has been a longtime commentator. He taught me the tools of the trade years and years ago. And of course, to be able to have the 2006 world champion on the team as well to call the action. His knowledge, his critique of the sport is just untapped. So it's been really, really incredible to be able to hear some of those insights from those two on the team this week, as well as to enjoy, you know, seeing them have some fun before the event starts. Soleil now up and riding, 5 to 10 combination off the start. Trimming down the line, setting that rail. That was a beautiful turn, really dynamic in the pocket and full commitment as she opens up those shoulders as well and just tweaks that head around. You can really see she's committed to each of those maneuvers. Great footwork as she cruises through the inside section here. Just patiently times it out, finds that last hang 5, locks it in for quite a while, pedals off real quickly, and goes for that last hit. So incomplete on the final maneuver, but got some great work done at the beginning of that wave.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave for Soleil. As you said, I love that first carve where, you know, it was right in the critical section of the wave. It was really quick. She drove through the whole way. Here's Avalon on the answer back.
Oh, just a quick kick in and out. So Avalon deciding that wave wasn't going to give her the score she was looking for. It's also going to put her in a position where she should hold on to priority once again. Scores to come through for Soleil Erico. And as we wait for that, let's go down to the beach, catch up with the Wax Head.
Guys, I'm down here with CJ Nelson, renowned surfboard designer, artist and stylist on any type of equipment. He's also Soleil's mentor. How was that wave in live action?
Yeah, that was great, man. I mean, it's been amazing. We're here at Bells. The waves have been cooperative. It hasn't always been the best, but there's been scoring potential for everybody, and I think it's just like a nice fair fight. You know, it's nice when there's surf and we don't have to kind of battle through lulls and push each other too much. So I mean, Soleil's surfing great. This is similar to kind of a low tide at Malibu with kind of a funky wind. So this is right up her alley. So this is, yeah, it's great.
And we talk about Malibu. Soleil won there last year, and we're moving into that final 8. This result's obviously going to help solidify her position at the top end of the rankings. Is she going for the win today, or is she just happy with a semi or a quarterfinal finish?
I mean, any points are good, right? But Soleil, the way she is, she's always in it to win, you know? And yeah, I mean, her focus is great. She's having a good time. Like, it's been really nice traveling with her and hanging out with her. There's a lot of laughs, and it's just good time. So I think she's finding her sweet spot emotionally to, like, work her way through the events. And yeah, she's, in my humble opinion, just like surfing amazing. And yeah, she's great. But there's all the girls are doing really good too. So I'm just a little Soleil biased.
And we're down here with Ian Chisholm as well, and her father, Danny. I'm sure everyone back home's watching. But right now, we'll have some scores to lock in. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Scores are still locking in for that last wave of Soleil as we take one more look at it here.
Yeah, really nice 5 to 10 combination to start that wave off. And then this is when we'll see that really beautiful driving carve there for Soleil. I love how she was able to really, you know, open up on that and drive through it. She's just looking really powerful. And as CJ was saying, you know, she seems to have found that sweet spot mentally and emotionally, which, you know, can be really hard to find. But she just looks really calm out there, locking in for another nice nose ride to finish that wave off. Soleil just looks like she's in a position where, you know, she's focusing on herself. She's not too worried about what her other competitors are doing, which is really hard. And she just wants to show the best surfing that she can, and she just did that on that last wave.
Scores in, it's a 7.17, and the flow that's been coming through from Soleil's surfing over the last 2 years since she's really been locked in and working with CJ Nelson has been incredible. I think she's got some of the best flow that we're seeing on the women's tour, and it really pays off when she gets the opportunity to showcase that on a right-hand point break or a reef section like this that's so similar to her break at home in Malibu, because she's, you know, surfing waves like that all the time. She does spend a lot of time on the island of Kauai in Hawaii with her family when she's not in Malibu, or studying down in San Diego now where she's working on her bachelor's degree. But really the flow within her surfing is so much of what gets her, I think, the scores. She gets the job done on getting the maneuvers done, but to be able to just connect it all together with that speed and that power as well is really incredible.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's really nice to watch as well, you know, when she is able to connect those maneuvers and have no downtime, I guess, in between each one. It's hard to do, and I think she's doing that really well today, and she just seems calm. She seems, you know, like she wants to keep progressing through, and as CJ was saying, she's a competitor. She wants to win. And I think that's why you come to these events. You know, you don't settle for second place. you want to win, and you want to do the best that you can. But Avalon, yesterday she put on a really great performance, and today she's looking solid on her feet as well. It looks a little bit trickier on the backhand just because you do lose a little bit of the wave, but you know, she's already locked in that 5. She does need an 8, so that's going to have to be the best wave of the day so far. But she's capable of getting those big scores.
That's absolutely right. She is right there just waiting for that next score to roll through. She's already been dropping some of the biggest scores of the event, so an 8-point ride is not out of the question, especially when we're seeing the quality of surfing. There's Alice Lemoyne getting ready to paddle out next in the blue jersey. Next to her was her good friend Maria Fernanda Reyes, Mafa, who was in the event, bowed out early in the elimination round, which was unfortunate for her. But Alice has been putting together some really incredible surfing. She's up against Natsumi Taoka, though, who has really just come into her own. She's been extremely steady. She's really been putting in that focus. I mean, right now you can see her just getting into that full mental zone, really preparing herself for what's to come out in the lineup.
Yeah, and she seems like a really cool character as well, Natsumi. She seems always happy, always smiling, but it's amazing to kind of see the difference in heat preparation between the competitors, Natsumi and Alice. Alice, you know, having some people around her, but Natsumi looks like she was just trying to really get into that zen zone and, you know, lock into a competitive fire.
So true. It's going to be a fun matchup. Our first 2 matchups of the day is the very first time these surfers have met head-to-head, but for our other two. They've actually already had 3 matchups as we take a look at the WSL Longboard Tour schedule for this year. Of course, we're already in our 2nd event, and Surf City El Salvador. El Sunzal will be the next event, end of September, and the Malibu Longboard Championships in California. A single-day event to crown the world champion. Top 8 will be qualifying for that, and it's going to be a surf out similar to what we'll see for the WSL finals at Trestles. A little more complicated and slightly more difficult on the longboard side because there is 8 surfers in that conversation. There's more heats to surf through than the WSL finals with just the top 5. That's going to be really exciting. Back to what we were saying before about the matchup between Natsumi and Alice. They've matched up 3 times within their career, and Alice has taken out the win every single time.
Wow. Natsumi's probably aware of that, and she looks like she's just preparing for that moment, preparing for the waves. It seems like this whole event she's just really reached a new level within herself and within her surfing, and she's put on a great display, which is amazing to see for Natsumi. So it's going to be a great battle because Alice probably doesn't want that streak to break, make it 4-0, but Natsumi is ready to maybe break that curse.
She's certainly ready. And the scores she's been dropping, she dropped in the first excellent score of the event, which was really exciting to see her get into an 8.33 off the Bell's Bowl. She'll be feeling pretty comfortable as we take a look at the heat recap. At the moment, it's the 2-time world champ, Soleil Erico, who is sitting in the lead.
Yeah, really nice committed surfing from Soleil with that 7.17 and a 6 already in her scoreline. Just applying that pressure to Avalon, really committed surfing for Soleil. She just patiently waits as well. She doesn't try to rush anything. Beautiful 5 to 10 combination there. I'm loving the way that she's attacking the Bell's Bowl this morning.
Yeah, she's really just finding that flow, looking pretty confident. It's going to be a great matchup if it does end up with her in Honolulu, but it wouldn't count out Avalon Gall so far. She's put together that 5.17, but just has yet to find a backup score.
Yeah, Avalon locks in for a really nice 5 there. A couple of quick moments. She hasn't been able to find a wave since this one. She does need an 8-point ride. But, you know, if she can find one of those sets and really lock in a couple of good, solid nose rides, she'll definitely be nudging that score and questioning the lead.
This is the 7.17 from Soleil with that quick hang 10, and then finds this beautiful turn. That was incredible.
Yeah, really committed stuff there. I feel like that's just a word that I'm going to be using for Soleil, just committed surfing. You know, she's not afraid to put her board right in that crucial and critical part of the wave. And she just looks like she's having fun. You know, she's trying to just display the best surfing that she can, and the scores are replicating that.
Down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Quiet moment out in the lineup as they wait for the next set. Avalon is sitting with priority. Drew, you have surfed so many heats in your life. You're still very actively competing.
Yes.
What's it like in this moment sitting in Avalon's shoes, having priority, but knowing that you've got a big requirement ahead of you?
Yeah, it can be pretty stressful. I guess as well, it depends. Sometimes beach commentators love to be like, you need an 8. Or it's only an 8 you're requiring as well. So sometimes it's like, wow, it can really play on your mind. But she's in a really good position where she does have that first priority. The 8 that she needs, she's going to have to really do some solid surfing on that, and I'm sure that she knows it. She just needs to really hope that a set comes through, because she can't really take off on anything medium-sized and hope that she gets the score. She needs to just leave in the judge's mind there is no doubt that that is the score. But Soleil just seems like she's, you know, making her presence somewhat known.
That was sneaky. That was a full inside, just...
I know, inching into the peripheral vision
on.
there. You know, she's, hey, I'm here. You know, I'm in the lead. And yeah, you have priority, but, you know, I want to apply as much pressure as I can. But for Avalon, you know, with 3 minutes, I feel like the clock is your enemy, and you start questioning at these moments, is a wave going to come? And you can see her paddling around. Is this going to be the score? Is it not? Is this going to offer me a couple of opportunities to display my best surfing? So she's really going to have to determine that when she paddles in.
Here we go. She's going to have her support crew down on the beach, all the Californians cheering her on as she heads into this wave. Quick hang 5. Gets a little stuck coming off the nose, but regains that composure. She is flying so fast through this section. That is a really solid size wave, but she just gets clipped from behind. So challenging for the goofy footers to be able to hold on I feel like when that wave is breaking from behind like that as well, especially for longboarders that stand quite tall like Avalon does.
Yeah, it's always hard surfing on your backhand, especially out at Bells. It looks really difficult to kind of negotiate and see where you're at on the wave. Nonetheless, still a beautiful nose ride for Avalon. It was just unfortunate that she wasn't able to get around this section and get a couple of more critical maneuvers, but you know, she's still got a little bit of time. I just feel like Soleil is just going to continue to apply that pressure.
So great opening nose ride. This wave unfortunately just closed out in front of her. If it had just held open for a moment, we would have been, you know, a wave that could have offered into that excellent range for Avalon. Her partner, Kaimana Takayama, was competing in this event, has already been knocked out, but it was his birthday yesterday, 25, so they've had a great time just traveling together, celebrating, and being in the mix with the community that they become really close with. That's one of the things that's really amazing about the longboard community. I know it's very, you know, it's the same thing in the shortboard community, but the longboard community, being that they just have less events, the tour is a little bit more grassroots still. Everyone's still working so hard to just be here behind the scenes. A lot of them are staying together, renting bigger houses, splitting the costs on that side of things, and have this family community element to it that I think is kind of really unique to the longboard community when they're on the road.
Totally, and speaking to Chloe yesterday afternoon, she was in a heat with Caitlin, who they were staying, I think, in the same room, in the same house together. So talking to her about that and those moments, you know, it's never nice coming up with someone that you're staying with, but 98% of the time, it always happens. More often than not, it's actually the first heat. And you're like, oh, we've literally traveled halfway across the world and we're in the same heat. It's Murphy's Law, it always happens. But finding, you know, that moment where you can leave it in the water. It's 30 minutes, you forget who that other person is and you focus on yourself. And then as soon as that buzzer goes to finish the heat, you're friends again and you're happy. It's always a bittersweet moment, but you're happy for your friend.
Well, Soleil using priority on this one. She's not going to be able to get into it. Avalon had a look at a couple as well that she couldn't get into. Does set Avalon up with priority, but there's only 10 seconds on the clock. So as Soleil checks her watch, so it'll be moving in the favor of Soleil Erico. Avalon with a strong paddle now, up and riding. Whether or not she was up before the buzzer. Straight up to the nose. Great hang five, pedals off. Looking for another section, but she's chasing an 8-point ride, and there's no way a wave of that size and lack of consequence is going to give her a score like that. So well fought down to the end. I love the fact that she just went forward on that final wave as well.
Yeah, never giving up, and that's why we come to these moments. You know, you never know, even with 5 seconds to go, there could be an opportunity, and I love that she just tried her luck to see if that wave was going to offer her the 8, but it was just unfortunate that it didn't.
Well, an impressive heat from the 2-time world champion and Soleil Erico, looking to match up in the semifinals with the 3-time world champion Honolulu Bloomfield. That is going to be exciting coming up later today. But before that, we're going to have Natsume Teoka and Alice Lemoyne. Alice with 3 wins to Natsume in head-to-head matchups. We'll see if Natsume can get her back in this one, with Sam Bleakley and Josh Constable coming in the booth.
Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
Welcome back to Finals Day live at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl as we move into the third quarterfinal. Natsumi Teoka surfing against Alice Lemoyne. Japan versus France. I'm Sam Bleakley. We've got the iconic Bells Beach amphitheater out our window, and I'm with 2006 world champion Josh Constable for Finals Day.
The excitement is real, Sam. It is firing out there. We've got that offshore breeze. It's a little crisp out there, but we like that because that means it's blowing offshore. The waves are sensational. And so far, the first two heats have been unbelievable.
The energy out there, Josh. You and me have just been watching the live action. Of course, we had a fantastic start from Honolulu Bloomfield, but Mason Schremer was looking very sharp. Great hope for the rest of this season. But right now, this heat is Natsumi Teoka from Japan out of Chiba on the eastern Pacific coast against Alice Lemoyne, originally from a Union Island, born in Nice, but based now in Biarritz, riding her Portuguese-built Luffy surfboard. Setting up on the single fin is our surfer from Japan. It's Natsumi Teoka, who has been competing on the World Longboard Tour, Josh, since 2014, and she has been prevalent at every World Longboard Tour final from 2014 to 2023. So she's a stalwart at this level, and it's no surprise to see her surfing in the quarterfinals.
It's really good to see. Obviously, you think of Japan, you think small waves, beautiful footwork, and this week, she's looked sensational in these big waves. She hasn't been afraid. She's taken it on, and check this replay. This is wave number one. Beautiful wave, great hang five, great. The footwork looks really nice, and unfortunately, Sam, going down. That was looking good, wasn't it?
So we got that light northeast wind, so that's kind of coming across into the face a little bit. We've got a 13-second period southwest swell. Overhead sets, high tide will be coming up later at 1:21 local time PM. We've had that low tide, but Josh, how is this light northeast wind affecting those faces?
Yeah, as we can see, day two we had that offshore breeze, but it was just a little straighter offshore, which made the lines really straight and clean, where right now we've got a little wobble to it. It's a little disjointed, so the surfers are going to have to be very precise on the waves that they choose, and then they have to be very sure-footed because there is a little lump in the lineup.
That Melbourne flight cam, of course, is so blue there here at Dirac Bells Beach, Wadawurrung country. And of course, on behalf of all of the surfers in the World Surf League, we would like to acknowledge that we are staging this epic event at Dirac on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here today. So we pay our deepest respects to the Wadawurrung people, their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today watching this incredible event. And if you're in the neighborhood, if you're in Melbourne for the weekend, if you're in the Victoria Coast on the Great Ocean Road, come on down to watch the action because we will be crowning the winners. We're already through to the third quarterfinal. We've got the men's quarterfinals coming up next, and we're ending this incredible event in beautiful conditions, Josh.
We are. We're going to be crowning those champions, and we saw that piece this morning, those trophies. They are beautiful.
Amazing.
So, one, the surfers are here for the points. They're on their journey to become a world champion. They're here to collect a prize check, but those trophies, that will be prized possessions sitting in their house.
And so connected to the Wadawurrung women and the culture as we see live action. Our surfer from France, Alice Lemoyne, 2 steps to the middle of her Luffy board. 2 steps back, heavy section ahead of her, unable to trim out onto the open face. She'll add to that 0.43. It won't be a big score, but what about this from Natsumi Teoka?
Really nice takeoff. Her footwork's just so dialed in. Nice little bottom turn driving through that section. Again, up to the front. This is a really nice wave. So now it's all about, she's done the major maneuvers on the outside. She just needs to keep it really clean and tidy. Surf this midsection with nice control. Another great nose ride. This is a really good wave, Sam.
Wow, Natsumi Teoka will drop a solid score. She's got a 3.83, and immediately you can sense that's going to go borderline excellent range, but the judges might play it safe, keep it in the middle of the scores. We've seen some high sevens already, but let's analyze this from Alice.
Really nice wave. You could see she tried to move forward to get a little bit of speed, get the board trimming because she knew she was deep. But Natsumi just in the perfect spot. And look at this perch right there.
And Natsumi, no stranger to big wins. She's won the Whalebone Classic. She's won the New South Wales Pro. She's competed in Australia for a number of years. But this is a fantastic wave. And you can see, Josh, those sections through the bowl, there's potential opportunities for a cover-up in there.
There is, and she was thinking that. She grabbed the rail, she looked at that lip line, but realised it was going to crumble down. She kind of went around it. But that is a great wave, and she's starting to get some really nice momentum going in here. As we know, Alice, she's no stranger to competition. She's a solid competitor. So Natsumi, she's putting the pressure on. I really like it. Score coming in. Sam, it's a cracker.
6-1-7. Natsumi Teoka takes the lead. And with that, having booked herself a spot in the first semi-final with Honolulu Bloomfield, we're going to go down to the glass with the wax head, because he is with reigning world champion Soleil Erico.
Soleil, a fantastic heat. A couple of mistakes put in there, but your coach CJ mentioned something a little similar to your home wave out there, just disjointed.
Yeah, that wave was definitely similar to waves we have in California, and it's just so beautiful out there. Like, minus the cold, it's so perfect. Yeah.
And sorry.
No, yeah.
And tell me, you were riding a board with a wide point back as opposed to Avalon with that wide point forward. Is that something conscious? Is that the same board you had at Malibu?
Yeah, so I'm basically riding like my signature model, but in fiberglass. And it has like a more narrow nose, wide point back, and it's a bit thinner. I rode that board at Huntington. I just like to keep the same board throughout the events just to make it more simple. So I'm really enjoying it on this wave too.
So safe to say, Soleil will be on that same board. We'll see her in the semi-finals up against Honolulu very soon. Back to you guys.
Wow, so interesting, Josh, because of course the world title has been dominated by these two women. Since 2017, Honolulu Bloomfield has won 3 world titles, and Soleil Erico, our reigning world champion, is won 2. So they're coming head-to-head in the semi-finals. That's going to be an absolute belter.
It is going to be a cracking semi-final, but something to take out of that interview. Sometimes you can overcomplicate things. You can bring too many boards to an event. They've done the homework at home. They've put in all that work at a great right-hand point break at Malibu. They're testing the boards, and she feels comfortable on it. She knows she comes here. She doesn't have to worry about boards. That's taken away. She has to think about a good heat strategy, getting herself on good waves, and seeing great surfing like she did.
So blue out there. Look at that absolute gorgeous watercolor here at Bells Beach with 20 minutes remaining. Natsumi Teoka gets a 6-1-7, adds to that 3-8-3. She'll want to drop that 3-8-3, but that 6-1-7, Josh, that's a strong score. She'll probably be carrying that through to the end.
Yeah, we'll definitely see that. She will like to drop that 3-8-3. She doesn't have priority right now, so she might slide inside. She try and drop that score, put a little bit more pressure on Elise while she's sitting there. She has to be patient. She's got priority right now. She doesn't have to be thinking the biggest, best wave right now. She probably just needs to get a score on the board. If she can get a mid-range score, she'll get herself back in the heat, and then it'll make it really interesting coming down to the back half.
Alice Lemoine, the 2 times ISA Women's World Longboard Champion in 2019 and 2023. She won that in El Salvador very recently. She'll be going to El Salvador next with the WSL World Longboard Tour. She knows that break well, but right now the pressure's on Alice. She needs a score. She's got a couple of low scores, so really this is the beginning of her campaign. Alice Lemoine up and riding, nice high line on her Luffy. 4 steps, clean and crisp, arm up, trademark soul arch from Alice. Cross steps, back to the tail, widens that stance, puts that Luffy square tail, single fin on rail, sets herself up in the middle of the wave, walks back to the tail again, a nice cut back, and then just touches the foam, stalls into the footwork, back up for a 5, rolls the toes over the nose, cross steps back to the tail, nice and lively from Elise, but also poised and crisp and clean, and again finding that nose ride section and riding out with flair and feeling good, and relative to that 617, that could well go above the 617.
We could see the excitement when she jumped off. She really liked that one. She was feeling it. Like you said, her signature move, standing tall, hand high, soul arching. This is a great hang five. So it's going to be really interesting to see, because Natsumi got a similar size wave, a little bit more manoeuvres through the bowl, 3 manoeuvres, where this was only 2, but it was an intense nose ride, held a little bit longer, had great control, came out with that big rail turn, and then kept it really clean and tidy, like you said, Sam. This was a great finish to this wave. I would love to see her we've seen the nose work. I would have loved to see it come back off the tail, finish with a roller coaster in there, and just give the judges a different look. She'd already done a lot of nose work, but check this one out.
So this is iconic, Alice, the soul arch, hand up. And one thing we always notice about Alice is the way she keeps those palms open. And that's something you'll see in iconic great shortboarders. Kelly Slater never has his fists clenched. Those open hands, it's almost like the wings of a bird, just, you know, to feel everything. And what about this score? Is it going to go bigger than Natsumi's, Josh?
It's really interesting, because it's just a different look than what we saw, but it's going to be the judges whether they like that really committed nose ride through the pocket. I like that, holding that nose. We don't, sometimes less is more, and on that wave, she kind of did that.
And it comes in higher at a 6.83. So Alice Lemoyne still in second, needs to drop a 1.17. Natsumi with a 6.17 and a 3.83. But while we wait for that next set, let's go down to the wax set and find out what's happening at Bells.
Sam, I'm down here with Landon Smales. He's coming up in quarterfinal number 3 of the men's. Lando, I've noticed you've got 2 boards, but you're indicating you're going to surf this yellow board. For what reasons?
This board turns really well and holds me in the nose, and yeah, it's good.
And you were watching a video this morning, and who was amping you up for the Bells Bowl? What surfer was that?
Nat Young, of course.
Yeah, in the hot generation.
In the hot generation.
So there you have it, young Landon Smales taking inspiration from a surfer here 50 to 60 years ago on a very similar looking surfboard. We look forward to seeing Lando up against Edouard Del Pero in quarterfinal number 3.
Of course, that 66 clip of Nat Young in the Hot Generation film, and you can also watch Nat and Rodney Sumter surfing here. I believe clips filmed in 63 in the Endless Summer, which was released between 65 and 66. There's a great section, and they're surfing in board shorts. It's midwinter, and in the tenacity of the 60s generation to be down here at wintertime Bells in prime swell season surfing with minimal neoprene is pretty impressive.
We really owe those surfers so much, because they pioneered these spots. They pioneered board design and board shapes. They were doing it walking around, or, you know, it wasn't as easy. They had to pave the way into Bells Beach because there was no road back then. They've really put in the groundwork that we are now sitting back and really getting the reward for.
My dad grew up as a 60s surfer, surfing cold water weather in the UK, and he did the same thing. But we're here live at Bells Beach. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we got this quarterfinal to conclude on finals day.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action in Wadawurrung country. Of course, Melbourne, so near to us as we sit here with joy on the Great Ocean Road as our judges analyze Natsumi Teoka and Alice Lemoine. Alice Lemoine has dropped a 6.83 and a 1.17. She's got 5 European titles to her name, 7 French titles, 2 ISA world titles, but not yet has she been a WSL Women's World Longboard Champion. Could this be Alice's year? 11 minutes remaining. She's looking lively for this. Beautiful blue bells wall ahead, up and riding in the blue singlet. Alice Lemoine up to the tip. There's the 5 foamy section to navigate, but holds that 5 and streaks back to the tail. Cross steps up for another second 5 and cross steps back to the tail with a slicing cut back. Beautiful navigation of the foam, but staying nice and poised, arms up. Another nose ride section, holding that again. Good, crisp, clean footwork and a down carve to end. Josh Constable, 206 world champion. What do you think of that from Alice?
That was a really well surfed wave and snuck that one inside priority. So she's going to be really happy with that one. That was a great hold on the nose. Look how clean and perfect it is on this takeoff. And like we said, a little different to Natsumi. She's holding those nose rides a little longer, which the judges really liked on that first wave. Straight back up, so 2 maneuvers, big carve back to the pocket. But this one on the inside, not like her last one. This one almost had a little more wall that she could hold on the nose a little bit longer again. Really clean, and then driving out of that section right there. So you can see a little smile on the face. She's really happy with that one, and that will see her go into the lead.
Big shout out to Luis Bento. Luffy, of course, an icon in Portuguese longboarding, based in Costa da Caparica, just outside of Lisbon, shapes the boards that Alice Lemoine rides. Luffy, a competitor with you. Josh, of course, you would have had heats against Luffy on the World Longboard Tour. How important is that heritage to be connected with Alice as she goes for her first WSL world title?
It's really special because she has full trust that Luffy's shaping boards. He's been here, he knows what it's like. You have to trust your equipment when you're under pressure like this, especially on finals day. You don't want to be worrying about your board. Is it right for me? Is it going to perform under pressure? So Luffy, he's been there, he's done that. He's a great guy, he knows longboarding. He's still a huge fan. He'll be watching back home now in Portugal. He'll be so proud of that last wave of Alice's. But the score's going to come in soon. I'm excited. I don't think it's going to go there as high as her first one, but a really good wave.
Comes in at a 5.50, so it puts Alice Lemoine up into the lead with a 6.83 and the 5.5. Natsumi Teoka needs to drop that 3.83. She's chasing now a 6.17, exactly the same score as her highest ride of a 6.17. She surfs the Nobo Ogashiri boards. She's from Chiba on Japan's eastern Pacific coast. She's been a multiple Asian and Japanese champion, and she's a regular attender of Australian WSL regional events, winning the likes of the Whalebone Classic and the New South Wales Pro. So she's very comfortable in Australia, and you've probably seen her spending a lot of time in Noosa over the years as well, Josh.
Yeah, it's been great to see her come over, and she's not just surfing the East Coast, the Whalebone Classic. That's over in Western Australia. So it's a little rawer over there. The water's a little colder, there's a little wind, and maybe that's why she feels so comfortable out here at Bells Beach, because she's bringing in that experience from surfing over in the Wild West here to Bells Beach and looking very comfortable the last couple of days.
Absolutely, she's been looking comfortable and traveling with a lot of these fellow competitors, sharing a house with the likes of Liv Stokes, who we had in the booth yesterday. And of course, the camaraderie that we see here with the women has been fantastic. I watched the final heat of the day yesterday with Chloe Calmon on the sand with Alice Lemoine, Natsumi Teoka, Liv Stokes, Zoe Gropignon, and it was really good to just feel that shared energy. You know, when they're out in the heat, they're rivals, but off the beach, they are working together, traveling together. But who's going to be surfing together in the Malibu Longboard Championship finals as we move into this final 8? The top 8 will qualify for this one-day winner-takes-all event that moves its way through to that best-of-3 matchup as the surfers from the lower seeds make their way to meet the #1 ranked surfer. Now, Josh, what is the difference between going in as #1 seed opposed to going in as one of those lower seeds who might have to surf multiple times to win the title?
Yeah, it's a really hard one because you can come from, as we saw last year in the final 5 with the women's shortboard side, we saw Stephanie Gilmore just scrape in 5th place and go all the way, grab this great momentum, feel very comfortable at lower trestles, go all the way and take down Carissa Moore in the final. So it's a similar concept. It's a few more heats, but you could get in that first round, build momentum, understand the wave at Malibu, but at the same time, every time you're surfing a heat, you have that opportunity to lose. So for me, I still would rather go in as #1 seed, sit back, watch your competition all day. Maybe they tire themselves out a bit. Maybe they start to lose momentum and the fatigue kicks in, and then you come in fresh into that final, which is best 2 out of 3 heats. So you might be a bit rusty in the first one, but you might get the opportunity 2nd and 3rd, come over the top and get the win.
Look at that beautiful Bell's blue color, almost like an acrylic painting or maybe an oil painting. And it's these surfers who want to paint themselves a big score. Sitting with 6s, Alice has got that highest score, a 6.83. Natsumi right there. She knows she kicks off with that 6.17. Let's catch up with the recap and see what these women have been doing as we move into the last 8 minutes. This is Natsumi's 6.17, Josh.
So we see a beautiful wave, great nose ride. Didn't hold it as long, but that was beautiful through the bowl again. So that's 2 really nice maneuvers. She saw that little cover up. She thought about it for a second, but thought, no, I'm going to finish this wave with another cross step. Great nose ride again, and then just pulling out of that one. So it's so similar. They look very similar. They're having a similar approach, but this one of Alice's, really
Trademark
nice.
Soul Arch. And both women on similar looking surfboards as well. Both quite wide boards, single fins, more of the square tail, little kick in the nose. But it was the one who got the better of the exchange, kicking off with that 6.83 and the beautiful Bell's blue color ahead of her, but staying very lively on the footwork. And that trademark, you know, kind of almost like the wings of the bird, the way she keeps those arms out and those palms open and free. Very expressive.
I think in having those palms open, there's less tension in your arms, so it looks nice, a little bit more relaxed. But here's that second wave, her best second scorer of the 5.5. Again, great nose ride. Unfortunately, we see a little bit of whitewash on this one, so it's a little harder to surf, but she's done really well. Couple of nose rides, carving back. And this one, she got another little bonus section in here with a great hang 5.
Brilliant surfing from Alice Lemoine. And of course, when we had a little surf yesterday evening, I was missing a fin. She loaned me one of her fins. So thank you, Alice, for that loan of her fin. She had 3 fins with her. That is a woman who is well prepared for finals day.
Unlike yourself. However, it looked like it was working great in that board. Still got it, Sam, and you were putting on a performance yesterday afternoon also.
Wow, so this is a replay. Looking to drop that 5.50, Josh. What an incredible nose ride on one of the biggest waves of the morning. And look at that beautiful open section.
Wow, and look at that one. She took off so deep, but it just held up perfectly through Bell's bowl, giving her that opportunity to really hang on that nose and then driving out of that one. And like we said, this is the biggest wave we've seen in this heat. Not maybe the biggest of the morning, but definitely going to be a great score.
Do you think that's going to replace that 5.50 or even go better than that high 6?
Let's have a look. It is a really big wave. That was a great start. She's driving through that section. Big carve there. Let's have a look here. A little bit of downtime, but it's smooth and it's graceful. Maybe not as impactful finish either. The other one, she carved down out of it. That one, she just kind of veered out. But it's going to come down to the wave size. Do the judges love it that she's charging on a bigger one?
It'll be interesting. It feels, as far as performance goes, it's not as strong as the 6.83. Certainly better than the 5.50. It might fit in the middle, but if they really celebrate wave size, speed, commitment. Maybe it will go bigger. But what we have to also respect is the fact that, like you viewers tuning in around the world, we're watching these camera clips. And of course, when the judges are looking at it, they get a slightly different sense of speed and ground covered. And sometimes it's easy to be an armchair analyst and get hypercritical of a particular score, but actually when you watch it with the human eye from the judge's position, you really do notice the fastest surfer often wins.
Totally, and also we're seeing such a tight shot. We don't see what the wave's doing down the line, so we don't see those subtle adjustments that they're making to see what to fit in the wave. The judges have a bird's eye view. They are in the prime position just right here on the cliff at Bells Beach, and they're the experts.
And they will go to those video replays, so then they will reference the video clips we're sharing and enjoying and broadcasting to all you longboard fans around the world, and they get the opportunity to study the score, and they have deemed that stronger, a 7.0, recognizing that that bigger wave size, that commitment, that degree of difficulty, and perhaps the speed at which she was going just polish that up from that 6.83 to be a bit stronger.
And what we saw in that wave, she took off deeper, closer to Rincon, not at Rincon, but moved deeper in the bowl, got that beautiful nose ride, high and tight, soul arch, her signature move, and then drove through the bowl. It stood up, it was really clean, there was no whitewash on the wave, and then drove out of it with a really nice carve. So she's going to be really happy. She's starting to put the squeeze on Natsumi, but we know the surfing that Natsumi can do. If she gets herself on one of those waves, it's going to be interesting.
We move into the Rip Curl 2-minute warning as we get an opportunity to take a look at this 7.0 from Alice Lemoine. A brilliant opening nose ride soul arch there, and what a big overhead section,
Yeah,
Josh.
that's a really big wave, and we see how nice and clean it is through that section. Big carve, and again, just patience, waiting for that nice section again, straight up to the nose. She looks so graceful. She looks very comfortable, doesn't she, Sam? When she gets on the nose, time slows down. She gets patient. Hand goes up. She's got beautiful control. And here she is sitting out the back without priority, but just feeling very comfortable. 40 seconds to go. Are we going to see something?
Well, Natsumi Teoka needs a 7.66. We've got a fantastic heat coming up next with Sophia Colhane and Chloe Calmon. And you can see those women in the side of your screen there. They're just sitting there in the channel. Of course, they will not get in the way of these two women with 20 seconds remaining, with Natsumi chasing a score. It doesn't look to be an opportunity though. You can see a little bit of movement then, but it's not a set, and it feels as though the clock will tick down and Natsumi Teoka will not get an opportunity to go for that 7.66.
That's unfortunate because we like to see those heats go back and forth and the surfers get opportunities. She had a really good heat. Natsumi did have that starting wave, that first wave that she fell on. Maybe if she didn't finished that wave, we might have seen a little tighter heat, but that was a great heat, well surfed by Alice and getting the win.
Congratulations, Alice Lemoine. You've booked yourself a spot in that second semi-final, but coming up next, we've got Sophia Colhane and Chloe Calmon, live from finals day at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, and these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best. Definitely visit Melbourne, ladies and gentlemen. We had a great time cycling the Great Ocean Road. Of course, Point Adu, Addis Marine National Park, and all of the wonderful opportunities for events, creativity and culture in Melbourne. And this is the view of the iconic Jarak Bells Beach. It is the perfect amphitheater for the Bioglan Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl as we move into quarterfinal number 4 on the women's draw. Sophia Colhane against Chloe Calmon. I'm Sam Bleakley here with 206 World Longboard Champion. And of course, Josh, you have the experience of having competed here. Just got a message from my good mate Grant Thomas, GT. He would have been in the final with you here in 204 when you had the Australian national titles here.
We did, and he's a great surfer, and he's tuning in. He's loving the action, loving the call, and he's reminiscing on the day that I kicked his butt out here.
As we see Sophia Colhane going up against Chloe Calmon. This is an absolute beauty. Sophia is having a great season. She finished 3rd at the first event of the World Longboard Tour in Huntington. Chloe finished 5th. So Sophia sitting higher on the rankings at the moment. And then, of course, Sophia got 2nd in Malibu last year, losing to Soleil, the reigning Women's World Longboard Champion. But Chloe, wow, at age 14, she won her first Brazilian title. 3 times she's finished 2nd on the WSL World Longboard Tour. She's also been a duct tape winner. She's also been a multiple Pan American champion and a prolific performer in Brazil. She is one of the icons of longboarding, has a huge social media presence, but Sophia Colhane has the family link. Her mum from this area. She's got all of that family support down on the beach. Sophia, born and raised in Waikiki, but has that big heritage link to Victoria. So will that give Sophia an edge, or will it be the samba surfing goofy footer Chloe Calmon?
This is a really exciting heat, and for the quarterfinals, this was the one I was most excited about. We've got a young Sophia Colhane, not much scar tissue. She's new to the game. She's been surfing so well. She's been getting great results coming into it. And then, like you said, Chloe Calmon competing since 14, winning her first title, winning so many events, 3 runner-ups in the world. Hasn't quite got that first title yet, but look at this set coming through right now.
So Sophia just got a short wave, a 0.77, and so it means that Chloe is in priority. So Chloe will get the pickings of this first wave. Chloe Calmon from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro on her new advance single fin. 2 steps, widens her stance and just readjusts that line, gets lively off the tail, navigating that clean open wall and stretching out for a 5. And that was a really sucky, gnarly section, a very difficult fast wave. You could just see how from the take, and then tragedy. So Chloe Calmon has just broken her board there. She's going to have this one on her back. It's a big heavy section. She's got to be super careful. She navigates that very well. You can see the nose of that board, a full snap, demonstrating the power of Bells Beach, one of the heaviest right-hand point breaks in the world, as we see Chloe Calmon with a snap board coming in for that board change, Josh. Massive drama to kick off this quarterfinal.
That is crazy. It's so different to a heat yesterday. She took off. She got a great wave, started off. That wave was looking amazing, and she was surfing it so well. But the good thing is it's early in the heat. We've got plenty of time remaining. She's going to come in. She's going to be nice and composed. She's going to have Taylor Jensen, 3-time world champ. He's in her corner this week at this event coaching her. He's going to be on the beach with her backup board. Going to come in, calm her down, give her some words of advice, slow it down, plenty of time, get back out there.
Great coaching, Josh. In fact, you're calming me down as well, because I am panicking because that was dramatic. And my question is, will the backup board be the same design, or will she be using a different type of shape?
So what I've noticed yesterday, she was riding this big single fin. She did walk down with her 2+1 round tail, which she's going to go on now. But look how calm Taylor, he's a pro. He's so experienced. He's kept her nice and calm. They're not rushing right now. She wasn't rushing, fumbling, putting on her leg rope. She's just going to cruise back out. She's got 22 minutes. How many events do you normally surf that are just a 20-minute heat, needing your best 2 scoring waves?
And absolutely, and then of course Taylor, he's got a heat coming up next against Taka Inouye. But what about this? Tell us about this moment, Josh.
She's surfing it so well and just carving around, but we see it just stands up in the Bells Bowl, gets super hollow. Now that is a heavy glass longboard with a big stringer. But this, starting off the pace, like she's on right now. She's feeling really good. Her surfing's looking great. Look at those turns, S-turning back, straight back up to the nose, and it just hollows out there on the Bells Bowl, goes down, snaps her board. So this is a lot of excitement for quarterfinal number 4. What do you think Sophia's feeling outside right now while she's got priority?
Well, let's find out real soon what Sophia's going to do answering back, because we've got the winner of the last heat. She's booked herself a spot in the second semi-final. It's Alice Lemoine is with True Starling.
Thank you so much, Sam. Alice, the conditions are very different compared to yesterday afternoon. You would have woken up with a big smile on your face.
Yeah, today was perfect for longboard, so yeah, it's good to make the heat and surf like a good condition. I'm super stoked.
And moving on through to the semi-finals, it's a pretty big deal, and it's going to be great for your campaign for towards the back end of the year for the Malibu event.
Yeah, of course, I'm super happy to be in semi-final, but it's not finished yet. So yeah, I want to keep going like this and surf good and catch the good one, and yeah, I'm super happy.
And you've had a couple of heats with Natsumi. You've actually won all 4 of them. How does that make you feel?
Like in the water, like on the heat, I begin like not good. So I was like, take my time, keep calm, and yeah, to try to catch the best wave of the set, and that's it.
Do you want to say hi to anyone back at home? You've got a big day, so I'm sure you want to get some support.
Ouais, je vais faire un gros bisou à mes parents, je pense qu'ils regardent, ma maman qui doit être super contente, à mon coach Johan, et aussi à mon copain qui s'est levé au milieu de la nuit pour regarder. Il doit être bien fatigué, mais en tout cas, j'espère aller très loin à cette compétition. Les vagues sont incroyables, donc je vais me faire plaisir.
Well, we'll see Alice come up in the semi-finals right after the men's quarters. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. Of course, it's night time over there in France. It's pretty much midnight, so there will be some keen fans that were tuning in for the live action to support Alice. But Sophia Colhane sitting out there with priority. Chloe Calmon's just broken her board. She dropped a 2 for that opening wave. She's paddling out on her rounded pintail, 2+1.
The nice thing about Chloe, we know she puts in a lot of work with her shapers back there in Brazil. So she's paddling out on a totally different board. Last board was a single fin square tail. This one, round tail 2+1. But she's ridden these boards for a long time, her whole career. So she'll feel comfortable. This isn't going to feel foreign to her. She's going to cruise out there right now. Look at the outline of that board. Beautiful round tail. So with this board, Sam, we might see a little bit more rail gain. We might see a little tighter arc in the turn. She's going to drive harder with those 3 fins and see a little bit more speed. But look at this wave.
Priority situation change for Sophia Colhane. She had a look at that, and now it'll be Chloe Calmon sitting out there with priority. So Sophia Colhane just kicks off with that low score, would have been just a kick out. So she's now in second priority. She was hungry for that wave, but it just didn't deliver. So Chloe now has arrived just in time to earn that priority situation.
And isn't it a funny thing? She's just been removed from the lineup for 5 or 6 minutes with that snap board. Ocean went flat. Unfortunately, Sophia, nothing came. Then she's paddled, lost priority. So now we see Chloe back out there on a new board. No harm, no foul, there's no scores. She's actually in the lead after that first wave that broke her board. Now we've got 18 minutes, so it's going to be a short heat for these ladies. 18 minutes, they both need to get 2 waves on the board and do some really nice surfing.
9:20 a.m. local time. It's just over 2 hours off low. High tide will be at 1:20 p.m. It's still a fairly big tide. We've had that full moon. We've got 13-degree water temperature. It was 8 degrees this morning. It was fresh, but it was beautiful. A little warm up today. It's a bright, clear day. If you're in Victoria, you should come on down and watch the finals. We got that very, very light northeast wind and smooth surfaces. It's that deep, beautiful blue. Chloe Calmon sitting with priority. This is going to be very interesting to see how she immediately adjusts to this different board. Of course, she's very comfortable switching between all of the different board designs, works with Neko and Marcelo Cabone of New Advanced Surfboards. They're based in Sao Paulo. Chloe's from Rio, but they have the biggest surfboard factory in Brazil. They churn out some fantastic boards.
Yeah, and we've seen they've spent a lot of time in California learning how to shape, but here we go.
And with that, let's find out what's going to happen in the second half of this quarter. We'll be right back, surf fans. Stay with us.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the Great Ocean Road, Victoria. Of course, Sophia Colhane's mum, Sarah, grew up here and went to school in Geelong. So Soph is half Australian and all of her family are on the sand watching the action. But it's Chloe Calmon who dropped a 5.07 in the break. On her first wave, she snapped her board. She paddled back out. She regained priority, and now she's in a commanding position with that 5.07. Sophia Colhane has got a 14-minute heat to surf here, Josh.
Yeah, we're seeing the ocean go a little quieter and a little slower, but this wave of Chloe's, it's a really nice set wave. And look, she's just filling out that board. Nice cross step, great nose ride, hanging onto it. You could see the adjustment with her toes on the nose, just making sure that the water came under in the concave and not over the top. Driving, we see a little bit more radicalness in the turn, driving that one back into the pocket. So that's the 2+1 that we've seen, and the round tail driving hard through that. That was cool, wasn't it, Sam?
Yeah, great stuff. 5.07, Chloe Calmon. So Sophia Colhane in priority. Sophia riding her Michael Takayama surfboard. Of course, she is born and raised with that Queen's crew out in Waikiki. She started surfing age 4, but her mum, Sarah, who's here, grew up in the area, went to school in Geelong, as I just said, and so many of her uncles and cousins are here watching, so she really feels at home in this territory. But it's been a slow heat for sets as we see that tide coming in. Will the surfers be able to shift onto Rincon, or will they stay on the Bells Bowl section?
I think as we see the tide come in and get a little fuller, we can see so much rock still showing down there on the shoreline. But as the tide comes in, we definitely are going to see the surfers move across to Rincon today. Swells declining as the day goes on slightly, but the wind's just perfect. And what a day to finish the event on. Finals day here at Bells Beach. Sun shining, not a cloud in the sky. Well, look at this location. It's a beautiful spot for longboarding.
Looks to be a set coming through. 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Chloe, that 5:07 is probably going to be an important carrying score as we move into the second half of this heat. Sophia, she hasn't got a score on the board of significance. It was very early in the heat. She just had a readjustment, took off, kicked out, but since then she's gone for over 16 minutes without the opportunity to catch a wave. But she's sitting now in priority. She's just got to be cool. She's got to position herself. She knows this lineup very well. She knows where to sit.
Yeah, the composure. She's only 17 years old, only been surfing at these high levels since 14. We first saw her at Noosa. So she hasn't been doing this for very long, but we can see the calmness, the composure. She knows she's just got to wait. A wave will eventually come, and then she's just got to put her best foot forward.
But she's part of the most dynamic, talented crew of surfers coming out of Oahu. The riders on the Kai Salas Longboard Company surfboards, of course, many Michael Takayama riders there. But to be part of that community in the Waikiki crew, there's so much inspiration. And then to know that she's got this big family heritage and link here to the Victorian coast, that really backs up a massive opportunity for Soph. But she needs the waves to come through. That is the one thing that we can't guarantee when you're in a heat. For the ocean to deliver, you do need that little bit of luck.
In 2020, when we first seen them arrive in Noosa, this young Waikiki crew, the excitement was so real when they turned up. The surfing was sensational. They were so young, but so much maturity in their surfing.
Wow, that was smart from Soph. She didn't scramble for that first wave of the set, and this looks to be a two-wave set, and she looks to be in position. Sophia Culhane is going to get her first opportunity to get a good score on the board, up and riding with 4 steps to a really nice opening 5, but that wave just ran ahead of her there. Was that positioning, do you think, Josh?
Well, she looked really good. She looked in a good spot. She walked to the nose. There could be a little bit of... She's from Hawaii, not used to that really cold water. Yes, she's been here for a few weeks adjusting with her Australian family, but maybe that just sitting for so long, just getting a little cold, feet getting a little cold, opting not to wear the boots, wax a little bit slippery. So unfortunately going down, but look, calm. She's there. She's not panicking. She's not freaking out. She's looking relaxed and composed. She knows she's still got time on the board, but let's see this one again, Sam.
Sets up, gets that 5, and then just might have been cold feet, just
cold
walking
feet.
back
and
from
just
the nose ride.
Felt like it just slipped off the side, but look at this set coming. Looks like there's 2 waves in it.
So this is very interesting because Chloe's got priority. If she leaves this first one, Sophia is in position to take it, and there's a wave behind. So Chloe is going to get a wave, and Sophia should be able to answer back, up and riding. Chloe Calmon from Rio de Janeiro, 4 steps to a beautiful opening 5. Walks back to the tail. Nice carving drop knee set up with elegance, with style, and with speed as she goes back up for a stretch 5 and pulls in for a tighter 5 and cross steps cleanly with 6 footsteps back to the tail as she just pumps her fists with joy and feels good about that. But I think Sophia might have the opportunity for a wave behind her. Chloe Calmon looking to replace that 2-0, might well replace her 5:07 and really put herself in a commanding situation with just under 9 minutes remaining.
How was that drop knee bottom turn out of that carve? Maybe one of the turns of the event, but look at the size of this wave. Beautiful cross step, held the nose for long enough, drives through the Bells Bowl, and then this, Sam. Is that a reverse Ray Gleave that we've seen? This great Australian surfer with the best drop knee in the game. Great little body English there. The the drop knee turn to the nose right, and there the claim just loved it.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, let's get the look of the drone clip here as we just see into the drop knee and the swoop and the carve and also the projection, and then the control with the speed here, and just gets that stretch 5, pulls up a bit tighter for the 5, and then cross steps back. And you know, like you say, the body language says it all. The fist pump, she felt that. She felt good. She knows in her head that's big, and it comes in at an excellent 8.17. Sophia Culhane in a combination situation, chasing now that combination of 13.24. Sophia now needs a mid-8 and a mid-5 to take the win.
Sam, is it a blessing in disguise that she took off on that big first wave and snapped her board? But check this out.
So this was in the replay here, behind Chloe Calmon. So this would have been the wave, the second wave of the set. So Chloe made a great decision to take the first wave of the set because it allowed that scoring potential. 7 minutes remaining, Sophia Culhane still needing 2 scores. But there is time. You've been doing 5-minute drills with some of the surfers you work with. It's possible to get 2 scores in 5 minutes.
It is. It's a little difficult here at Bells Beach because the paddle's so long, but the surfing they can do. But she's got to get busy. She needs to get going right now. Seeing a couple little lines, maybe she's just got to move in, take a little less quality wave, try and get a score on the board, break out of that out of that combination, and then get back out there and get one more.
She needs a 6 and an 8 basically to get the win. As we see Taka Hanoi trademark energy levels, he's going to be surfing against Taylor Jensen, 3 times world longboard champion. Taka there, full of beans, full of pizzazz, full of expression, but many people know that that guy's got a lot of talent, as this woman is answering back. Sophia Culhane into a 5, into a 10.
Oh!
And again, those cold feet perhaps kicking in, whether it's nerves, whether it's cold feet and that long wait, but that was a fantastic 10, and you felt like that could have been the 6 that she needed to then go back out and hunt for that 8.
Totally, because we're seeing Chloe do these beautiful hang 5s on these big walls, but we haven't seen Chloe go to the hang 10. So Sophia's giving the judges a different look right here with the hang 10. This is a great wave, sets it up, great patience here. 5, hangs the 10, and it's just where she's walking back, she's slipping off that inside rail. Maybe the wax is a bit flat and a bit worn out there, and she's just slipping.
Nice 10. Pulls back, and then again just the foot wide there on that inside rail, and that just felt everything about a potential excellent range score. And like we said, she needed to chip away at a 6 and an 8 to get herself a spot in the second semi-final to surf against Alice Lemoine. And look at that hang 10 there on the walk back. She falls. It will be a score, but with 5 minutes 30 seconds remaining, she's just got to have so much luck from the ocean to open up the scoring potential, because Chloe Calmon has got an 8.17 and a 5.07, and she's looking really strong. As you can see from that Melbourne flight cam, she's relaxed, she's in priority, she's just going to wait for that opportunity to see through the back of the heat and really manage it out and perhaps replace that 5 if a set comes through.
And have we seen that score come through yet for that great wave that we saw Chloe do, that big, beautiful bottom turn with drop knee?
8.17, it was excellent.
Wow.
So adds that 5.07. Sophia gets a 1.43 to that last wave, as we can see Taylor Jensen paddling out for his next heat. He's going to be surfing in the first quarterfinal of the men's draw against Taka Inui. We've got Tony Silvani and Kai Salas in Heat 2, Landon Smales and Edward Del Pero in Heat 3, Declan Whiten and Ben Skinner in Heat 4. But right now, 4 minutes, 28 seconds remaining. Sophia Culhane still needing 2 significant scores. To keep it simple, a 6 and an 8 would do the job, because right now, this woman on your screen, she's got an 8.17 and a 5.07 from Rio de Janeiro, local at Macumba Beach, which is the longboard capital of the Rio area. Comes with this rich heritage. Her father, Miguel, taught her to surf at a young age. Her mum, Anna, regularly traveled with her in the early days of international competition, but rising up now, Sophia Culhane is already demonstrated that she's a world title threat for the season. And this won't be a dent in Sophia's season, because it's still the top 8 that qualify for Malibu on a winner-takes-all one-day crowning of that world champion.
And she got that semi-final finish at Huntington, so she's carrying that. if she does bow out of this heat, she's carrying a 5th place. She's looking great for the top 8. She's going to go with lots of confidence over there to El Salvador. She's put in a lot of time in this big, raw ocean. El Salvador, it does get like that a little bit, so she's going to feel comfortable. It's going to be warmer water. It's going to feel a little bit more like Hawaii. She's going to have her mum alongside her. She's going to feel very comfortable.
Absolutely. This is part of a tour, and all of the surfers recognizing that their aim is the quarterfinals or better. They don't want that 9th place. They want that 5th or better, and she's already carrying that really strong 3rd place finish from Huntington. So Sophia Culhane is in a strong situation for the tour season, but right now at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, it's Chloe Calmon who looks to be booking herself a spot in that 2nd semi-final, gets Alice Lemoine up and riding. Chloe Calmon just loses that leash from being wrapped around her toes and kicks off with the 5 and widens that stance and puts that 2+1 rounded pintail on rail and throws some spray and uses all of the wave and covers a nice amount of ground on the face, using the top and the bottom, and then using that trademark cross-step turn, just coolly navigating it through to the inside. She feels, she knows this isn't going to replace that 5.07, but she's just surfing it beautifully. She steps up for another little cross-step into a dismount right there on the inside. 2 minutes remaining. Sophia Culhane up and riding. 4 steps up to a tip. There's the 5, nice soul arch, beautiful footwork again, a 2nd nose ride, really strong surfing into a beautiful down carve turn with control. This could be the 6th that she's chasing, but she'll still need an excellent score. Could this go up into the excellent range for Sophia? If it's an 8, she only needs a 6. She gets a hang 10 on the inside. This is looking really strong for Sophia, but she's got to paddle out for more as she gets herself right on the inside there, and the judges will absolutely love that. But is 1 minute 30 seconds enough time to get all the way out and get another big score?
As we know, Sam, it's a long paddle out, but that wave was sensational. So even if she doesn't get back out, what a confidence booster, knowing that she can get. That's going to be a really good score. It's going to be a big score. Some beautiful nose work on the outside. Here it is. Great 5, holding on. And again, back up to the front. And then this carve. There was so much water displaced. Wow, look at that turn.
That was nice.
That was epic. So she's going to bring a lot of confidence out of this. She'll be feeling a little bummed about the result, but this surfing right here is so good, and this is sort of world champion material surfing. We're going to see her at Malibu at the end of the year at the final 8, and that was a great wave.
Beautiful surfing from Sophia Culhane there, waiting for that score to drop nearly down at the button. She's got a long paddle. Now she's got 30 seconds remaining. We can see Chloe is further out. Chloe will have the opportunity to be managing the priority situation, but priority might not even be deemed because neither of the surfers might not even get out to the takeoff spot.
Yeah, they might not get to the designated takeoff spot. You can see Chloe's not rushing out there. She just wants to make sure that she's in close so that she doesn't let an opportunity sneak underneath and Sophia get one midway out.
5 seconds remaining, so she'd have to shoulder hop one of these waves, and it doesn't look like it's going to come through in time. Had it done, maybe she could have got the lower score if the last wave goes into the excellent range, but what an incredible heat that was. You know, kicking off with a broken board from Chloe Calmon. Comes in, Taylor Jensen, who's in the next heat, coolly delivers her the backup board, a different board design, but it pays off because she gets an 8.17 added to that 5.07, and Chloe Calmon has booked herself a spot in the semi-final. But look, Sophia Culhane dropped to 7.27, so she was right back in the mix. Had she had a bit more time, she could have done it.
And she only needed a 5.98, so what a great last wave. Good confidence booster. Congratulations, Chloe. That was a sensational heat to be so calm and composed after snapping her board.
Fantastic performance. Chloe Calmon has booked herself a spot in that 2nd semi-final to surf against Alice Lemoine. Coming up next, we'll be shifting into the men's draw as the Waxhead comes into the booth with Shannon Hughes, our host. Taylor Jensen will be surfing against Taka Inui. We continue these 30-minute heats for finals day at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the action here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. We've got the sun shining. We've had some fantastic waves rolling throughout the morning. So it's a real good day for a finals day. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Matt, the Waxhead Chinoski. And Matt, you've been out roaming around the beach this morning. How's it been down there?
Phenomenal. The vibe's really soft and everyone's really happy because we've got a really great canvas to perform these amazing finals day on. Everyone's stoked. Competitors are stoked. Their supporters are stoked. So it's a great day all around.
Waves are looking really fantastic down there. We've just finished out our women's quarterfinals, and we're now going straight into our men's quarterfinals as we take a look at the bracket with some of those great heats rolling through.
Incredible matchups. You got the unpredictability of Tucker up against Taylor now, and Tony, the two veterans, up against Kai Salas. These two are going to be absolute crackers. Of course, we have the Lando Smales and Edward experience versus the rookie, and Declan and Ben Skinner, two very much powerhouses from their respected countries.
Yeah, these are some really intense matchups. We got surfers that have already had some success on tour in the very first event of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic that are looking for more results to back it up. As we take a look at what went down during the break, Taylor Jensen got a piece of the action.
Beautiful high-speed nose rides. You can see him coming from behind the section here, Shannon, stepping back into this power carve, almost loses that single fin, and the judges are really going to like that critical carve because a lot of people have been doing their turns on the face, and as we saw Taylor there, sticking to the pocket, redirecting for the inside section all the way through, gets a 10, digs it a bit, and he's back, and he's going to finish here nice and cleanly. And he sets up one more as that tide comes in. That shore break is making itself apparent, trimming through, and he's out of there. Great opening wave there for Taylor.
Taka Inouye got a piece of the action as well for the 22-year-old out of Japan.
Explosive Tucker, so behind the section, holding that nose ride, coming low, coming high, and unfortunately coming unstuck, Shannon.
Oh no, that was looking like a really fantastic start, straight into that 5 to 10 combination, high and in the pocket. Great wave from Taylor Jensen, the 3-time world champion. He was up on an 8.33, so he set the standard quite quickly.
Well rewarded. Excellent surfing there from Taylor, but the scary thing is, Shannon, he still looks like he's cruising in third gear. We'll take another look. See, deep in the bowl, from behind the bowl actually, and he climbs high, patient, holding the nose ride through the section, and here goes again. See him redirecting, coming up. Now this turn here, instead of going for the nose ride, he steps back into this carve, almost loses it. So some real critical surfing there on the rail for Taylor, and trimming through in the middle of the board, carving it through the drop knee. So a bit of variety in the turning and setting up the inside, and he's not finished yet. So this is the longest wave we've seen of the event so far this morning. Gets the 10 and another variation of the drop knee carve and goes again. So multiple nose rides, turns. The judges are really looking for use of the whole board, Shannon, but most importantly in the critical parts of the wave, and Taylor showing that in an excellent way with an 8.33.
Yeah, that's it. Excellent surfing rewarded with an excellent score, an 8.33. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Chloe Calmon, who also found an excellent score in her heat. She's down with True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, Chloe, you found an excellent score, although it wasn't the greatest start.
Yeah, it was a very tricky start for me. On my first wave, the wave got so steep, and I broke my board right on the first wave. I couldn't believe it, but I came in, and then Taylor had my backup board, and I just took a deep breath and reset. And once I jumped on my other board, that was a whole new heat for me. It was a brand new start. And I love my backup board too. It's a 2+1, but it's a very different shape from the one I was riding in the heat. But it's just such a good board as well, and I'm always mixing up the single fin with the 2+1, so I didn't have much problem to readapt. And the waves were really good, and I knew I still had a bit of time. And with that board, I just feel looser on the turns, so I really push hard on my turns, and I was just not giving that heat up. Yeah, I was very determined to win the heat, and I was really stoked when I found that good wave. I believed it was a good wave, and I went for it, and I'm really stoked to make the semis.
Were there any words of wisdom from Taylor when you were on the beach, just kind of having a moment and catching your breath to swap your boards?
Yeah, he just told me to relax, take a deep breath, and stay calm. I had a lot of time ahead of me, so it was just stay calm, focus on my breathing, and just go for it, and that's what I did.
And Sophia's been such a big threat throughout the whole event so far. She locked in a 7 towards the back end of that heat. If there was a little bit more time, it could have been a different scenario.
Yeah, and I was seeing her paddle back out to see if she was going to make her way out or if she was going to come in.
and I was just paddling as fast as I could. I know it's never an easy one against Soph. She's been doing great these years, and she's still young, so she has a lot to come. And and from this point on, there is no easy heats, and there's no heat you can take for granted. So you just gotta give your best on each one and hope it works your way.
Well, we'll see Sophia come up in the semi-finals later today. Back to you, Shannon.
Thanks so much. That's right. I love those words from Chloe. Every single woman is ripping, and they really need to rise to the occasion heat after heat. As we take a look at the second wave of Taylor Jensen soul arch during that interview.
Amazing use of the board there, Shannon, as I've just caught up with that soul arch. I've never seen Taylor do anything like that before.
Beautiful.
And that's just showing the judges' control from not only the tail, which we're so used to seeing from Taylor, and the nose, but mid-board surfing, and that's the difference, and that's I guess that's what separates longboarding from shortboarding. We have that trim section of the board, and Taylor showing the judges how he can incorporate that into his surfing, a real traditional element.
Down to 21 minutes on the clock. Taylor Jensen opened up with an 8.33. He's backed it with a 4.67. Taka Inui, the younger competitor in the lineup. We've been so familiar with Taka over the last 5 years of competition, though. He's had some really exciting moments where we've seen him into those semi-final matchups multiple times throughout his career on the World Longboard Tour. He's up against one of the greats and the 3-time world champion. He is sitting with priority, though, and he's one of those surfers that adds that extra element of excitement to a lot of things that he does.
Absolutely, and I've noticed earlier he has a little contingent of supporters, local supporters down there. He's got a new sticker on his board, Carve, and they've finally stepped up to support him. And you know what? It's really cool to see, because the team manager was down there, a former pro himself, watching Taka, giving some words of advice. And that's a pretty handy person to have in your corner, especially when you're coming from a different country, especially surfing somewhere as raw and as hard to predict as Bells Beach. So that could be one of the reasons why I've seen Taka make the quarterfinals. And you know what? The use of his surfboard, he's got the most unique shape surfboard on the tour. A lot of rocker, big wide nose, narrow fast tail, opting for the 2+1 setup today, and this fin that he's using is very uncharacteristic to what we see, but he makes it work, and that's what we love about Tucker. He brings something fresh and exciting, even more so to the point he won an event called the Hot Dogger Invitational, a logging expression session per se, and he beat some of the world's best nose riders in that event in the South Bay in California, and that just shows he's such a well-rounded surfer.
So exciting to see. It's always awesome to see him down on the beach, no matter where we are around the world, to see what kind of equipment he's going to ride, because he's a surfer that can paddle out on really any type of longboard, whether it's something more of a hot dog style, anything that's heavier, that's lighter, 2+1, or that single fin, and really bring it alive. But he's also an incredibly talented shortboarder that consistently competes in any event that he can throw a jersey on, and he's one of the best aerialists in the game as well.
Do you think perhaps Taylor coming into this, pulling that soul arch could be the element of difference, knowing that Tucker was going to bring some explosive and unpredictable surfing? Do you think Taylor had considered that? I personally saw that and was very surprised.
Yeah, I was quite surprised to see that maneuver as well, which is why I shouted it out the moment that I saw it. It was really nice to see Taylor kind of adapting to that very traditional style of longboarding, really hinting to those kind of old school maneuvers. That's a great call, knowing that he is such a calculated competitor. There's a reason why the man has 3 world titles. There's a reason why he's one of the front runners coming into this event. He walked away with a 2nd at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. He's a front runner to winning the world title this year, to getting a 4th. He could definitely be calculating how to best beat Taka.
Absolutely. This is that first wave, that excellent 8.33, driving through that slice, so almost losing it and coming back off the bottom again. And I love his composure through the whitewash and just letting the wave do the talking here as he finds the inside track. Not looking for maneuvers, Shannon, just placing them where they need to be. And the 10 here, just to keep the board down, and he leverages the board down, and then carving it back, the variation of turns, and up to the nose again. So certainly an excellent wave, the longest and some of the most critical surfing we've seen all morning.
Amazing way to start things off for Taylor Jensen. Of course, we've got a great season to continue rolling through. We're halfway through now that we're at finals day of the 2nd stop. We'll have 2 more stops ahead of us before we crown the World Championships. That'll be happening at Malibu for the Longboard World Championships. The format being a single-day event to see the best surfer walk away with the world title.
Incredible format, and it's going to be very interesting to see how the energy levels of someone coming in at number 8 is going to be opposed to someone at number 1, 2, or 3, because that's a lot of heats to put in, Shannon.
That is a lot of heats to surf if you're in that, you know, number 6 to number 8 ranked spot, having to surf your way from match 1 all the way with the possibility of making it into that best of 3 format with the world number 1 ranking. It's going to be a very exciting day of surfing. We're hoping that we get absolute classic, incredible Malibu. It'll be great to be able to have that roll through as well on that single day. Means we can capitalize on the swell. It'll be any time between October the 3rd and the 13th. Of course, you can watch all these events live at worldsurfleague.com, and that'll be another exciting time to crown a world champion. Now, talking about the world champions on the men's side, our former 3 world champions from the last 3 years, in Joel Tudor and Harrison Roach, who's our reigning world champion, and in Justin Quintal, they're not present this year on tour. Taylor Jensen is the lone world champion that's been competing, that's looking for his 4th world title to match with his father-in-law, Nat Young, and it would be an incredible thing to see him reach that. But we could be seeing a new world champion on the men's side this year, which would be very, very exciting.
Very exciting and well-deserved. There's a lot of surfers on that tour that have been knocking on that door and really adapted to the criteria, but also through the regional qualifying series, we've unlocked and showcased all this new talent. There'll be some surprises, Shannon, but Taylor looking very strong in this heat so far, and if he can get through this, it'd be very close to solidifying his position in that final 8.
It's so true. Names like Kai Salas, Eduard Del Perro, Ben Skinner, all in that conversation, have been trying for world title for so many years. We'll see who's able to take it out in just a couple of months. We're gonna have more surfing to come right after the break here for the quarterfinals, heat number 1. Taylor Jensen up against Taka Inouye. More surfing to come for finals day at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is just around the corner. We're hoping for a pumping swell to roll through Southern California to light up trestles like we've seen over the last couple of years. For an exciting day to crown a new world champion, or a couple of new world champions.
Well, Shannon, Southern California, the birthplace of performance surfing. Really, in the 1950s, we had that film Gidget that showcased beach culture, surf culture, and it was different to that Hawaiian influence, and it was trick surfing. It was the Beach Boys. It was people hanging out all day in the golden era of surfing, and it went away for a long time. And here in 2023, we've returned to Bells Beach. We're back for stop number 2 of the World Longboard Tour.
Well, talking about, the history of surfing in California, the history of surfing in Bells has been here for just about as long. It dates back to the 60s. There's been so many incredible events that have run here throughout the course of all disciplines, from the early 60s with longboarding through into the shortboard revolution that came along as well. And it's been so awesome to have some of the longest running events across the world running right here at Bells Beach. As we take a look at Taka Inui on a solid size set, love that fade takeoff. Steps up to the nose, locks in for that hang 5, arms held high. Now as he crouches low, grabs that outside rail to try and make it around the section. He's in a great body posture, great position to speed around and set himself up for a little whip around in the section with that cross step cut back. Now throws in the drop knee, but that's a mistake as he'll go down. A little rushed as we take a look at a more paced out approach from Taylor Jensen. Beautiful carve, goes for that quick close to tap on the nose. Now looking for that redirection here on his backhand. We've seen this reform on the inside off to the left throughout the morning really start to shape up, unlike what just happened for Taylor.
Yeah, interesting exchange there. Tucker, very explosive, taking the first wave of the set, Shannon, leaving Taylor on that second wave, who may just well extend his lead with a 4.67, but we'll watch those replays.
Taking a look at it here, what are your thoughts?
I love this bottom turn, extending and projecting forward, which is what he needed to do. Goes high on the nose, holds it. Now it comes into the bowl, Shannon. That light northerly just brushing. You can see the ribs on the face coming up, and he's holding it well. Really, it's exactly what he needs to do here. And then goes to a cross step and a little disconnected on the turn there, catches it. And then it sets him up into here, and he goes to the drop knee and catches it again. So perhaps the fin not matching the board and a few nerves. And then you see here, goes to the cross step, and then a disengagement of the rail there. It pops out, and he does pull it though. He's very flexible and mobile and agile, and he goes in for, again, really activated body positioning. The rocker work, and it just pops. You see it hit one of those little chops, Shannon, and unfortunately goes down. So out back, Taylor though, 5 and 10, and here he goes to this high line. Wow, beautiful technical surfing from Taylor, driving in the middle of the board, showing complete control. Love this carve back into the pocket, and again, the rail was engaged the whole wave. There, the wave sucked out a little bit. We are seeing the tide come in, and the shore break grows with the higher tide. So it comes and it hits those little boils, redirects to the left. So that's why you see even Taylor getting caught off guard a little bit from that steep shore break. Lower tide, so less consequential, but pretty cool to see that change in tide, and Taylor loving that mid-board surfing.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it as well. So scores come through for Taylor. For Taka, it's a 3.83. So judges not really loving the look of, just the way that wave played out for him. I did really appreciate that approach, like you said, that real beautiful bottom turn straight up into the lip for that nose ride.
Tucker uses his body to his advantage in many ways. So he drives off, being a smaller frame, he has to push and project forward. And that is what we see on the championship tour with different stature of surfers, and Tucker using his body, and you can see his lightweight there, able to stand up on that board and look for waves. That's something that's very common in longboard lineups. You'll see that quite often, someone just poking their head over the top to have a look. Where Taylor, on the other hand, utilizing his larger frame and very composed in those critical sections, even actually highlining with his hands, and I call them Tom Curran hands because we see Tom Curran doing them at J-Bay, Bells Beach, and there is a synonymous style of what we know when we see places like Trestles, Malibu, Bells, J-Bay, and Taylor executing it perfectly.
Taka having a spin to go on this one. He's using his priority. Nice and easy on the entry. Love this fade. Whips it into place, quick steps up, locks into that hang 10, holds the 5, sole arch with a back arm high. Now sets his line here as he drives off the bottom, engages that drop knee cut back that failed him on the previous wave. He's got some redemption on this one, although that wave just goes too soft and he's unable to find any projection through the flats.
Chasing a 917, he did need an answer back, and he did that pretty quickly. I'm not sure if it's going to go excellent, but we'll divulge it on this. So again, projecting forward, highlining on a nose ride. So he's on the face here, and it gets a little steeper, and he goes back and pumps through. So this was the wave prior. This was the 383. We'll wait for the next one to lock in. But the key word lacking here was flow and connectivity. So you see it just disconnects, great maneuvers, but unfortunately just the in-between parts getting a little bit messy and bumpy.
Just a little bit rushed in some of those moments. So that was the 383. We'll take a look now at the score that's to drop for this last wave.
So that was beautiful. A bit more critical, gets the 10 and holds the 5. That's classic Tucker style. Now he steps back to the tail, and here, kind of like a check turn, nice drop knee slash back the pole, but has to grab the rail. So judges looking at all of this, they're watching this replay too, and has to pet the kitty there to get some speed. But I'm loving the technique here. This is a great angle. So 4 steps up to the nose and holds the 10, back to the 5, soul arching, lifting his board up. So as your eyes come up, your board rises, and here, just sort of pumping, check turning, gets the drop knee and falls back in, grabbing it with that right hand. So once again, a little disconnected on the end, but that is an answer back with a 4.4, improving his total a little bit, lessening the requirement.
Scores in, though, a 4.4 for Taka. So does well to increase his score line, to find some improvement within this heat. But he's now in a combination situation because Taylor Jensen has dropped in an 8.40 and now has one of the highest heat totals of the entire event.
And well-deserved. He's just executing that criteria perfectly. And I noticed between Taylor and Tucker, Taylor's not disengaging the rail at any point. Everything's purposeful. The movement is just complete flow, and it's connected from the tail to the nose to the midsection of the board. He's on today, Taylor, and this is looking like his event to lose.
Yeah, I've been feeling this way over the last couple of days, especially that matchup that we saw early yesterday morning against Kai Ellis Flint, where Taylor was out and we saw him, you know, leashless, big surf. It was a bumpy, it was a bit wild, and he just looked so comfortable in the water. All of that flow within his surfing as we take one more look here at the 8.4.
Just the choice of maneuvers in here, stepping, holding it around and back into on his toe side. So that they're extremely hard to do on a square tail single fin. A little hiccup there, but the judges acknowledging it was the backwash and it was the inside shore break, but still going excellent. He is surfing so well. And here he goes again.
Up and riding again. He's just dropped the 8.4 as the highest single wave score of the event. He's currently sitting on the highest heat total of the event, and he's up and riding once again, looking so incredibly comfortable. Opening nose ride, big foam climb. Now just in that trim zone, looking grace, flow, and style to that longboard criteria all coming together as he just floats over the finish. Goes for one more climb on that inside section. He'll finally fall and make a misstep on a wave.
Well, 4 minutes 50 left to go. He's just playing with the wave. So I love this. Hang 10, steps up. He hasn't done this yet. Big, tall 10. If anyone at home watching, this is how you surf a longboard. And he comes up and floats it just for a bit of fun. Comes down with some speed and a quick little step there to project forward, Shannon, not relying on the edge of the board, stepping back into his carve and holding the toe side back over again, stepping back and loads up and a little tap off, but carries his flow through. And this one a little, just a fun little end section foam climb. But that is the difference between performance surfing and classic longboard surfing. That flow is continuing and he's not disconnecting.
Yeah, that's a great point. Talk to us about that with these turns, because we need to see that flow moving forward, essentially, rather than that complete change of direction to stop that flow.
A full coach tip here, Shannon. It's the footwork in between the maneuvers that's setting up for the flow. And that one there, just a disconnected at the end. This one here on the foam. But it's what's carrying out of the wave is just as important how you go in it. Obviously, as surfers, we know the most important part of a turn is our bottom turn. So that there, see, it's carrying it through here into the cross step and rides high, alleviating the board's line, and here eyeing it up. So he's just surfing number 1, number 2, and number 3 sections of the wave, breaking it up into thirds, which is what good classic longboarders do. They surf all 3 thirds of the board, and we have a large, you can see there, that board pretty flat as well. So that's what separates longboarding from shortboarding, and Taylor executing it with excellent range scores.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock. That last score just a 6.67, still one of the higher scores of the day for a lot of other surfers in the draw. but he's got a couple of 8s down. The 16.73 already has him sitting on the highest heat total. It also means Taka's in a combination situation, so Taylor's just going to have a little moment on the shoreline. He had some stressful moments just prior to paddling out for his heat as well, because he's got that coach cap on this week for Chloe Calmon. It's first time that these two are starting to work together this year, so that's been an exciting change to Chloe's background, as we see Taka feeling pretty frustrated. But for Taylor, he was there coaching, watching Chloe's heat. She broke the board. He had to kind of help her reset there and then paddle out and put his own performance together.
Yeah, a little disruption to his own preparation. Not ideal, but obviously managing it perfectly. And the waves are so good, and here goes Taka.
Taka up and riding. You could feel that frustration just before. Now he's going full Taka style, having fun, throws that kick out on the wave, gets caught behind the section and goes for the full dive. So 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining within this heat. And we'll have another score to roll through for Taka.
Interesting note, before the set of the surf this morning, before we started with heat 1, Taka was really, really cold. He came in and he actually mentioned that his feet were freezing and actually in pain. So I'm wondering if that has any effect on his mindset coming into it here. He's just having fun, kicking it out, holding that 5 and racing down the section as animated as ever, and just a head dive into the, maybe a little bit of frustration too.
It's been exciting to see Taka surfing this week, as always. We can take a look at that kick, just throwing in a different element to his style. But traveling here with his mom, as always. But this year, he's got his sisters in tow. Young Sakura's just 15. Kaede is 18 years old. And Kaede got the win, or got a second place finish in the trials to Lucy Small. Both of those women were then awarded with a wildcard opportunity into the women's side of the draw. So he's gotten to be down here getting some early morning surfs in with his sister and supporting them as well.
Absolutely, and Shannon, they've all been out together every surf, and it's so cool.
Every single morning, it's been awesome.
And he's got Bells Beach to himself for the next minute with Taylor on the beach. And you see that light northerly picking up, and it's just creating a few ribs on the face, so the surfers in the next heat will have some differences to deal with in their semi-finals. And here he's up on the nose.
Quick 5 to 10 combination, pedals off. Like you said, a moment to even just enjoy the fact that he gets to surf a perfect Bells wave. Goes for that huge soul arch off the drive. Sets himself up here with that cross-step cutback. A surfer that tends to add as much variety to a wave as he possibly can. Finds another nose ride through to the inside. A second locked in hang 5. He's in a combination situation, and his last score was just a 3.27, so he's not going to be making it out of this heat, but throws together an incredibly fun hang heels, now going switch stance on the inside section to finish off.
An absolute performer, Tucker, and you can see there he is riding a single fin, but a big, big single fin. That looks like the FCS flow fin, at perhaps at about 11 inches. That's a huge fin to be riding, but that keeps him stable, and that's why we get to see him do those crazy nose rides. He's got this rocket board and a stable anchor. And here we go. This is an example. So carving that one through in a soul arch here, bang, and just letting the body express, and actually a thoracic back crack there too, I'm sure.
Well, the scores for this one came through as a 5.27, so he increased his score line, did well with another quarterfinal finish to his campaign this year.
For most people, they'd be loving this inside section where he does a heel hang here and runs back to switch all the way back around, and that's true hot dogging style surfing for Tucker Inui, and at least going out with a bang and showing, putting on a show.
That's right, great surfing. He had a quarterfinal finish at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic as well, so very consistent results from our young Japanese competitor. Taylor Jensen, an absolute champion, waiting down on the shoreline, the sportsmanship to congratulate Taka on a great heat, but it'll be Taylor advancing through to the semifinals, looking like the one to beat in today's competition on the men's side of the draw. We got more action to come. Matt and I will be staying in the booth to call the action between Tony Silvani and Kai Salas when we return.
iconic Bells Beach. One of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Visit Melbourne and the Great Ocean Road for so many fun activities like surfing, great waves, some mountain biking, some good food. Great moment there between Taka and Taylor. They've been competing against each other for quite a few years now, and amazing to see the consistency and the performance from Taylor Jensen, walking away with the highest heat total of the event so far, finding himself multiple 8s within that heat. And we've just received news from headquarters that in order to clinch a spot into the Longboard Malibu Championships, it's a 15,600 point threshold that both the men's and women's tour need to reach. For Taylor Jensen, if he gets himself into the finals of this event, second or first place, he'll be clinching his spot into the finals. For Tony Silvani, who's now up and riding, if he takes away the win, he'll clinch his spot. So some exciting times and consequences starting to unfold as Tony Silvani is getting a lot of work done on his opening ride. The 36-year-old out of North Carolina drives through with that drop knee cut back after finding multiple nose rides on the outside section, setting himself up here for a clean finish as he looks for one more opportunity. Whips around, quick footwork. This wave continues to offer so much more as his front knee almost drags in the lip of that wave. Clean kick out on the inside section, and he has a score to drop. In the water against Kai Salas, the Hawaiian from Waikiki, who's surfing a self-shape on the Kai Salas Longboard Co. Shannon and Matt, the Waxhead Chinaski, here to call the action, and that was an awesome way for Tony to kick off.
Unreal and clinical as always. We see Kai Salas opening up his account.
Kai with a quick start. Steps up to the nose, finds that 5, toes fully locked over. Love the hands held high for a moment on the 10. Great turn, finds a lot of squirt and drive out of it. Off the bottom as he goes in for one more hang 5. Wave goes fully flat on him though, and he's gonna kick out, which will set him up in a better priority position.
This will be interesting to get into. So see Tony, so a smaller wave and way up the reef. So this is one of the mid-sized runners, gets the 5. Now it looks like a closeout, but the tide coming in, it frees up to allow that nice snapping turn. He gets back on the nose, 5 and 10, and he's anticipating this nose right here. So a few taps, nothing of in particular critical reference, but he's trimming this one through a nice opener. He's going to want to finish strong, so getting the feet moving, cutting back, looking for the power source, and he's up again. He'll find this nose right here, and I love this kick out at the end, Shannon, who just steps back, and he's out of there, straight on his stomach. Very efficient.
Very efficient, keeps it clean, wraps that little bow on the present at the end of his wave.
Love that reference, a little bow at the present of the wave, because this wave has traveled over 10,000 kilometers to be here, and it's amazing.
It is a present, isn't it?
It has to come between Kangaroo Island and Tasmania on that southwest angle, just the right amount of degrees for it to hit the Bells Bowl and Rincon. So it is quite amazing when you think how far these waves have been generated. So a little bow at the end of the present is a great way to look at it, and Tony will have a great side angle here for it. Steps back and out of there on his stomach.
All right, so scores to roll through. Let's take a look at this first wave for Kai Salas.
Used to the hands on the nose, which I haven't seen from Kai before, and stepping. I love this transition. Bang, straight into the walk, projecting forward into that next nose ride. The judges will love that. Short and sweet wave, but I think it'll lock in pretty similar to Tony's.
Taking one more look at it here.
So behind the section, he walks up, and his turn set up the nose ride. So that's always very critical, and the judges take note of that, because that's that word, transition, and it's a transition turn with flow.
Taking a look at a new wave, so it's the replay here, but Kai just got a piece of the action during those last replays, finds that opening nose ride.
Super smooth, shuffling back into that carve, a bit of chop out there, as we said, that wind picking up that northerly, and see what he does on the inside here, pumping through, shuffle forward, up on the nose, steep wave, hitting that shore break. Will it come to the inside? He's anticipating it, and he's going to try and tap that one off. Does he make it? No, he doesn't. So uncharacteristic end turn fall there for Kai Salas.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising. Looked like if he'd maybe put some pressure into that back foot, could have ridden out, but he'll have another few opportunities. Now Taylor Jensen's taking out the lead in that last heat, a 16.73 heat total, walks away with a couple of 8s, and he's down on the glass with True Starling.
Thanks, Shannon. Taylor, really solid heat total to take that one out, but you had Tucker to get through to move on to the semi-finals.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, the waves were good. The total opposite day yesterday, right? The sun's out and it's classy and yeah, super fun. I'm just stoked to get past Taka. He's had some crazy free surfs that I saw earlier in the week. So yeah, nice to get that one out of the way.
And the conditions seem to be changing since that last heat. We were just noticing a couple of more waves coming at Rincon. You're going to keep an eye on it and, you know, get a bit of a game plan for your next heat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we've got kind of 4 heats in between my next heat. So sit there and watch, see where the waves are coming, and yeah, just go out and do it again.
And you've had some really solid numbers all week. You must be feeling very confident.
Yeah, like Bells just kind of suits my surfing. I'm a bigger guy, so when it's really small, I struggle. But when there's waves on tap, yeah, I like to. I'm just having fun, man. Yeah, the waves are good. Getting to go surfing, can't beat it.
Well, hopefully we'll see some bigger numbers dropped by Taylor in the semi-finals a little bit later on today. Back to you, Shannon.
Thanks so much, True. Taylor loving the bigger conditions, of course, from Oceanside, California, but spends so much of his year living in Ngari on the far north coast of New South Wales with his partner Nava and their family. So he's used to surfing these right-hand point breaks as much as possible in Australia.
Absolutely. One thing that a lot of surfers don't understand, the newer generation of longboarders, is just how difficult it was socially to ride a longboard in a shortboard dominated area like Ngari. And Taylor, surfing powerfully and always with control and respect for those around him, wouldn't have had too much trouble adapting to that area, where if you're just an average surfer going out in a longboard, you used to get that animosity that is still there at many lineups, and that localism still prevails. So Taylor, that's a pretty similar wave to the Bells Bowl, so carrying a lot of experience into this.
Not a bad place to practice. Tony Silvani, Soul Arch, hang 5. Deep behind the section, grabs that rail, stays crouched, tries to hold on to it. Can hardly see between the water and the hair in his face, so he's gonna just pin drop out of that wave. That was a beautiful opening section.
It was. Look forward to looking through this replay. And Tony would have grown up in a relative longboard community there in the bottom of North Carolina, Carolina Beach. The waves traditionally smaller, so he's reveling in the bigger conditions. And we'll have a look at this. So 4 steps up to the nose, holding that long 5, gets steep and soul arching. So very critical nose riding, and he shuffles back, gets low and driving through that whitewash section. So a lot of downtime and a little lack of flow and composure, and he realizes that, so he's going to jump out of there and waste no time.
He's also a big fan of chasing bigger swell when the time comes. He spends a lot of time in Puerto Rico through the winters, traveling away from the colder weather and the snow in North Carolina to get himself some big swell. So he's feeling really comfortable in these kind of conditions, though he's often surfing big waves when it's actually a bit warmer. Interesting
to note, Rincon, Puerto Rico, the venue of the 1968 World Titles, is a reason why we call it Rincon here at Bells, and Rincon and Santa Barbara as well, because there's a lot of similarities with the reef and the way that the right-hander breaks. Almost Makaha-esque combined with Rincon and Santa Barbara, and that's where Tony surfs a lot on those really big days. If you go onto his Instagram, you can see, 10-foot plus days, and he's hanging 5. So coming to Bells Beach, although we've got lots of thick rubber on top, he'll be feeling very comfortable moving into the finals.
An incredibly beautiful area, a world reserve here in the Bells Beach area. You can just take a look down the shoreline, pick out a few different waves to ride in the crystal clear water. Can have a run on the trails, take a look at the kangaroos. There were so many of them as we drove in this morning. There was actually a few messages going around to beware on the roads, because they were not only just hanging on the grass, but just kind of hopping around, moving around the area here. So we were careful driving in this morning. Got to see quite a few of them, which was a fun thing and a really unique part of this part of the world as a destination.
You see the tide starting to come in. That's Rincon, those little right-handers on the right-hand side of the screen. And they're over on the bowl, our surfers on the left of the bowl there. So I did note if the tide comes in as fast as it is, so that's Rincon there, very scoreable. And if you're free surfing, you could have a great longboard session with no one out, all to yourself. And the surfers in the bowl wouldn't even realize because you're catching them on the inside of them. And we saw that earlier in the rounds with a lot of surfers confused. Do we go to the bowl or do we go to Rincon? So that'll be a decision that the surfers in the next 2 quarterfinals and the semis will have to work out, because a dropping swell and a higher tide generally means a shift over to Rincon.
So we got a few scores in between those last exchanges. We'll give our audience a situation update. With 17 minutes on the clock, Kai Salas is now in the lead. He's got a 5.4 as the single highest wave of the heat. Backed it up with a 4.87. Tony Silvani opened up on that 5.17 and dropped a 4.57 for that last Soul Arch hang 5. So he's sitting down in second, but it's pretty much even Stevens between the two at the moment. Not a lot dividing them, with Tony chasing just a 5.11. And given the context of the previous heat, with Taka getting a better score at the end of his in that high 5s, but with Taylor finding a couple of 8s, we know that the quality and the scoring is right there. And these two surfers are so consistent in these conditions, I won't be surprised if we see more excellent scores.
And I am really loving that judges' attachment to Kai's really fast, quick wave where he pulled out, that really technical carve down with the walk to the nose ride. So the judges rewarding a shorter wave, but not necessarily judging the wave, judging the surfing. Earlier on in the day, it was pretty hard not to judge the wave because they were so beautiful, but as conditions deteriorate, we'll see more technical judging analysis.
Silvani with a paddle, looking for a 5.11 to take an advancing position. Love that fade for the takeoff, whips it around onto his forehand, straight into a hang 10. One hand held high, but can't pedal off of it, gets a bit stuck, so that'll go incomplete. Taking a look now at Kai Salas on a bigger and better wave out behind. Flying on the nose right past Tony. That was a long locked in hang 5. Now looking for that rail work. Full extension of that front arm as well to really commit to that turn. Sets him up once again for a 5 to 10 combination on the inside with a little lift out of the nose. Drives through that turn and looks for one more roller coaster finish over the section and stands very tall to give that statement.
Amazing surfing. I'm going to say almost excellent, Shannon. An amazing display of traditional longboard surfing. So here's Kai on that bigger wave, holding the 5 and realizing he's on it. So soul arching is very critical as it hits the bowl. A little shuffle back and then guiding that 9/8 rail and engaging the toes here, pushing into the walk. So the judges will appreciate that use of the full length of the board and just letting the maneuvers fit inside the wave, not forcing it.
Tony had a look at this one just before.
So that's that mid-size wave again. He's hunting like his first one. So gets the 10 and goes down so it hits the boil. And that's exactly where the wave sucked up. And here he goes again.
So a quick answer back. We're still waiting for the last of Kai Salas, which will put a big requirement on the board for Tony. But surfing like this, that rail engagement, everything he needs to do to match and be back in the game. Finds that nose ride, cross step or a drop knee cut back as well. Throwing in some variety. Back to the nose once again. That back arm held high and composed with a beautiful posture. Gets a little stuck on that last nose ride though as he comes through for the finish here. That's going to be an important moment, and he gives that same little look to the tower.
Wow, what an exchange there, Shannon. So Tony getting it right this time, not clicking on that one before, seeing Kai on that bomb. He would have just paddled straight back out and gone, oh man, seeing this wave. So this is that one before. So holding that 5 and then soul arching in front of Tony as that wave steepened up. So that's the same section that Tony nosedived on, that Kai held his rail and on the nose. Look at that beautiful 9/8 carving through, back up onto the nose again. No hang 10, a little touch of the toes over the front there. And he's about to finish off, just working out his end turn, because we know the judge has been very tight on their completions and riding out of it.
All right, so scores to drop. We're still waiting for this last of Kai as we take one more look at it here. The 42-year-old, the oldest surfer on the tour, putting together an absolute clinic here at Bells.
Love that bottom turn, just guiding it up high on the wave, getting the nose ride and a close 5, almost a 10, and just see through the boils, just picking his maneuvers really well, and that higher tide showing the shore break up and just coming down
almost onto the sand. So well done for Kai Salas.
And it's a 9-point ride for Kai Salas. Takes away the first 9 of the event as Tony had a look at this one. Still waiting for this score now to drop in.
This drop knee here into this bottom turn and walking up to the nose. So the judges will really appreciate that, similar to Kai's first mid-range score. But he finishes strong, Tony, looking for more on the inside section. And I love this choice of maneuver here. Gets the hang 10 to push the board down, adding a bit of style. And here he's hunting that end section. So he gets a little bit greedy here and wobbles. And he does get a clean completion though. So this will be Tony's best wave as well.
Well, exciting time. Scores to come through for Tony, but he is now chasing a 9.23 because Kai Salas has gone well and truly excellent. 9.5 from the highest of the judges and 8.5 from the lowest. We're going to take those middle 3 and average it to an equal 9. Kai sitting there, receiving that bit of information. Very exciting. Let's go to a quick commercial break. We'll bring you back with scores and situation updates when we return.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
And we're back. At the moment, Kai Salas is in the lead with a 9 and a 5.4. Tony Silvani dropped to 6.67 for the last wave that we witnessed to increase his score line and only require a 7.74. We do have scores to come through for both surfers now, as there was some action during the break. Let's take a look at this one, waiting for score for Tony Silvani.
So multiple nose rides on the outside section. Tony trimming through this one, looking for a section to turn, and he gets one. Holding it, a little bobble through the turn, but he pulls it off as that high tide shock makes itself known. And he uses the whole length of the board, coming through to the inside section. So he's hunting a 7.74 for this wave. He's on his way here. We'll see what this finish gives him. And that Stewart surfboard's looking very good under his feet, and he finishes and he likes it. So long nose ride on the outside, Shannon, stepping back to the tail and driving off the tail, and gets a little bumpy there. So that could be an element that the judges could look at to not give him the score, because the rest of the surfing was there.
Yeah, the rest of the surfing, each individual maneuver connected together, but that little lack of flow and that connectivity, as you've been saying before, finds that finishing maneuver though, puts it all on the line, is absolutely feeling it. He's chasing down a big score, and we've got Kai Salas now up and riding. Kai with a score to drop as well from this wave during the break.
Long hang 5 as he comes into the bowl, and he gets a soul arch hang 10. A little foamy from that wave of Tony's before, but doesn't bother Kai, cutting that one back. And if you've got a, oh, he's going for another nose ride. So this one's stretching to the shore break.
and getting a little weird here, and he's carving it back up to the foam. So a lovely backup, and I might say that will be better than his 5.4.
So if he can increase on the 5.4, it's going to increase the requirement. Scores in for that wave of Tony, it's a 7.67. So it's his highest score. It's just shy of the requirement to take away the leading position. He's now chasing a 6.74 as we see the spread from the panel there on screen. We're now waiting to see where Tony Silvani's last wave is going to roll through. If he can increase on the 5.4, he'll increase his lead. So current situation, Kai remains in first off of that exchange with a score to drop. He also is now holding on to priority because he was able to get out to backline before Tony.
Very important, and that's a strategy. When he would have come into that shore break, he would have identified where Tony was and thought, is there any more scoring potential in this wave? Perhaps not. I've already bettered my requirement, and that's where the competition savviness and the heat IQ of Kai Salas has got him that priority again.
Judges taking their time, and it's an 8.17. Kai Salas has just gone excellent once again. A 17.17 heat total, so he's just bettered that of Taylor Jensen in the previous heat. What an incredible result. As we wait for this little wave to roll through, we'll see if Tony's going to be able to get himself into position for it. He's having a strong paddle here. Under second priority, Kai's going to let him go, and Tony's now going to have a look and decide not to get into it. There is a wave rolling through behind. Kai's putting himself into position as we're on 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Kai is going to pull the trigger. He's going to use his priority on this wave, sets that line, quick steps up to the nose, toes fully locked over for that hang 10 bolt upright stance, whips it back around, throws in a lot of spray for the Hawaiian, looking sharp on a board that he shaped himself. He's got a lot of team riders in the draw this week, and they've been doing pretty well throughout this tour in the season. Kai with another 5 to 10 combo on the inside and looking really solid as he finishes off on the inside section. 5 minutes, 37 seconds on the clock. Let's go down to the beach quickly to catch up with Sam Bleakley.
I'm live down here at the Bioglan activation. Of course, it's day 4, it's finals day. We've had incredible action. And to keep those toes on those nose, those big down carve rail turns, we've got to stay active, we've got to stay healthy. And Bioglan have an incredible range of products for paddling, for our bones, our joints, our muscles. So come and enjoy some of these great products. Big thanks from the longboard community for Bioglan supporting all the incredible surfing here. It's finals day, and let's continue that action.
Thanks so much, Sam. It's been incredible to have Bioglan behind the scenes for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, providing everything from hand warmers to a plethora of information on everything that we can be doing to help our bodies on the supplement side.
That's it. Shannon, I've got a little Snap heat pack behind me right now that I've just slipped in the back to warm me up. And here we go, Kai. This is that wave that we just had before Sam there. Nice 10. And I love this driving with the core. And this turn snaps it. He gets a little head flick there back, does the Tom Curran, the top of the wave, and a beautiful drop knee. Loving that continual flow of the rail. And stepping through to this section, he gets another nose ride. Just loving Kai's relaxed approach. He's just surfing so well. He doesn't complete on the end turn. It runs out of water. It nearly hits the sand there, but he's not bothered. I'm going to say that would be close to excellent too, with a 7.57 that got locked in.
A 7.57, so he is on an absolute roll. He opened with a 5.4 and then a 4.87, so we weren't really sure if he was going to find those excellent scores, but we knew that they were right there waiting. And now he's on a 9, an 8.7, and this last one a 7.57, so it doesn't increase his heat total, but it's a score that anybody else would have been very happy with throughout the day. So he's proving to pull through that consistency that's going to be a real threat matching up against Taylor Jensen in the semifinals, unless Tony can pull something out of the hat here and get himself a 9.5.
One of the points that we haven't heard mentioned yet is actually as we see Tony, live action, Shannon.
Live action with Tony Silvani deep behind the section. Pedals off, goes for that big drop knee carve, whips it around into the foam, finds a nose ride once again, locked onto that hang 5, steps off. He is chasing a 9.50 to get the advancing position. If he can improve on anything, he'll be chipping away that requirement as well. A couple quick steps up to the nose, has a look back. You can sense the urgency with him now as he's quick to paddle as fast as possible to get himself into the lineup.
I was just about to say before, the energy levels of these competitors, there's a lot of emotion being finals day, but walking up and down the stairs, all of the surfers in the draw have only had to surf once per day. You add a free surf in the morning or a surf yesterday afternoon, wet wetsuits, that is going to be a factor, if any, that could halt Taylor Jensen and Kai Salas, the form surfers of the men's round so far.
Yeah, really being able to just keep everything, you know, prepared, feel physically okay, especially with the challenges of the elements here. Like you were saying, Taka earlier, his feet feeling so cold that he couldn't even feel them. You get that real burning sensation almost when your feet are that cold on the sand, on the rocks, running up the beach, and even in the car park. There's a lot to take into consideration, especially when walking on the, walking across your surfboard is such a crucial element, that good footwork coming into play.
Coming in the next heat, we have Landon Smales, who's carrying a knee injury as well, so we'll see how he holds up to that. But this is the replay of Tony's. So 2 steps up the tip, gets a proper hang 10, driving down in the middle of the wave, and another nose ride for Tony. So he's chasing an excellent score here, and he gets a nice drop knee carve. That Stewart surfboard's looking very lively under his feet, and that rocker very comfortable through the chops. So nothing of intense critical note after the hang 10. We'll see what he finishes up with here. So surfing all the way through the shore break, realizing he needs an excellent score and not a dynamic finish.
All right, Tony dropped through a 6.27. It's not enough to change his situation or decrease the requirement. Kai Salas remains in the lead. Kai has been so hungry to find that inaugural world title, to bring it home to the beach at Waikiki. It would be an incredible thing for him that would be so well deserved if he could find a world title at the end of this season for his personal journey, but also just him as a businessman, as a figure within the Waikiki community to hold that world champion status.
Absolutely, and just putting Hawaii on the map with in the men's side of the draw. We've seen Honolulu be very dominant and Kalise Kaliapaa taking out tour events in recent years, but Kai's been left out of that conversation, so I look forward to seeing his progress throughout this event and in El Salvador as well.
Kai up onto his board quickly, just have a peek behind this set. He's going to decide to pull the trigger on this one. Has a paddle, decides not to go. He's going to let Tony have it. Maybe taking a look down the line and deciding a 9.5. He's going to give Tony the chance to try and get into this. Gets that opening nose ride, gets a little bit caught on it. He manages to maintain control and speed through a really challenging section. That would have been very hard to hold together. Kai up and riding just behind, but you know with his body language that he's just gonna cruise on his way through. Tony, however, a completely different approach. He needs to do everything possible, gets another nose ride, finds that ending section as well, and puts together a great show. Kai now starting to surf this wave as it comes through the inside, but quite confidently in that leading position.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be thinking about his energy levels. I don't think Tony's score will go into his top 2, but we'll have to wait and see, Shannon. But of course, just a very experienced competitor and just always competing to the end is Tony Silvani.
Kai Salas finding the highest single wave score of the event in a 9-point ride and getting himself the highest heat total of the event so far with a 17.17 on the board. Great surfing from Tony and nothing to complain about in any way, but just unfortunately wasn't able to match what Kai Salas was bringing within that heat. Tony left chasing that 9.5 requirement. We're still waiting for that score for the last of Tony to drop through from the panel. Kai Salas with a very small score on, and that won't factor in. Tony as well, just the 4.67 doesn't come into his top 2 waves, so he'll bow out with a quarterfinal finish and look towards El Salvador, a wave that Tony has had some success in the past. Kai Salas with a huge win, and we'll have more action coming up next with Sam Bleakley jumping in the booth to call it all, and we'll have Landon Smales, the wild card, up against a favorite in Edward Del Perro. It's going to be one you won't want to miss.
Welcome back to the wonders of the Victorian coastline, 100 kilometres southwest of Melbourne, one of the iconic cities, a creative and a cultural hub, of course, just 10 kilometres from Torquay. We're here at Bells Beach, Josh Constable. This is a spiritual home of Australian surfing, and it has been so special for the world's best longboarders to compete for this event here.
Sam, we're so lucky to be here on finals day. The sun's out, it's heating up on the land, it's heating up in the water because those first quarterfinals have been sensational. The performance level has been through the roof, and we're looking forward to this third one.
Kai Salas dropped a 9 in that last quarterfinal, books himself a spot in the semi-final against Taylor TJ Jensen, but right now, Landon Smales, just 16 years of age from Noosa Heads, is going to be surfing against Edouard Del Perro, the 33-year-old from Biarritz in the southwest of France, born in Marseille but grew up in Biarritz, runs a surf school with his brother Antoine. Del Perro surf experience, but it's Landon Smales who eliminated World Tour leader Cornelia Stewart yesterday with an incredible result to book himself a spot here in the quarterfinals on the world stage.
And Sam, look at how interesting this is. 16-year-old Landon Smales holding priority, sitting in there with the inside. There's no priority set yet, but he's demanding the inside. He wants the first wave. He wants to get off to a flying start. And Edouard, what a sensational surfer, put on a great performance yesterday, so this heat is going to have fireworks.
And talking of fireworks, getting a 9-point ride, Kai Salas is with True Styling.
Thank you, Sam. Kai, the highest heat total of the event so far. You're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Yeah, it's been a while since I kind of broke into like getting 2 excellent scores in a heat. So all day yesterday I was like just telling myself that was my goal, and I did it. So I'm stoked. The waves are firing, so it helped.
Yeah, I was going to say the conditions have really turned on for finals day. You're coming up in a semi-final later. How are you going to keep that momentum going?
I think the waves are just, keeping me excited. I'm just like, whether it's a contest or not, I'd be frothing just to go surf because it's so good. So I just want to get out there and get, 2 more good ones in my next heat, and hopefully get a couple big scores.
And you're up against Taylor, which is going to be a pretty amazing first matchup for the semi-finals. How are you feeling for that one?
Good. Me and Taylor been doing these events for a long time, so it isn't our first heat together, and with the waves as good as they are, and he scored 2 really good scores and has been doing really good in the event, so it's going to be a good heat.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. Kai and Taylor will be coming up in the first men's semi-finals. Back to you, Sam.
Thanks so much, True. Congratulations, Kai Salas. What a wonderful human being and incredible surfing. But this is the kickoff from Edouard Del Perro from France. Josh Constable, 206 world champion. What do you think of this?
Yeah, really good start. We saw a little bit of cat and mouse for the wave prior that no one ended up taking.
That was good.
Which Edouard ended up with priority and got this wave. It's a really nice wave. Nothing super explosive, but some really nice nose work, and finishes it off strong right on the dry sand. We'll see this here. Judges will probably be calling it probably close to a complete. We'll see what happens there. It was really close to the shore, but here it is. Look at this angle, Sam.
Nice on the 5, stretches through that 5, holds on that 5 on his Minval single fin speed shape, commits to a super long nose ride, little soul arch towards the end. Good walk back, puts that board on rail, and then just readjust those feet, eyeing up that inside section. 2 steps, goes low, 4 steps, finds the 5, touches the 5, back up for the 3rd nose ride, and holds this nose ride, not as long as that first nose ride, but then walks back and then floats, lands, recognizes he's on the sand, presses the dismount as the doggy digs a hole.
How cute, but it is, isn't it? It's a perfect spot down here. It's a beautiful day. Everyone's coming down to see the finals action. What a cute little dog. And that's a great start for Edouard with a 5-point ride. Sits in the middle. Judges are being conservative because they know how good these guys surf. The level's going to keep rising through the heat, and I'm looking forward to this.
And I'm looking forward to continuing to enjoy the great ocean road here in Victoria as the wattle continues to flower and we see that incredible coastline unfolding ahead of us. Landon Smales waiting to get that opening score. Great little hustle at the beginning there, demonstrating Landon's hunger. The 16-year-old feisty, going for it, putting everything on the line. But it did mean that he had to give way to Edouard Del Perro because he was deepest. He looked to go for that wave. He didn't take it. The priority judge deemed to think that that was a mist-ridden wave. The priority went to Edouard. Edouard kicks off with a decent 5.0.
And Sam, why do you think he didn't go that first wave? Like, it looked like a really nice one. But in saying that, Landon surfed a lot of heats out here. So here he goes. It's looking like he's going to press the button.
Lando Smales up to the tip, stretches out for the opportunity for a nose ride. There it is, a 5. A touch of the 10, readjusts the feet and then walks back into a turn. Standing nice and tall, of course, Lando has won the 2023 Australian Indigenous Surf Championships here at Bells Beach on both the shortboard and a longboard. Back up into the 9, into the 10 there. Beautiful walking, great rail work from Lando, looking really lively, based in Noosa Heads, but a regular competing down here. And that was a really strong answer back from our 16-year-old here on the world stage in a quarterfinal.
And we've got to keep remembering that he's only 16 years old. He's been surfing competitions down here for a few years. He's had great success. And look at this, the patience. Cross-stepped up towards the nose, waited for that section to arise, got a beautiful hang 5 into a great 10. And here he is just getting some work done on the inside, being nice and patient. And then here we go, forward. Again, 5, 10, holding that nose a little bit and then finishing off with a little roller coaster.
Beautiful composed surfing from Lando here with his brother Caden, who also is a fantastic longboarder. His dad, Brent, his mum, Nat, will be tuning in back home in Noosa Heads as the judges deliver a score of a 4.43. So why did that come out slightly lower than Ed Del Perro's first 5, Josh?
Yeah, it's interesting because maybe a little bit, Landon was a little too patient on the outside. So we saw Edouard go through on the nose through the Bells Bowl. Landon just was patient, waiting for that section to stand up. So the nose ride was a little shorter than Edouard's.
Both surfers on single fins. Edouard on his Minvel-built boards down there in the southwest of France. He lives in the Côte de Basque, Biarritz. There, his favourite break is Guitry. And those Minvel boards, he's travelled with this quiver. He's got his wide square tail single fin, but he's got his speed shape, which he's on today, this red top board. Why do you think he's opted for the speed shape, Josh?
I think there's a little bit more juice. We saw it yesterday as well, but Edouard this morning in the free surfs was looking deadly. He was doing some big slicing carves. So he's recognised probably that Landon's riding more of a traditional style log. He's probably going to be opting more for the hang 5s and the hang 10s. Edouard's going to go for the 5s and then lay into those big calves and maybe try and out-surf Landon that way.
But what we see under the feet of Lando is the great designs of Mitch Sermon. Mitch must be so pleased to see his board being ridden here on the world stage. And Mitch's board's super dynamic, very exciting, refreshing shapes. Yes, it's a soft-railed single fin, but a lot of thought has gone into designing this board for Lando. You know Mitch very well. He's a great shaper and a fantastic surfer.
Yeah, like you said, fantastic surfer. I had the pleasure to travel with Mitch on tour for a lot of years. He's a great surfer, great shaper, building beautiful boards, and I know for a fact that the whole team up there at the factory, they'll be tuning in right now. They'll be super excited to see Lando put on a great performance, and they do. They build beautiful boards up there.
And somebody that might be tuning, Harrison Roach, our reigning world champion. It was Harrison not competing here that opened up the opportunity for Landon to get the spot. So there's such a special connection. Of course, you would see both of these surfers, Harrison and Landon, trading sucky section takeoffs at Jono's there at Johnson's, or any good day at the Noosa Heads. And the fact that Harrison has opened up the opportunity for young Lando to compete on the world stage is actually pretty important.
Yeah, it's really cool. And the level of surfing that we're all out there in the water at Noosa. We've got young Lando, 16 years old, pushing myself and Harry. We've got Harry, current world champ. We've got Mason Stremmer, Kieran Molnar. There's so much solid surfing. We talk about the Waikiki crew, but we've got a couple of generations at Noosa all out there pushing, but we're so proud of Lando and it's great to see him here.
And talking about there, we're at Bells Beach, and True Starling is out there with a special guest.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sam. Chase, it's finals day here. How amazing is it to be able to watch, I guess, some of your heroes out there at Bells Beach?
It's awesome to be here at Bells, and it's my first time at Bells, so it's a great experience. The waves have been pumping, and today for finals day, it's pretty slow, but right now it's slowing down, but before it was pumping just like every set. So good. Like 6-footers coming in. Ben's paddling out right now, and yeah, Ben. And my boy Lando's in the water right now, and it's just sick to be here and with this crowd, and it's awesome.
And it's pretty much your rookie year on tour. Is there any goals that you've set for yourself throughout these first 3 events?
Yeah, I just wanted to just come and show my surfing and just have fun with it, not take too much pressure on myself. Obviously, it's my first year, but just try and have fun. That's the main part. And networking, meeting all these new people, and just awesome.
Who's your pick to win the event?
Let's go, Lando. Lando, all the way. Come on.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat, Chase. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, great stuff. Thanks, True. And, of course, that New York Yankees hat there on Chase Leader, 18-year-old, based out of Montauk, representing Long Island, riding Michael Takayama boards. Chase, one of the most refreshing, exciting young longboarders on the tour.
It's pretty cool to see, and you can see him backing Lando. This is the new generation coming in. They're exciting. They're really raw. They're hungry. And it's great to see. And Chase, we've seen some great surfing from him. Goofy footer. He's, you know, Bells Beach, we're seeing now it's been a bit of a tough event for the goofy footers. As we've seen in these quarterfinals, there's been a lot of regular foot surfers.
2 regular footers right now battling it out. Who will it be? Edward Del Pero or Lando Landon Smales? Join us real soon for the conclusion of this quarterfinal.
Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
Who will be king and queen of the ring? We'll find out at the proving ground of Lower Trestles between the 8th and 16th of September. But right now, it's the longboarders, and it's the toes on the nose of Edward Del Pero from France, looking to replace a 3.50 with a beautiful, low, powerful carving drop knee turn after kicking off with a trademark soul arch hang 5, getting in for a second drop knee. Now back up to the tip for a 5 and a hold, and it pulls up for a tight 5. Pedals back, stretches out those feet, opens up again into a drop knee, and then climbs and kicks out cleanly with some dynamic surfing for the Frenchman.
Wow, tight nose rides that hang 5, but really bringing his back foot close. great wave choice here by Eduardo. What a great wave.
So this is the 3.5 in the break, waiting for another score to drop for Eduardo Del Pero. Kicks off with a 5, gets this 3-5, and now we got another score coming through.
Yeah, that was a nice wave. Unfortunately, got a little bit unstuck, a little wobbly, and fell back while he was on the nose, but kept composure and kept control. But here's Landon on a really nice wave. Didn't quite get that nose right, but the judges have been loving that slicing down carve.
That was really nice, and the way he just switched planing edges in that bottom turn as well.
Yeah.
Nearly lost it though on there, and he did lose it at the end.
Unfortunately, he just didn't quite put that wave together. We didn't see the big dynamic nose right outside like this one for Eduardo right now. And look at that soul arch. That's his last wave. We're waiting on that score to come through, but this is a really nice wave. And like you said, big, low, powerful drop knee turn. Looking really good, Sam.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of Eduard's trademarks. He'll get those soul arch 5s. He put his hands up high, but that low drop knee feels as if this is going to be the biggest score of the heat so far. He's carrying a 5 for that opening wave, but this feels a lot stronger than that opening 5.
Really nice wave. The judges are going to really like that one. There was a lot of repetition. He didn't really change up too much. It was kind of nose ride, drop knee, nose ride, drop knee. So he'll wait for this score to come in. It's going to be a really nice score, coming in at a 7.33. So he's getting a nice little momentum. He'll know that that was a great score, but now he might try and finish off with a big roundhouse or a nice extended floater on the inside and just give the judges another different look.
Lando kicks off with a 4.43 and a 2.67, so he now needs a 7.90. Eduardo Del Pero from Biarritz in France, born in Marseille on the Mediterranean coast, but his family moved over to southwest France, and him and his brother Antoine grew up to be some of the finest longboarders out of the iconic spot of Côte de Basque. And we see another European, the mighty 12 times European longboard champion, Ben Skindog Skinner, stretching, getting ready on his Skindog surfboard, 9.4 single fin, double scoop to surf against Manly lifeguard Declan Whiten. And that is going to be a repeat of the man-on-man battle they had in Malibu last year in the quarterfinals.
And knowing Ben, he's got that momentum going right now. He's an absolute animal in the water. His surfing's been red hot this week, and that board that he's been trialing and he's been refining it, knowing coming here to to Bells Beach, ready to put on a big performance. It's going to be a great heat.
That tide still pushing in, high tide at 1:21 p.m. We've got that super light northeast wind. We've got a 13-second period swell from the southwest. That air temperature really warming up today. It's been a 4-day event. It's finals day. We'll be crowning those champions. We've already booked a semi-final with Taylor Jensen and Kai Salas. The winner of Declan Whiten and Ben Skinner will meet either Edward or Lando. Lando needing a big score, a 7.9, but of course he kicked off with that 4.43, but then he did fall on that last ride, Josh. Where do you think that score would have gone had he not got that wobble after that incredible down carve and that beautiful switching planing edge bottom turn setup?
Yeah, it was a really nice wave. Unfortunately, he didn't get the nose right on the takeoff. It was just that big down carve. So he probably realized that he missed the opportunity on the takeoff to get that really big score. So that's why he kind of wobbled. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm going to get back out. Landon's, he's so young. He's 16 years old, but he surfs so many heats all around Australia. He's a phenomenal shortboarder. He's a national champion in both short and long, both juniors and opens. The kid absolutely rips. He's had great success. He's no stranger to having a rash guard on. So he's going to be out here. He's still going to feel really comfortable. He's believing in himself. He's still going to win this heat.
Edward, also a fantastic shortboarder, grew up more focused on the shortboard. His older brother Antoine was more focused on the longboard. But then as he matured, Edward adapted beautifully to the longboard. Of course, Lando recently won the 2023 Australian Indigenous Surf Championships on a shortboard and a longboard in both divisions here between May and June earlier this year. And his brother Caden got second in the longboard.
It's pretty cool, isn't it? Because what we're seeing is the two younger siblings. Both older brothers, sensational surfers, had great success. Antoine, my generation, surfed many a heats with him. Fantastic surfer and an even better guy. And then we've got Landon, who's here with his old brother Caden, surfed in the trials, put on a great performance, unfortunately just missing out on getting into the event. But both the younger siblings, here they are on the main stage, putting on great performance.
And the Del Pero brothers, they've had so much success. Antoine, older brother Edward, 3 times ISA World Longboard Champion, 1 time ISA SUP Champion. Twice he came second on the World Longboard Tour, and twice he was beaten by Hawaiians. He was beaten in 2008 in San Onofre by an incredible Bonga Perkins, who won his 2nd world title, and in 2010 by Dwayne DeSoto at Makaha. And his brother Edward got a 2nd on the World Longboard Tour in 2017. He was tied with Taylor Jensen, and they had to have a surf-off in Taiwan. So these 2nd place finishes, will it be the year that Edward finally gets that World Longboard title with the WSL for the Del Pero family?
I think it can happen because his surfing is so sharp and so precise, and when he gets to Malibu, he's going to look really good. We've still got another event to go. We've got this one to finish and then another event. They've still got to get into that final 8. There's so many good guys on the tour. So those 8 spots, it's really hard to get in there and get a position. But here we go. Let's see the schedule for this year.
So we had that Huntington event. Of course, we had our Connie Ellis Stewart and our Clis Keleopaha wins for the Hawaiians. Both of those surfers eliminated. Now we're at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, and we'll move to El Salvador. And then of those 3 events, the top 8 men and women will play jazz music to this great jazz tune at Malibu, a proving ground of longboarding for so many generations.
And the surfing is going to match this kind of music when we get to Malibu. It's going to be calm. It's going to be nice, peeling rights.
I'm feeling it, Josh.
Yeah, the surfing is going to be red hot.
Bring on that jazz, I say, as we see the wildlife. And that's just one of the iconic sights here. The wildlife has just been incredible. We had a great opportunity, Josh, earlier in the week to explore the Great Ocean Road. And it really meant a lot to be able to have that shared experience and something we can really feel close to.
Yeah, we started off with a beautiful surf out here at Bells Beach and getting those competitive juices. We haven't been in a heat against each other for a long time, but we sort of were fighting out for the best ways. We had a great day, and then we went down the coast to Anglesea. What a beautiful community. Having a feed down there. Restaurant was sensational, and we finished it off with a mountain bike. There's so much to do down here at the Surf Coast Shire.
Live action. Edward Del Pero looking to replace a 5.0. Looks over his head, gets those toes on the nose, stretches, holds that 5, lifts that back arm, sole arches, rail grab, down carve, cut back. Just has to put his hands on the rail and recognizes no more scoring potential in that as Landon Smales gets a beautiful opening 5 to 10 on his Mitch Sermon Bill surfboard. A little bit too deep, which is super unlucky because that was an incredible opening nose ride. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Let's have a recap of what we've just seen from Del Pero.
Here we go, Eduardo having a look over his shoulder, realizing this was a good wave. He's going to put 4 steps back to the nose and then drives into that big carve. It was looking really nice, this wave for him. Unfortunately coming undone, but the quality of wave of this one for Landon, unreal. Big hang 10 on the takeoff. Unfortunately just a little deep on the bowl. Couldn't get around, jumped off trying to get priority to get back out. But if he could have got around that one, Sam, what do you think?
Good point. That was a very important point, recognizing as a world champion yourself that he did need to get priority. He knew there was no more scoring potential, and it looks like he's got priority. Let's have a heat recap and find out where we are in this fantastic battle between France and Australia. It was Edward Del Pero who kicked off with a 5.0, stretching out, streaking on that long hang 5, Josh.
Yeah, he just started the heat really nice and composed, and we got that great hang 5 and then just tidies it all up through this inside. This inside is really hard to ride. It's quite bumpy, but he's just making it look so easy.
Back and forth to the tip of his Minvel speed-shaped single fin. Edward Del Pero kicked off with a really strong score, came in at a 5, but it was Landon Smales answering back, getting a 4.43 with a beautiful setup here for those toes on the nose, Josh.
So that's why we see it just dropped under Edward's wave. It's a little bit patient. Maybe if looking back at it now, he would like to get straight up on the nose and hold through that section. But look at the composure and look at the surfing he's doing for a 16-year-old. He spent plenty of time in the water out here at Bells Beach with the Rashi on, so he feels comfortable. Look at that nice hang 10, hanging on the nose, finishes off with a nice little roller coaster. And then this one, Sam.
7.33, Edward Del Pero, so large, arm up, leaning into this. And then look at this drop knee. Bang, carving that, arcing, and then just touching that foam as he accelerates again into another trademark Del Pero drop knee, and that's something that we've seen for many years from his older brother Antoine as he gets back up on the tip, stretches in for a tight 5, stands up a little bit higher, readjusts, widens that stance, goes into the drop knee and drops a 7.33.
What a start to the heat. It's been awesome. And look, Landon's he's got a little bit of pressure on him, but he's only needing a 7.9. We've seen the surfing that he did yesterday against world #1, but check this one out while we're looking at those recaps.
Nice tight 5 there, not able to get the full 10, but a long hold of the nose, Josh.
Wow, that was impressive, and then comes out of it with a really nice carve. The style is so good, and I like this one. The first turn was a carve, second one a drop knee, so he's giving the judges a different look, a little bit more variety, trimming this one out, waiting for this section, and hopefully he can finish it nice and strong.
And he does, straight up for a 5 on the inside there. And I love the way he rock and rolled those rails through that middle section, and it just ends cleanly. And you feel that that could rival his 7.33. I feel as if that's going to go higher than the 7.33.
Yeah, look how committed he is driving through that section. Really nice carve. He gets so low and compressed. You can see that little bit of that spending time in those early years riding a shortboard with really nice techniques, staying super low. And here he is just feeling it out, keeping an eye on it. There's a lot of little rock boils in there, so you're just looking for where it stands up and gets a little shallow so you can get back to the nose, and then finishes with a really nice clean backside hit.
Possibly a smaller wave than the 7.33, but as far as the surfing he did on it, it feels like it could well go into the excellent range.
Yeah, that's a great wave. And what are we seeing here just on the inside of the screen? Does it look like he feels like he can't get back out the back and he's going to call it quits?
Only 58 seconds remaining. We're well into the 2-minute rip curl warning there as Edward Del Pero waits to drop a score. He knows he's done as much as he can. He's not going to have time to go out. He does ride this wave, so he will drop a score for that last ride there. Landon Smales is sitting out back, needing currently a 7.90 as Ed drops to 6.77, meaning Landon now needs a 9.67. 28 seconds remaining. It's an attainable score, but it would be higher than the highest score we've seen, which was the 9.0 from Kai Salas in the previous heat, demonstrating that you can go into the 9s today in these incredible conditions here at Bells Beach.
Definitely, and we do have those conditions that allow you to get those huge scores. Unfortunately, it's looking like the time's ticking away, but Landon Smales, unfortunately, bowing out. But in the quarterfinals, what a great result. 5th place, 16 years old. Hopefully, we're going to see him for many years to come on the tour. But the veteran, Edward Del Pero, fantastic performance and progressing through the heat, Sam.
And there he picks up his backup board. Congratulations, Edward Del Pero. You will meet the winner of Declan Whiten and Ben Skinner. Those two surfers from Australia and the UK will be coming up in the last quarterfinal of the men's draw. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be right back for an incredible showdown live from the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl on finals day.
iconic Bells Beach. One of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Good times on the Victoria Coast. A massive thank you to Visit Victoria, of course, the Surf Coast Shire, and our partner Rip Curl, and of course Bioglan and our regional partner GWM. We're live for finals there at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curls. Declan Whiten gets a second score on the board. He goes into a 5, gets a long hold, lifting 10, moves back to the tail and widens that stance and unleashes on his sword. Steve O'Donnell board looking nice and lively with a really incredible committed start to that opening nose ride. Now moving through to the inside section, back on for a 5, walks back to the middle, and then he's just going to widen his stance if he needs to. He's got an opportunity to just kick out there. Declan Whiten will add to that 5-1-7. 26 minutes remaining. Ben Skinner yet to ride a wave, but he was sitting out there with priority.
That was a really well surfed wave. Obviously he got one straight away. This is the one that we didn't see while we were at break, but here we go. Nice hang 5. This is the 5-1-7. Trimming through this one. Just getting a little stuck here in the whitewash. Coming around it. Beautiful drop knee turn. So we saw Eduard Del Perro doing some drop knees, a little more driving, where this one he's slicing and really ripping into it, and then getting low and compressed and driving away from that whitewash.
That turn looked fantastic, that drop knee looking lively, looking sharp. So this was the second wave. Waiting for a score to drop feels like it could come up bigger than that 5-1-7.
Definitely. Look at that hang 10, really committed in the pocket. This turn's really clean. The wave, he didn't have the downtime in the whitewash, so I think the judges will like it. It's a little sleepier. His first wave was a little nicer through this inside, but here we go, milking it straight up to the nose. This is really nice. And then just trimming through this section. We thought hopefully he's going to get an opportunity to one nice floater to finish it off, but it didn't happen. Kicked off right before the dry sand.
So this was Ben Skinner's first wave. 6 steps up for a 5, holds the 5 in the pocket, walks back to the tail, puts his double scoop, 9-4 single fin on rail, into a 5, holds the 5, but unable to trim through that foamier section. Skindog will drop a score. Declan waiting for that second score to tabulate. It feels like it could be a strong start for Declan.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good heat. You can see very similar approaches. Great on the nose, big and strong through the rail turns. Unfortunately, Ben going down, but it was starting to look good. We can see the difference, like really committed to driving through the section on the nose. Ben's got whitewash almost hitting his feet as he's driving through that. So if he can clean it up and complete one of those nose rides, the judges are going to love that.
And someone who the judges were loving, Edward Del Perro, has just booked himself a spot in the second semi-final. He's down on the glass with the wax head.
Just talking off camera about wave selection and priority and under priority. Edward, your best waves under priority.
Yeah, definitely made bad decisions at the beginning regarding wave choices, and luckily it turned out my way. I knew how to capitalize on making some scores under priority, and yeah, happy about that.
And I noticed when you came up, you were just holding your stomach or your lungs. What's going on with that?
Just out of breath, man. Yeah, the surfing, then just paddled back out, just straight into surfing. It got me a little on that one, so yeah.
Well, one of the fittest guys on the World Tour, Edward, will just be sucking in those big breaths and getting ready for the semis and maybe the final very soon. We'll speak to you soon. Anyone at home you want to say hello to?
Eh ben, merci à tous ceux qui suivent. Il y en a qui doivent être levés à cette heure-ci. Merci, et ceux qui sont en Australie aussi. Merci de suivre. On continue.
Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Edward Del Perro. And the 3 surfers so far who've booked themselves a spot in the semis for the men's, Taylor Jensen, Kai Salas, Eduard Del Pero, all seasoned competitors, and all looking so calm and relaxed. And that says a lot about the tenacity and the experience it takes to succeed at Bells. It really is a spot that suits the mature surfer, the surfer with experience, with wisdom, with composure.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, Sam. It's crazy to see the older dogs hanging in there. Declan just kicking out of that one. He didn't have priority, so he's just kind of playing around, trying to find that wave, trying to find that position. But yeah, going back to that point, it's crazy to think that we've got so much young talent, so many hot surfers on the tour, but the older guys have just seemed to rise to the occasion this week. Maybe it's the challenging, bigger conditions. They've been traveling around the world, competing for a long time and feeling comfortable in those wild, sort of tougher, trickier conditions that we've seen the last couple of years on tour.
What an epic surf coast event here at Bells Beach, Dirac, Wadawurrung country. It's the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Finals day, 22 minutes remaining of this final quarter-final on the men's side. Declan Whiten did not oust his 5.17. He got a 4.73 for that second ride. Gets a small score of a 0.5 on that last kick out of priority. Ben gets a 3.60, a decent score considering he did fall later in that ride, but he won't want to carry that score. So for now, Ben, he's thinking, this is pretty much a 20-minute heat. I've surfed 20-minute heats all my life. I've won 12 European titles. I've been in a final at Malibu. I've been in the top 3 on multiple occasions. He knows he can do it, but Declan has had a lively, sharp start.
Ben's corner will not be writing him off yet. They know that he's got so much to give. 20 minutes, it's a long time. Ben will be backing himself. He's a sensational surfer, very accomplished in the Rashi. He's going to be feeling confident. He just needs the opportunity. He's going to be patient. There's plenty of time to go.
Of course, Declan has got big Australian support, but Ben has got Nick Sandy and his good mate Mitch down from freshwater from the northern beaches. Nick Sandy runs La Loca Cafe, and of course that was what fed Ben to that amazing result in Manly last year when he got second behind Harrison Roach and had a fantastic World Tour run. But right now up and riding, Ben Skin Dog Skinner after the second nose ride gets a quick 10 through the middle of the wave, power driving into an incredible sweeping low drop knee cutback as Declan answers back on the outside with a 5 into another sweeping drop knee as Skin Dog attacks the inside section and lands cleanly. Declan still moving through this wave. Skin Dog feels good about that. A lot of good footwork, a lot of dynamic, critical nose riding as Declan answers into the nose, gets the 5, holds the 5, walks back, readjusts the feet, widens the stance, rebounds off the top, and just about hangs on to that with control. Wow, the judges have really got their work cut out. They've got to analyze those replays because they would have been watching both of those surfers riding at the same time. So, Josh, what do you think of this replay for our surfer in red?
Unbelievable. I was kind of watching Ben, but I saw when I looked up on the screen, I saw this drop knee whip driving in the pocket and then so low and extended out of the bottom turn with lots of speed. So this is a really, really good wave. That opening part, so exciting. And here, just keeping it together, knows he's done some big maneuvers, so he's just got to stay calm in here, finish it off nice and tidy. Big floater, air drops out of it, lays back a little bit, and then with that core strength, lifts himself up and rides up onto the dry sand.
So we've dropped a 4.17 and a 4.73 for Declan already. Where does this sit relative to those scores, Josh?
I think it's going to be higher. This is going to be his highest score. That drop knee carve out of the lip and then driving out of the bottom turn. It's really tidy, and then coming through. We haven't actually seen him come to this inside and really finish strong like this. Boom, up over the lip, drops out of it, lay back, and then gets up right on that dry sand. Look at this maneuver, Sam.
And the Steve O'Donnell built surfboards. Declan White and a Manly lifeguard, also studying primary school education at the University of Technology in Sydney. But this is the replay of 12 times European longboard champion, founder of Skin Dog Surfboards with Jason Gray. Of course, the mighty Ben Skinner looking super lively. And then this second nose ride, super dynamic.
Yeah, that first start, not opting to go straight to the nose and doing the big carve in the bowl, coming out on the nose. Then all this work on here looks a little stronger than what we saw from Declan. Look how big this section is, and drops out a little bit cleaner than Declan's. That is a epic wave.
Well, he'll be very pleased that Nick Sandy of La Loca Cafe at Freshwater has been feeding him down here as they stay at Jan Juk in an apartment for this incredible event at Bells, because Ben would have needed every ounce of energy to attack that wave. As we're waiting for scores, Declan Whiten has already got a 5.17 and a 4.73. Ben Skinner is carrying a 3.6. That was just Ben's second ride. But who is sitting out there first with priorities? We can see Declan smiling at Ben. Conversation. These guys are good mates, and they've surfed against each other in this same round in Malibu last year. Declan just had the edge in that battle.
And Ben remembers that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Ben will not let... He's lost sleep over that loss, so he's coming back. He's excited to come out here, put on a big performance, even the score a little bit with Declan. But Declan, young, full of confidence, really wanting to take it on. But here we go, some scores dropping, and it's looking really good so far for Ben. What are we seeing drop so far, Sam?
We're seeing some 8s, we're seeing a 7.5, and we're seeing it average out as a 7.83. A near excellent score for Ben Skinner. He'll be pleased about that, but Declan Whiten drops an 8.43. So Ben is now carrying a 7.83 and a 3.6. Declan is carrying a 5.17 and an 8.43. So Declan is in the driving seat, but Ben needs just a 5.78. What an incredible heat, as we expected this would be.
Yes, both unreal nose riders, read the ocean so well, and then really have a lot of power in their surfing. So the difference, where are we seeing the difference? How come Declan got the 8.43 over the 7.83, do you think, Sam?
I think Ben's wave didn't allow that critical lifting nose ride that he might well get as we move into the last half of this heat. That could be the difference for Ben. That's where he could really challenge that 8.43 with a wave that allows him to lock in on the 9.4 single fin double scoop and get that lift on that hang 10.
I think so. Ben did. He drove through the bowl and did just a different look. We haven't seen that look, but we see here Declan, he goes to the nose straight away, gets this, and then comes out this turn, slicing, laying it on rail, and then drives out of it on the bottom turn. That was crazy. So that's where a lot of the points have come from, because through here is a little sleepier and not as tidy as Ben's, but the outside was so explosive.
So this comes in at an 8.43, and the way he composed himself here and he rode out of that's core strength and control, and this is that score from Ben. Great carving start, and then sets himself up with the footwork into the 5, walks back, puts that board on rail, and then this is the more critical nose ride, the 5, the 10, a little bit of lift, but then quickly runs back to the tail and hows that drop knee turn. Absolutely beautiful from Ben, and then walks back into this section, and how was the finish here? Out of the 5 with acceleration, and then bang, boom, land strong. Incredible surfing from both of these men, really putting on a show.
And it goes to show in those replays, Declan wore a lot stronger on the outside Bells Bowl. That's what we come to Bells for, the Bells Bowl. That's where all the excitement is. So unfortunately for Ben, he didn't get that opportunity in the bowl, but the inside was so much tidier and a lot stronger finish. So if Ben can, like you said, can get that wave, lock in, get that tang 10, perch right in the pocket, create lift on the outside, match it to the inside part that he just had on the wave, he's going to go into the excellent range.
This is a cliffhanger, longboard fans. We'll be right back for the conclusion. Stay with us.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to a battle of the Titans at Bells Beach as Declan Whiten is taking on Ben Skinner as we see live action. Declan here with priority, kicks out of that wave now, leaving Ben Skinner priority. Ben channeling the energy of his son Lucas, who won the Rip Curl Grom Search World Championships here at Bells Beach earlier in the year. Skin Dog needs a 5.78, hits that 5, pedals back to the tail, decides that that wave isn't going to be a keeper, kicks out. Declan will be back out with priority, 11 minutes 30. Those two scores probably not going to factor into the top two.
No, it's crazy. Declan made a really poor error there and judgment, taking that wave with priority and then handing it straight over to Ben and then roll reverse. Ben just made a terrible mistake taking a wave that didn't have much opportunity and handing priority straight back to Declan. So no change. Declan back out there with priority. Ben didn't actually capitalise, and now he's just going to be sitting out there waiting for the right wave and putting on a good performance when the wave comes.
Tide still coming in. High tide at 1:21 p.m. It's 11:30 local time wherever you are tuning in. If you're tuning in from the UK, it's 2:30 a.m. You are a stalwart fan of Skin Dog Surfboards and Ben Skinner, because your man is here on the world stage. He's chasing a 5.78, but of course channeling the iconic energy of Manly board riders and of course all of that incredible surf heritage out of Sydney's northern beaches. Declan Whiten, accomplished surfer who has not only shone as a longboarder but also is a brilliant lifeguard. And to be a lifeguard and have that watermanship, that ocean knowledge, is something that's super favorable down here at Bells, because it's a long paddle, it takes a lot of grunt to deal with the colder water, and Declan is looking sharp, lively, hungry, and he's carrying an 8.43 and a 5.17.
He'll be feeling really comfortable out there. He knows that he's going to have to drop that 5.17, put even more pressure on Ben. Ben's such a great competitor and a great surfer. Ben only chasing that 5.78. He can do that in his sleep. He doesn't even need a big set wave to do that. So Declan's going to have to be smart here while he's got priority this time. Make a better choice on the wave. Put some pressure. He has to improve on that 5.17. If he gets into the 7 range, then it's going to be a really tough ask for Ben to fire back.
I love the way Ben sat inside there of Declan. Of course, Declan sitting out there with priority. Ben's just snuck on his inside. He wants to stay active. Ben knows that getting that 5.78 could be possible off a set wave.
Yes, definitely, and he'll drive through Bells Bowl. He knows he's going to have to get to the nose on the takeoff. He's got to get a critical nose right on the outside and then do all that rail work through the midsection.
The winner of this heat will face Edward Del Pero in the second semi-final. We've already determined the first semi-final on the men's side. It's Taylor Jensen, 3 times World Longboard Champion, against Kai Salas, a 2018 ISA World Longboard Champion, winner of this year's Mexi Log Fest. Kai Salas, founder of the Kai Salas Longboard Company, looking really incredible, getting the highest scoring wave and heat total of the event, a 9 and a heat total of 17.17, but coming up against an absolutely red-hot Taylor Jensen. Both of these surfers, they would have also surfed against Edward on multiple occasions. Ben's had many battles for the WSL European title against Edward Del Pero. Edward, of course, one of the standouts of European longboarding for the last 15 years, along with Ben Skinner and along with Edward's brother Antoine. But right now, Skin Dog out of priority, just staying busy, hustling, moving, putting the heat on Declan. I love this, Josh. What a battle.
And this is competition surfing. It's a chess. It's a game of chess. He's moving around. He's just trying to unsettle Declan just to get his focus off looking out to the ocean to see what waves are coming. He's moving around. But look at this draw. Look at the surfers. We've got Taylor Jensen taking on young Tucker and getting the win. And then quarterfinal 2 was a cracker, Sam.
Oh, absolute. Kai Salas on fire. And then Landon, he's just been incredible all event. And what an achievement to be here. But it was the maturity of Edward that just had the edge. And then Declan or Ben, who's it going to be to meet Edward in that second semi-final as we continue the run of fantastic waves. I mean, today, what a wonderful day to crown the title with this beautiful, clean, light northeast wind. We got that 13-second period on that southwest swell. We've still got the occasional overhead set, but as that tide comes in, we've got some longer lulls. So will there be enough time, 7 minutes, for a couple of sets for both of these surfers to really chip away at replacing their low scores? It's a 5.17 to replace for Declan, but Ben chasing a 5.78 because he's carrying that 3.6.
Yeah, I see Declan going to be patient. He's going to wait for a good wave. I feel like Ben, like we said, he's sitting a little inside. He wants to just replace it. He wants to try and put pressure on Declan. He wants to get that 5.78. He just needs to hunt something down. 6-point ride would be great. It'd see him jump into the lead and then put a bit of pressure on Declan. Then make Declan take a decision. He'll have to make a decision before the end of the heat. Hopefully it's a 2-wave set and Ben will get one more opportunity.
And of course, this is all leading to Malibu. The top 8 will be battling in that one-day event between the 3rd and 13th of October at the iconic right-hand point break of Southern California. The lower seeds surfing against one another to meet the top seed in a best-of-3 match-off to win that men's and women's world longboard title. Declan and Ben will both be wanting to get into the top 8. And it's Ben Skinner up on the nose, looking to replace a 5.78. Beautiful opening wave there, sliding through that nose ride and walking back to the tail and putting that board on rail with Declan out back, answering with a stall, setting up nice and high. Declan gets his toes on the tip and holds along 5. Ben's still going through the inside. Declan with that trademark sweeping, spraying, drop knee turn, and the dog, Ben Skin Dog Skinner on the sand. Feels like Ben's wave was very dynamic, so you would imagine he's going to definitely replace that 5.78, but Declan might well improve his situation replacing a 5.17. But what about the paddle battle?
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is the important part. Right now, the old guy, the old dog right over here on the right-hand side, Ben Skinner, racing out against the young, fit Aussie, the lifeguard. He's used to paddling. He's training all the time for his job. This is so important. 5 minutes to go. We're seeing the ocean lulling up a little bit. It's a little slower. They need to get back out there and get priority.
I'm going to put you on the hot spot, on the hot seat, in the hot house here, Josh Constable. Who do you think got the biggest score on that exchange?
We didn't see the start of Ben's, but the work that he got done on the inside was really, really nice. But they're loving that big carve of Declan. So Declan got the nose right. He was very patient, but here's the takeoff. So great hang 5, driving through nice and tight, going fast, laying into that turn. So that's really nice here. It looks like we've got a little bit of downtime. He's just being patient. He knows he's done a lot of work on the outside Bell's Bowl. Nice little cross step back, setting it up 4 steps to the nose. Hang 5 there through the pocket, coming around this section and bang, finishing it off with a nice re-entry. So he was chasing a 5.78. Looks like it's dropped in at a 6.07. So we said he needed a 6 to jump up in the lead, put a bit of pressure on Declan and get the lead. But then Declan answered back and we were just waiting for this score to drop.
So if Declan replaces his 5.17, currently Skin Dog has moved into the lead, but Declan now needs a 5.47 on this wave. Josh, what do you think?
Beautiful opening hang 5 and then this beautiful carve. Got a little stuck on that one, so not as clean as what we saw on the 8.43. But again, just doing that beautiful work in there. The board that he's riding, shaped by Steve O'Donnell, great surfer himself. They've been working together for a long time and flicking out. What do you think of that score?
Well, so we have to think back to that 5.17 he got at the start, and it was a bit stronger, and it comes in at a 6.9. So Declan now back in first position. He's got an 8.43 and a 6.9. That dog's excited. All those dogs are excited. All those surf fans
They're
are
down here to see
buzzing on
Skin
this
Dog.
beauty. Of course, the mighty Skin Dog chasing now a 7.51. But Declan's up and riding. What do you think of this, Josh?
Oh no, big error. He needed to be patient out there with priority. He's handed it back over to Skin Dog. Skin Dog now, 3 minutes to go. Plenty of waves coming in. He's got priority, only needing a 7.51. He's already had a 7.83, so he knows the surfing that he needs to do. This is going to be an exciting finish.
Wow, getting very close to the rip curl. 2-minute warning as we see Ben Skinner with priority needing a 7.51. Declan Whiten carrying an 8.43 and a 6.90. Could he have just managed the back end of that heat a bit better and played it patient, or was it a good decision to try to replace that 6.90?
It didn't look like the wave was going to give it, so I think he'll probably go back and watch the heat recap and think that he could have been more patient, sit there, but Ben's still got to deliver. There's pressure on Ben. He needs a good wave, and he's going to have to do really good surfing.
We move into the rip curl 2-minute warning. You know, you've been a world champion, Josh. You've won the Aussie titles here down at Bells in 2:04. What's it like when you need that big score in the dying minutes?
This is what we live for. This is the excitement. You either love those heats where you're like a Taylor had earlier, or Kai where you're just on the bombs and just dominating from the get-go, or you love this, you're under pressure. It hasn't gone your way. It hasn't gone Skin Dog's way yet this heat. He's got 2 minutes to go. He's sitting out there. He's channeling his son, who was here, that won out here. He wants to come. He wants to do his family proud. He wants to match his son. Looks like there's some action on the outside. Plenty of time. These sets will get to us in time, Sam.
So it's positioning. Where does Skin Dog need to place himself for this Bells Bowl section on takeoff?
He needs to be committed. He needs a big score, so he has to be deep. He has to drive through the section, but he has to complete the wave.
Oh, he's got to make the decision as to whether he goes for this one. He leaves it. So he's made the decision to leave the first wave of the set to Declan. Declan is looking to replace a 6.90. Declan takes a fall. Ben is sitting out there, and you would anticipate that Ben's going to be up and riding very soon. He's not got that wave, but Declan is not back out for priority. So was it a mistake for Ben not to take that opening wave, or will there still be time for this set to break for Ben with 20 seconds remaining, Josh?
Unfortunately,
Constable?
Sam, we've seen the last 3 days with that onshore breeze. The second wave of the set has been the cleaner, nicer wave. So Ben was maybe thinking, let the first one go through. The second one's going to be cleaner, but there wasn't much behind it. Unfortunately, when there's that much time remaining, just under that minute, I feel like he needed to take that wave and give himself the opportunity. It's a real bummer because he fired back in that heat, put on some great scores, but the young Declan White.
So Declan takes the win. He will be surfing against Edward Del Pero in the second semi-final. He got an 8.43 and a 6.90. Congratulations, Declan, but a great result still. A 5th place finish for Ben Skinner. Favourable to get in that top 8. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us because we'll be moving on to the women's semi-final. 3 times world longboard champion Honolulu Bloomfield against 2 times women's longboard champion Soleil Erico.
Welcome back to one of the most beautiful regions of the world. We're just outside of Melbourne by an hour and a half here in Victoria in Australia. Cold weather, cold water, and some of the best waves we've seen on the Longboard Tour in years coming through here at Bells Beach. Declan Whiten, the young surfer, getting the nod over a World Tour stalwart in Ben Skinner. An incredible performance from Declan to be able to take away the lead, true, and advance into the semifinals.
Yeah, some really solid stuff there from Declan. That was an amazing heat between him and Ben. Ben was dropping in some solid scores, but it was just unfortunate that a wave didn't come through in the end to maybe even try and nudge his way into the semifinals, but an incredible result for Declan.
Yeah, great back and forth between the two. Exciting times so far this morning. We finished out the quarterfinals, and we're now into the semifinals on the women's side, with Honolua Bloomfield up against Soleil Erico in semifinal number 1 and Alice Lemoyne and Chloe Calmon in semifinal number 2.
Yeah, they're going to be some great semifinals for the women. This first one is already stacking up to be a really solid semifinal just with the amount of world titles in it. There's 5 world titles combined, Honolua with 3, Soleil with 2. We've already got a couple of small scores. We'll have a look, just a 0.5 for Honolua. She'll kick out of there. And then this looks like the first wave for Soleil. Couple of quick steps and goes up to the nose for a quick 5, and then again here. She's just waiting for this one for a little bit of a steeper section. Bit of a smaller wave than what we saw for the men in that last heat. So we have seen, I guess, the waves kind of getting a little bit slower, especially with those sets, but I'm sure we'll see some action throughout this one. 35-minute semifinals as well.
Yeah, great to see that extra 5 minutes added onto the clock. The ocean has slowed down just slightly through the day, so great to see there's going to be a little more opportunity for those better sets to roll through and give everybody a real piece of it, which is what we sort of noticed in that final quarterfinal, where both Ben and Declan were able to find themselves with high scores. We had an 8 and a 7, but couldn't find anything really substantial for the backup.
Yeah, absolutely. It was tricky getting backups in that last heat. I feel like in the last maybe 5 minutes, that's when they locked in with those 6-point range scores. Honolua just maybe eyeing something. She's just, taking her place, slowing down the breath. I feel like a lot of them, especially going up the stairs, it does take a lot of energy out. So surfing what will be for some 3 heats today is a lot, and it does take a lot on the body as well.
Now up and riding Honolua, the 3-time World Longboard champion. Quick steps up to the nose, gets that tap to the 5. Little weave around, beautiful work of the rail here with her feet nice and tight together. She cruises through to the next section. We track with Soleil Erico as well, up and riding, gets that first opening nose ride. Honolua now stuck on for a longer, locked in hang 5 as Soleil kicks out early, and Hono looks for this finishing section through to the inside. Looking a little bit concerned, a little bit serious as she checks back to the beach. She's got her dad, Kalohe, here. She's got her partner, Clay. Could see them up in the car park before getting ready for this heat during the men's quarterfinals, just having a fun little time around the car, getting away from the rest of the scene too. It's pretty busy down here by the judges tower, on the steps, on the cliff. There's a lot of people around, a lot of crew that know each of these competitors so well. So it was nice for Honolua to just step away for a few minutes and get a breather before paddling out.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like especially moving into the semifinals, that's something that you really need to tap into. We can see her just waiting for this one to wall up. She gets a quick tap on the nose area and locks in for a little bit more of a longer 5. And finishing that one off with a nice rebound. You can see her, as you said, just speaking to probably her dad on the beach. And then we'll have a look at this last one of Soleil walking up. Nice 5 there to start. Solid carve. This one just getting a little bit smaller here. I have a feeling she might be sitting up near Rincon. It would be good to see, the spread between the girls if they're sitting together, or if Soleil has made the choice to go up to Rincon. She has, so we can see her up on the far right of the screen. And Honolua looks like she's making her way out to the bowl. So a solid spread from Soleil and Honolua, which is, pretty interesting, especially Soleil. It's a risky but bold move to be going up to Rincon.
Great pick up there, True, to see the split between the women. Now scores to lock in. At the moment, Soleil is sitting in the lead with Honolua in second. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with Declan Whiten, who's locked himself a spot in the semifinals.
So Declan, the waves, they've changed a lot. A slow end of that heat with Rincon starting to pump. What was going through your head when Ben needed a score in that last couple of minutes?
Oh, slow. It just I just wanted the heat to be over. To be honest, whenever you're in front, you just want it. That hooter can't come quick enough, you know. But and like he only needed a 7.5, and he's more than capable of getting that, even on a mediocre wave. So I was just a bit nervous towards the end when I gave up priority, but stoked to get it done.
And a change of pace, probably moving to Rincon for the finals. Will you change boards, or what's your mindset going into the semi-final? Sorry.
Just gonna wait and see. Really, I feel comfortable on that board. They seem like they're rewarding the turns on that. So we'll just wait and see. I don't even know who I have, to be honest. But I'm just stoked. You know, the waves are pumping and it's sunny, and have my family here and all friends and stuff down here. It's amazing.
Well, you'll have Edouard Del Perro, our Frenchman, talking about homes. Anyone back home you want to say hello to?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Manly Mout Club, everyone. Camo, all the boys. I think the boys are at the pub right now actually watching it. They got to change it over, so shout out to them. Big props to Mum and Dad. Dad been cooking all week for us, making some amazing meals, and Mum down here as well, just supporting. And shout out to my girlfriend who's watching over in Italy right now. Haven't seen her for a while, and it's about 3 a.m, so shout out to her.
3 a.m. over there, lunchtime back in Sydney. They'll be tuning in to watch Declan in the semis. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Declan, his parents, Paul and Margaret, down at the beach supporting, feeling so excited to see Declan advancing through. They were stoked to see him in the quarterfinals. Now it's even better. He's got the semis, and he has that shot to be able to take away a victory at a really incredible location here at Bells Beach.
Yeah, huge result. Semi-finals is pretty amazing, but the day's not over yet. You know, he's still coming up against Edouard, who has been putting on a great performance, but speaking of that, Soleil
Erico up and riding. She put together a really beautiful performance in her quarterfinal, had some incredibly good rail work, sort of rail work that's earned her her second world title that she clinched back at home at Malibu last October. Up to that 5 to 10 perched on the nose. That was a tricky finish. The rail of that board just came flying straight back up at her face. That's always a bit dangerous. She looks totally fine, like it didn't touch her, but especially when you're riding a longboard, a board that's over 9 feet, you got a bit of rail that could be coming right at you. Honolua with a quick kick in and out, just having a look at that wave, staying busy and active. Now, a few of the specifics to the criteria for boards specifically, there's actually some requirements. There's a weight limit. We've been seeing the surfers have to weigh their boards in true at the Beach Marshal. It's got to be about 15 pounds in weight, and it's got to be at least 3 feet taller than the surfer themselves. So minimum that it can be is 9 feet. But for any surfer that's over the 6 foot mark, it's going to have to grow inch by inch. So say for Taylor Jensen, who's one of the tallest surfers on tour, I believe at 6'5", he's got to be riding at least a 9.5 surfboard.
Wow, that's solid. Here we go, Soleil. We'll have a look at that replay. Nice use of her rail work. As she is kind of just negotiating these waves. She's up at Rincon, locks in for a 5, another tight 5 there, and then, as you said, Shannon, goes up for that finish, but just goes over. Looks like she was maybe a little bit too late to that section. And then Honolua, live action.
Up and riding, quick steps up to the nose, flying down the line, choosing to still sit on the Bells Bowl section, makes it around that opener, sets her line here as she just connects with that foam, redirects, has a look in front for that quick tap to the nose, big section coming down in front of her, and she'll cleanly finish off. Current situation with 23 minutes on the clock. Remember, we started out with 35 minutes as opposed to the 30-minute heats we've been running throughout the remainder of our competition this week. Soleil Erico sitting with a 3.67 and a 3 in the lead at the moment with a score to drop. And Honolua with that 4.17 as her high score, just a 0.57, so she's about to replace that. And we'll see where the situation sits the moment our next scores are in. Soleil actually that quickly with a 5.33, so she's inched herself even farther ahead. A 4.84 requirement now for Honolua as we take another look here.
Yeah, Honolua gets up to the nose for a nice nose ride to start this one off. You can see her getting a little bit caught behind, but she negotiates that really well, getting around that whitewash back onto some open face. And she just waits for this one. Nice footwork there. She locks in for another 5, and then finishing that one off beautifully for Honolua. It's interesting to note, like, they are at different points. We'll have a look at this last replay of Soleil's wave. Gets a quick tap to start, brings it around here with a nice bit of rail work. Nice footwork there for Soleil as she goes up for another nice 5. Locks in for a little bit longer on that one. And then continuing on through with this one, she's sitting up at Rincon, so she's over there by herself. The waves do tend to die out a little bit quicker compared to at the Bells Bowl where Honolua is, but she's linking this one up really nicely. Nice tight 5 there for Honolua as she brings it around for a solid carve. And then that's all she wrote for that wave for Honolua, for Soleil.
So kicks off on the inside section. Now that's the wave that she was paddling into just as we cut to that replay for Honolua. So that was our first time seeing that wave of Soleil. The 5-3-3 was from her previous ride. We're now waiting for a new score, as well as still that last wave of Hono to drop through. So at the moment, it's our surfer in blue with the 2 world titles sitting in the lead, ahead of our surfer in red with the 3 world titles to her name. Those two have split every world title over the last 5 years. Prior to that, we had Tori Gilkerson in the conversation. We had Rachel Tilley in the conversation before that as well. A few great world champions that came before. Chelsea Williams back in 2014 as well. But it's been these women who have started to find that rhythm, and they've been tough to beat year after year with the consistency of multiple events coming on tour.
Yeah, and I'm wondering here, you know, they do have a lot of separation in the lineup, so I'm wondering if Honolua is going to make the call to go over to Rincon, or if Soleil will decide to ditch Rincon and move her way over to Bells Bowl just to make her presence a little bit known. That last of Honolua is her best wave, but we're still waiting on that last score of Soleil to come through.
Last score to roll in, a 5-0-3 for Honolua. Still waiting for last of Soleil. As we wait for it, let's go down to find Waxhead. He's always got something interesting to talk about.
Tide's coming in with a just over 2 metre high tide, fast approaching at 1 o'clock. We do have Soleil, who's paddled up to Rincon to start, and we have Honolua, who started off in the bowl. Interesting, Soleil's gone to join Honolua and put some pressure on. Still a little too big for Rincon to be breaking properly, but some amazing scoring potential. But just interesting, Soleil applying some pressure and just wondering what Honolua's up to straight out the front at the high tide bowl. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. So interesting to see that split between them, but now for Soleil to be adjusting that game plan straight away. I did catch that Soleil, well, we'll get back to that in a moment because Hono is up and riding. Quick steps up to the nose. Finding that trim line in that middle third of the board. Cross steps back, sets herself up through here to the inside. Keeping that board in a beautiful flow, but throwing a bit more power into that last layback. Up onto the nose. Making the job look really easy and setting herself into a position that's could be taking away that leading spot. She's now chasing a 6.30 as Soleil has increased the scoreline with a 6 for her last ride.
Yeah, that was a really nice ride for Soleil, connecting that one all the way through. But this one for Honolua on the answer back, nice 5 there. She starts this wave off. And I like how she's patient here, pedals back, gets a nice carve, and just utilizing that first 2/3 of the board there, and then we'll see her start to make her way up. Really nice layback there for Honolua, and then she locks in for another 5 and pedals back at just the right moment so she can ride out of that one.
So interesting to see Soleil moving a little closer to where Hono was sitting, given that she's found 2 of the better scores in the heat. That last 6-point ride where she had that little soulful moment on the inside looked really perfect. You could see that wave really bowling out, giving her a very critical nose ride section. That's a little bit different to what we're seeing through a lot of the sections at the Bells Bowl. That's why that preference is to run at Rincon as much as possible, or not necessarily to run, but for these surfers to be able to catch waves on that side. But the swell throughout yesterday and today has just been too big so far for those waves to be connecting through.
Yeah, we saw on the first day some really beautiful stuff, or on the second day I should say, some really beautiful waves coming through at Rincon. And it was cool to see Soleil, you know, make the choice to go up there. As we spoke to Matt before the Waxhead, he was saying that Soleil has decided to go and sit with Honolua. Honolua's last wave was a 4.43, so that's not what she's looking for. So I'm wondering if she's going to, you know, stick with that wave. Soleil has the best 2 waves of the heat. So is Honolua going to stick at Bells Bowl, or will she make the call to go over to Rincon and try and capitalize on some scores so she can, on some waves so she can get the score?
She'll have her crew down on the beach. Now Soleil, in preparation for this heat, she's got her coach, CJ Nelson, that's been working beside her. We heard from him on broadcast earlier on, just talking about what they've been working on behind the scenes, where Soleil's mindset is coming into things, and just, you know, the focuses within her surfing. But I did catch her standing on the stairs, just about that halfway mark on the way down, having a long chat with Harley Ingleby, who we ran into earlier this morning. He's a 2-time World Longboard champion, just down in the area, lives up on the Gold Coast, but is enjoying his time down here supporting the crew, a lot of his good friends on tour. And they were having a good chat before Soleil paddled out for her heat, kind of watching the conditions together. So that's another strong voice on her team behind the scenes. And it's been cool to see the dynamics of some of those surfers that have kind of graduated on beyond to be able to pour back into what's happening with this current contingency of competitors.
Yeah, and it's really amazing to be able to tap into someone who has had such success in his career being Harley, for Soleil to really talk to him about that, pick his brain about, you know, where the best place is to sit, what plan of attack she could take. Looks like she's decided to stick with plan A up at Rincon. So we'll see Honolua up at Bell's Bowl now.
Running fast up to the nose, and she goes down. It's an unfortunate position to be in for the North Shore local as Soleil's back into the pocket, finding that 5 to 10 combination. Little shuffling there off the nose, so not the cleanest of footwork out of this section. Really challenging though, and she manages to make the end of that turn. That was wild. Gives a little hand flick as well. So not super controlled coming out of that nose ride, though the nose ride itself was very dynamic.
Yeah, some really solid stuff there from Soleil, and I love that end turn, that floater. You know, it was real touch and go there. I was like, is she going to make it? Is she not? But she handled that very well, and riding out is super important, especially in the last back half of this heat, to really apply the pressure onto Honolua. We'll have a look at Honolua's wave. A couple of quick steps up to the nose, and this is where she just loses balance and comes unstuck. And then Soleil, the wave looks a little bit better, a little bit greener, locks in for a really nice 5 to 10 combination. And then this is where she eyes off this end section, puts it up right. Perfect timing there for Soleil. Rides out. She likes the feeling of that one. Gives a bit of, you know, what more do you want me to do? Like how, or maybe it's like, wow, I made that. I'm really stoked. You guys should be too.
Taking one more look at it from a different angle here. So impressive finish from Soleil. Scores to come through for both competitors. We're down to 15 minutes on the clock. At the moment, it's Soleil Erico in the lead, but we are waiting for scores for both surfers. We'll be back with that situation update and more action for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl right after this.
Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Another Rip Curl event coming up is the Rip Curl WSL Finals, about a week away from the opening period. Very exciting to know that we'll be crowning world champions in a really short amount of time, Drew.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, and it's going to be a great day of surfing on whatever day they choose to run. I feel like we're going to see some big matchups, which is going to be really exciting.
That opening matchup on the women's side specifically between Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum is one that I think will be something we shouldn't be missing.
Yeah, that's, I feel like that's the one where I'm going to sit down, get some popcorn and really enjoy it and see what's going on. Both Katie and Molly, I feel like they have, you know, a really great friendship, but an undercover rivalry.
Now, during the break, Soleil Erico got a piece of the action once again. She got a 7 for her previous wave at Rincon. Now we're looking for the score for this to drop in.
Yeah, she had a couple of nice nose rides to start, just stepping a little bit there. She just gets a little bit wobbly in that section there, but brings it around for another nice carve. We can see Honolua has made the decision to go and sit at Rincon with Soleil. So nice carve there for Honolua out the back as Soleil finishes that one off. Honolua walking up to the nose and just stepping back here. This wave's starting to look like it has a nice section in front of her. We'll see what she can do. Patiently waits for it. Nice combination there for Honolua. She races through this inside section, trying to generate some speed and get a nice completion. Goes up for a quick tap and then pedals back and she'll kick out. So I love that Honolua made the decision to go and sit at Rincon with Soleil, because Soleil does have so far the best 2 waves of the heat. And I feel like, you know, with 11 minutes to go, Honolua spent about 24 minutes over at the Bells Bowl, had a couple of 4s and 5s, nothing of much consequence. So the fact that she moved over there was really smart.
Super smart, considering that Soleil is now sitting on a 13-point heat total, a 7 and a 6 on the board with another score to drop. Honolua at the moment is chasing a 7.97. We do have a score to come through for her that looks like a pretty good wave, and, you know, given the context of the heat, length of ride, getting multiple maneuvers connected together, that Rincon section just offers up a lot more than what the Bells Bowl section does when it's actually running properly. So it's nice to see that it's opened up. Has some of those challenges and difficult sections that might be a little too shallow and that wave shuts down, or actually just peaks up perfectly for those really good locked-in bowly sections. It also has those boils, though, that pop up where it can be a bit bumpy and challenging to keep that smooth flow within longboarding specifically, as there's just so much surface of the board that's picking up every little bump and wobble that comes through on the face of those waves.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, we've also been pretty blessed this morning with some great conditions and some really fun waves. It's the Bells Bowl's kind of just slowed down a little bit now, and that Rincon's just been able to have a bit more consistency in some waves. We're still waiting on these scores to come through. Looks like Soleil's didn't go into the top 2.
All right, a 5.73 for Soleil is good news for Honolua, because it doesn't move into her top 2 to increase that heat total. Honolua still chasing the 7.97, which is just shy of the excellent range. Seen a lot of excellent scores rolling through today, though. So we could be seeing more like that as the afternoon shapes up for a fantastic finals day here at Bells. We're down to 9 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for that score of Hono. She did manage to gain priority first on the paddle back out, so she'll be sitting in the controlling seat, although Soleil has snuck up the inside just for that positioning. It's actually Honolua who's allowed to have her pick of the lineup, which means she's gonna go on this one, setting that rail straight up to the nose for that first opening hang 5. Little S-turn, not super deep and committed, but puts it back up into the section for a second hang 5. Whips it around now, looking for that section to line up. Just kind of keeping that board tracking forward as she passes by the kelp in the water. Locks in for another 5. Drives down on a great looking finish with that down carve in the section. Now still waiting for the score for that previous wave to roll through. She'll have a second wave now. That previous wave looking a bit better than this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Locks in for a nice quick nose ride to start, and you can see her just using the rails of the board there, and she just patiently waits for this one. She doesn't try to force something that's maybe not there. Just using the middle third of her board really nicely as she walks up, negotiating that seaweed really nicely. Locks in for a nice 5 and then just drives down to finish. As you said, Shannon, probably not as good as the wave previous, but she still has 2 scores to drop.
2 scores to drop for Honolua. 7 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock as we take a look at another beautiful angle of this wave. There's been plenty of mind surfing going on, I think, from us in the commentary booth this week, getting to see such great nose rides, such fun sections, the rainbows, the cliffs behind. It's been a really incredible event to be able to call, to witness, especially when there's been surfing of this caliber. So we take one more slow motion look at that replay. Wearing the booties, which is a challenge. A lot of the surfers have been opting not to wear them because they don't feel like they have that connection and that control on the board. But Honolua has been very consistent heat after heat, feeling like it just keeps her really grounded and a little bit warmer.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if you lose the traction in your feet, it's probably almost better off wearing booties. I was speaking to Edward and he was wearing booties and loving it.
Now scores are in. This is the previous wave, a 7.07 for Honolua that we've been waiting for. Sets her up with just a 5.93 requirement with still the second score to drop.
Yeah, wow, really nice stuff there for Honolua. She's got herself back into the heat here with the last 7 minutes. Nice surfing as she brings this one around. And again, she's just, you know, she doesn't try to force anything. She's doing what the wave is kind of asking of her. Quick tap there and she'll kick out.
All right, so making that move over to Rincon, an excellent decision. Setting herself up with a 7 on the scoreboard. It's actually the highest wave of the heat, the 7.07 over Soleil's 7.00. Now requiring a 5.93 to take the lead. We are waiting for a score, but we've now got another score to drop in for Eriko. In head-to-head matchups for these two within their career, though they've been on tour together for many years and the world title over the last 5 years has been handed back and forth between the two, it's always been the semifinals where they found themselves matched up. Once was just last week at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic where Honolua took out the win over Soleil Eriko. Really tight in that heat. Hono had a 13.70 heat total, Soleil a 13.40. Wow. Back and forth the whole time at Huntington. Last year in Australia at the Manly event at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, they also matched up against each other in the semis. And once again, in a very close finish, it was Honolua who got the nod. So we'll see if Soleil's able to hold on to the lead. It'll be the first time she gets the 3-time world champion in a head-to-head matchup.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Here we go, Soleil up and riding on this one. Quick tap there.
Finds that nose ride, now pedals back, sets that rail. Great carve as she sets up for this next section. That's a better turn for the second. Engages that drop knee cut back now, just sort of setting herself top to bottom surfing. Putting that board in the pocket, back up to the nose, locks in for that hang 5. Love how you can see the curl of that wave behind. Love the expression on Soleil's face as well, wave after wave, mouth wide open, that whole feeling of the wave just flying through her body.
Yeah, and that's always a great feeling as well when you can kind of ride the wave and feel your emotions. Here she is, quick steps up to the nose. And this one, she just hangs there again, goes for another nice tap, and she'll bring it around here. Just using all parts of her board on this wave. Steps back for a nice carve. And driving through this one again. We've seen her catch a heap of waves in this heat so far. The last few were just a couple of throwaways. So this one, really nice nose right there. And as you said, just feeling all the emotions in this one as she comes unstuck.
Taking one more look at it here in that slow motion. Finding that 5. You can just get that feeling right there. You're going really fast, locked into the nose. It's such a amazing feeling to be riding on a surfboard in that position. Taking a look at the replay here from Honolua, there's so much action. The judges have quite a few scores that we're waiting to drop.
Yeah, we're waiting for 4 scores to lock in. Honolua getting a nice nose right there. Brings it in again, holds onto this one, getting a little soulful as well as she drives that one for another nice carve for Honolua. So she just seems like she's really in the zone here, fighting her way back at the back end of this heat. Really quiet. First 20-something minutes for Honolua, but making the move to go over to Rincon was a great call.
Wow, this is incredible. Both of these women are surfing so well. They're absolutely matching it wave after wave for each other. The judges have a very tough job in front of them as we take a look at the great nose rides there to finish for Honolua, also getting that little jam in the section to finish off with. I've been spending a bit of time in the judging tower in between heats throughout the week, and just in the last men's quarterfinals was standing in there partly to hide from the cold, but also to just kind of hear part of the conversation. And the judges are making a good use of the replay system because the waves are quite far out. They're getting to really analyze things on that first glimpse, watching it, taking it all in, locking in those scores. But then head judge Tori Gilkerson, the 2016 World Longboard Champion, is talking them through what's going on in some of those replays, making sure everyone's got eyes locked on for how tight those nose rides really were. Were they fully committed? Was it a 5? Was it a 10? Are they in the pocket? Are they outside of the section? So it's been great to see them using that. That's where you can see some of these scores taking a little bit longer to lock in. It's because the judges would have put something down on that first impression, but they're taking their time. They know they've got that option to take a look at replays, especially with how consistent it's been within this heat. Now we're down to 2 minutes, the Rip Curl 2-minute warning true, and we've got scores coming through. The previous wave of Honolulu that we've been waiting on, she was needing a 5.93. She got a 5.73, so it's shy of the requirement. She's now gonna have a second score to drop from that last wave. Soleil Erico's had a few attempts in the 0 and the 2-point range that haven't amounted to anything. Her last wave is going to be coming through, and that could be a wave of consequence, but she's going to need to better a 6-point ride in order to put herself in a stronger leading position. And she does it, scores through for the previous of Soleil, a 7-point ride, and that puts Honolulu now chasing a 6.93. Now we're still waiting for the last score, but Hono goes full commitment straight into the hang 10. All 10 toes fully locked over. She gets a little caught on that turn as she's committed to the rail work, but redeems herself now, looking for this inside section. She's also moved herself back over to the Bells Bowl just to get away from Soleil, taking off on this wave. That outside 10 was really critical. The inside 10 also critical, but she doesn't hold on to the finish, and that's gonna hurt that score with an incomplete final maneuver.
Yeah, that is really going to hurt the score and probably hurt her as well. I mean, she's got about 45 seconds to go in this one, a couple of scores. It was smart that she's moved over to Bells Bowl. Love how she locked in for that 10 really quickly on that wave and held it for a little bit. It was unfortunate that she got a little bit wobbly on that turn there, but recovered really nicely. You could see it grab the rail for a bit of stability. And then she waits here for this one to link up. That Bells Bowl inside section can get really tricky to negotiate. 5 to 10 combination there, steps back, but just not quick enough. So we'll see if the judges deem that a completion or not. But I think it was super smart that she moved over to Bells Bowl to give her the opportunity to get a score that she is requiring.
I absolutely agree. That opening hang 10 was so critical. It was in the section. It was full commitment with the body, posture, and everything. It's down to this last moment, though, and maybe the flow in between that the judges would have been keeping an eye on. That is such a bummer that she wasn't able to ride out of that last maneuver. She's now going to sit on the shoreline waiting for scores to drop. And it's going to go in favor of the 2-time world champion and Soleil Erico, who's going to get the advancing position as our first finalist here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. For Honolulu, a sad loss for the semifinals. She also was looking to clinch a spot at the Malibu finals should she have made it into the finals here. So not making it into the finals means she has yet to clinch that spot. For Soleil Erico, she has that opportunity today, but she's going to need to win the event to clinch herself an opportunity to win a 3rd world title back at home in Malibu.
Wow, yeah, huge results from that last heat. Soleil getting the win and an opportunity, as you said, to just really take the pressure off and have fun in that next event.
So a 14.00 heat total for Soleil Erico with a couple of 7s on the board from her last few waves. Incredible performance from the California local. We've got more action to come. Brazil against France, Alice Lemoyne against Chloe Calmon in our 2nd semifinal on the women's side of the draw right after this.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action. We have been loving our time here at Bells Beach, just an hour and a half outside of Melbourne in beautiful Victoria. This time of the year is cold, but it is so beautiful. The sun's been coming out. We've had those clouds, that rain. We've got those green hills behind. All forms of nature and weather that's been rolling through this week, but it's been an incredible time to be back here at Bells once again and to be able to see the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard finals bracket. Taking a look at Soleil Erico making it into the final. She beat out Honolulu Bloomfield in the semis just now and took out Avalon Gull earlier on in the quarterfinals. Now we're into our last head-to-head matchup before the final.
Yeah, this is going to be a great heat between Alice and Chloe. We'll have a look at this replay. This is the first wave of Alice. She got it in nice and quickly on this one. A couple of nice nose rides to start as she steps back. And again, locks in for a quick 5 to 10 there for Alice. She's been surfing so well this whole event, but Chloe as well has just been really dominating her heats. We can see her out the back. Alice continuing for a really nice committed nose ride there. It looks like the women have opted to go to Rincon, and Alice just looking to finish this one off with a really nice carve there, and she rides out. So a great way to start off her campaign here for the semi-finals.
Yeah, great powerful turn on the finish. You could see her utilizing that rail on the start of this wave as well, then goes for those nose rides. She's a really consistent nose rider when it comes to that being her strength. Her turns are powerful, and it's been great to see her linking some of those things together, finding that power on that finishing section, really driving through it. She's an accomplished shortboarder as well, though she's taken to riding a longboard more often in the last few years, and it's really paid off with some huge success as we take a look at the replay for first of Chloe Calmon, the absolute flow master out in the water.
Yeah, some really nice nose rides there for Chloe. She just makes it look effortless, doesn't she? Just S-turning through this wave here. A couple of quick steps up. Almost loses her balance, but regains it really nicely. And then she just waits for this one to kind of offer her a bit more of a critical section, a couple more S-turns, just really using all parts of the board. Locks in for another nice nose ride. A little bit caught up, but she did well to negotiate and gaining some speed here. This wave looks like it's going to offer her something more. 5-2 combination, and then she gets out.
Wow.
So two solid combinations for both Alice and Chloe.
What a way for them to start off during the break. Chloe got another wave just now as we're looking through those replays as Alice is paddling her way through. So scores to drop for both of our surfers. 29 minutes on the clock of this 35-minute heat. Alice putting herself in position, holding on to that priority now. And a great exchange between the two. I think the strengths for Alice go to the length of her nose rides and how critical she tends to get them just heat after heat. The strengths for Chloe being the flow within her surfing. Not a lot of surfers can surf with the amount of variety that she brings in from her rail work, the types of turns, and the nose rides, while linking them together with the type of flow that she can. It's going to be a really exciting battle between these two, especially considering that they've opened up on 7-point rides. Chloe getting the better of the exchange with a 7.67 to start. Alice with a 7.17 on the board, and those two are so evenly matched for the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, wow, that's a great way to start off. I mean, they're both within the same ballpark, so I feel like it's, you know, you want to get a good backup to start applying that pressure, but I just feel like this heat, we're going to see a bunch of seesaw battles. Both Alice and Chloe have looked so strong and really calm throughout the whole event, so I think that, you know, this one's just going to come down to who's on the best waves and who's doing the best surfing.
Well, Soleil Erico set the standard for deciding to start out bright and early at Rincon. And with that decision, she was able to walk away victorious. She's down on the glass with the wax head.
Soleil making a really good decision to surf Rincon. That tide still on its way up. Were you 100% going there, or did you want to join Honolulu at the beginning of the bowl?
You know what? I knew that going up there would be a risk, but like I was watching it a lot before the heats, and we just saw so many waves. So I was just like, you got to send it, and it worked out. So I'm stoked.
And you're very clinical in your surfing. You have some amazing people in your camp, and that's the same board once again that you rode at Malibu last year.
Yeah, it's the same one. Oh no, actually, this board I'm riding right now, it's just a little bit fine-tuned. CJ's been fine-tuning my boards for the past few years. But yeah, he's the best. He's the one who, told me to sit up there. And we were debating, but we were just like, you know what, let's just do it. Like, go big or go home. And yeah, I'm really lucky to have him.
Yeah, so you had that amazing run of waves. You didn't know what score you needed. So for the people at home, I'm down on the beach with your camp and Honolulu's camp, and it's going back and forth. Did you just block it out and just try and surf better each wave?
I actually did block it out. I was like, you know what? It's just like two neck and neck at this point. I'm just going to free surf. I couldn't even hear the announcer half the time, so I was just free surfing. And then I like waved my hands up and was like, what's the score? And then he called them out every now and then. But it was really nice out there. It was very freeing. Like it's like you're in the open ocean. Yeah.
Well, beautiful Victoria turning it on for the longboard finals. Back to you guys in the booth for live action.
Thanks so much. Great tone Soleil set within that women's semi-final, the first of the day to move over towards Rincon, and that's where we're seeing both of our surfers now in positioning. Chloe Calmon opened up with her first wave of a 7.67, and Alice with a 7.17 to start things off. It's been quiet since then. Maybe still a little bit less consistent than what we had earlier this morning and through yesterday. There was just so many waves that rolled through. It was kind of hard to keep track of things.
Yeah, and yesterday there was some solid sets coming through the lineup as well, which is super exciting to see. It was interesting to note, Soleil in that last heat saying she couldn't hear much, so she had a bit of a free surfer approach to it, which was really interesting because sometimes if you can't hear, it depends who you are. I guess sometimes you can freak out and keep waving your arms and get so distracted by the fact that you don't know what's going on. And it's great that Soleil was like, you know what, I'm just going to free surf and keep surfing. There's still time. So I'm just going to try and better each wave where I can.
Well, Alice had priority on that wave. Both women have decided to let it go. Let's take a look at that last set of waves that rolled through, the 7.67 in comparison to the 7.17. So this is the 7.17 that we saw from Alice Lemoyne. Started out with that nice hang five, finds a second one quickly in the pocket.
Yeah, some really nice stuff for Alice as she locks in for a 5, gets a quick 10 as well there for Alice. And then this one does go a little bit flat there, but she locks in, gets a little bit of a soul arch there, and then driving her way through this one. Nice rail surfing for Alice. Locks in for another nice nose ride. She just keeps continuing on with this one and locks in for a really nice carve as well to finish. So I think for Alice, that was a great way to start. Chloe's wave just looks a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it has a little bit more size. So Alice, multiple nose rides, kind of keeping that projection down the line, that big turn at the finish, where Chloe starts with that hang 5, gets that 10 in early as well. Now really engages that rail and adds a bit more variety into her wave. Wave starting to kind of shrink in size as it rolls through to the inside here, and she's just looking for another opportunity. That outside section having just that bit more variety and size, like you said, true to what we saw from Alice, and throwing in that great footwork through to the inside section. The cross step cut back as well on her backhand was looking really sharp.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming through to the inside as well, she did so well to get another nose ride as she finishes this one, but this is live action. Wow.
Wow, incredible nose ride from Lemoyne. Unfortunately, she goes down and can't hold on to that one, so that maneuver will go incomplete as she wasn't able to pedal back off the nose and ride out complete.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. That was a beautiful nose ride for Alice. Just unfortunate to catch her nose on that wave. It would have been a great score if she had held on.
You can see how bumpy the face of that wave is. It looks clean from the other angle, but there's so many bumps still coming up on it. It's not entirely clean through the morning with a little tiny bit of that north wind that's popped up and created, not cross chop by any means, but just that bump. And that can be really hard to hold on to those sections. And there you can see that bump just bit the nose the tiniest bit, which sent her flying because she was going at such high high speeds.
Yeah, you can see the texture even on the screen right now. You've just got to be able to adapt and react to what's going on with those waves, and that was looking like it was going to be a really good score for Alice, but she still has so much time in this heat. I feel like we're going to see that again from her.
Well, talking conditions and some of those winds, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Waxhead for conditions report.
Really nice analysis, girls, about that chop. It's an east-northeast wind. It's picking up. It's over 10 knots now, so it is starting to gust a little bit. Not quite white capping, but enough to keep those first waves of the sets unrideable. At Rincon, typically, the first wave isn't always a bad one. 2-metre high tide, still about half an hour away. If it's a southeast, southwest, or a west-southwest wind, you can get sheltered, but unfortunately, Rincon, it's kind of onshore right now, so the surfers will really be looking for those carving clean bowls, and wave selection will be paramount moving into the finals.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks for that insight. We can even see right behind the Waxhead, those Visit Melbourne flags are just starting to really flap in from that angle that shows the gusts of winds that's coming from the sea, from that sea breeze starting to blow through. So that's a bit of a bummer when it comes to the fact that we've got another couple hours of contest ahead of us before we'll be crowning our champions. Means that it could be getting slightly more tricky, but wow, what a day we've had so far this morning, and it really is incredible to have such good conditions for finals day.
Oh, it's been awesome. Even yesterday afternoon, the conditions were just so perfect out there, and I feel like we've just really lucked out for finals day. Even with this little bit of breeze, this little bit of wind, it's still perfection pretty much for an event out there. It looks like so much fun, and the women just have been locking in such incredible scores. We saw that last heat was a really great heat, Soleil getting the better of it, and we also saw a really great heat between Declan and Ben for the first semi-final, well sorry, for the last semi-final for the men. So it's just been consistent high scores locking in, so the opportunities are still out there.
That's right. That was some really exciting surfing from the men's side of the draw. As we're getting our way to be set towards the men's finals, the first men's semifinal will have Taylor Jensen and Kai Salas in it. Those two have been fighting against each other, not fighting, but battling against each other in the water in heats for the majority of their careers, just a few years apart in age, and both have gone back and forth with victories across different events. That'll be a very exciting, well-matched semi-final. I think that could easily just be called the final based off of both of their performances being probably the strongest of the performances we've seen throughout this event. And then Edouard Del Perro and Declan Whiten in the second semi-final have both been extremely consistent. That's going to be a really great one as well to see, can the kind of younger surfer in Declan take it against one of those that's been in the conversation for a while. Chloe Calmon now up and riding, uses her priority on this one. Couple steps forward. I love the way she uses that drop knee cutback on her bottom turn specifically. It's a really special thing that the goofy footers can bring in on a right-hand wave. Great footwork up to the nose. And the flow within her surfing that I was mentioning earlier today is exactly what she's displaying. That was a great tight hang 10. Now pedaling back, staying in the curl. Just looking so pretty as well with the colors of the board, her wetsuit, and the water all just blending together so perfectly with such a great performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that she's, you know, color coordinated.
The aesthetic is great.
Yeah, it is. It is nice on the eye, that's for sure. I'm a big fan of color coordination, so I'm loving that. And Alice, wow, nice ride out the back.
Wow, Alice on an absolute bomb. Looking to see if she can get around the section. She's going to do it with ease. Will this wave stay open? Unfortunately, she just decides she's made it around that first section. She's going to try and run to the nose, but that white water's just too heavy to be able to actually nose ride through. If it wasn't quite as big, we'd see a lot of surfers actually nose riding through that whitewater section from behind, but it's just been a bit too challenging here at the Bells Bowl.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this wave from Chloe. Really nice drop knee cut back there. She locks in for a nice 5, and this wave is just so beautiful, just really lining up for her as she continues through. Nice 5 there. We'll see her lock in for a tight 10, and then she steps back. Perfect timing there for Chloe. She just looks at ease out there, like she's really in tune with the waves, with her boards, with what's going on. Locks in for another 5. And that wave just kind of fades out in front of her. She took that one all the way through, but what a great wave for Chloe.
Yeah, this board looking really good under her feet as well. She snapped her favored board for these conditions on the first wave of her opening heat this morning, which was a bit of a bummer, but she made an insane recovery, grabbed the board quickly off the beach, had that moment to kind of reset, and this new one's looking sharp under her feet. She broke that 2+1. She's now been riding the single fin out in the lineup. And she said she switches between the two of them so often that she doesn't really feel like it's that big of a difference for her. She's really comfortable on both bits of equipment, which is what we're seeing displayed in her surfing.
Yeah, which is awesome to see. We'll take a look at the replay for that last wave of Alice. As you said, just getting a little bit caught behind. That whitewash is actually super powerful. You know, there's a lot of push in the waves out at Bells and at Rincon. So that was going to be a tricky one to negotiate, but she gets back out there with priority. She needs a little bit of a situation update there. But for Chloe in that last heat, you know, breaking a board in a heat it's never nice. It's never a good
Have you done that a few times?
Luckily, I haven't, but I have broken heat boards in free surfs, and yeah, there's definitely been a few tears shed, especially if they're your favorite ones. But in heats, it would be really hard, you know, and then having to go back, especially at the pointy end, on a board that you love but isn't your favorite, probably one that, you know, you've got a connection with but not as strong as the one that you've broken. So your heart's kind of breaking a little bit, but you have to just pull it together and be in touch with the board that you're on there, because you really have to trust your equipment. So for Chloe, it looks like she's just fallen in sync with that board really quickly.
Amazing. We saw back in the 2021 World Longboard Championships at Malibu that Alice Lemoyne broke one of her favorite boards, the board that she'd just been so steady on for so long, early in the competition and had to switch out mid-heat. She ended up going on to win that event specifically off of surfing a board that she'd never surfed before, a board that she brought along with her but had never even had a free surf with.
Wow.
And it was incredible. She said she was never going to leave that board. It was going to be under her feet for every event since. Of course, we're seeing her on some different equipment now, but it's amazing to see what that sort of challenge or that trial in a competitor's week or in a moment in their world that week can really bring out the best in the surfer. And that's what we saw from Chloe this morning. That's what we saw from Alice at the 2021 World Longboard Championships in Malibu after she took out a huge victory, biggest victory of her career. Now we're down to 15 minutes on the clock. Chloe Calmon sitting in the lead with a 7.67 and a 6. Alice chasing a 6.51 to take the lead. We'll see if she can find a score when we return with more for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Great Ocean Road is a really incredible part of the world just outside of Melbourne. There's so many things to, get up to. Sam and Josh had their day to play. True, we're going to have to create our own day tomorrow when we're finally finished with the event.
I know. I feel like a lot of that day is going to be spent in the ocean because it looks like we're going to have some fun waves.
Oh, it's going to be so good. Alice got her wave during the break, stuck on the nose.
Wow, really long, committed nose ride there, that 5 for Alice as she brings this one around for a nice carve. That wave gets a little bit bumpy, but she does well to negotiate those sections, puts it up there and gets a finish. Wow, solid stuff there from Alice. You can see her standing tall and really liking the feel of that one.
Chasing a 6.51 for this score to take her into the leading position. And scores are rolling through. That was a great opening nose ride. Really soupy section through the middle of this wave. She times it out here. Not a lot of use of footwork through that middle section, but perfectly places that board into the end. So single long nose ride and a big closeout with a 5.33 on the board for her previous wave. We've got another score to drop. So she's currently sitting in that second place position. Last score, that 0.43. So the 5.33 for that wave that we just saw during the break.
Yeah, that was, a really nice wave, but the judges just wanting a little bit more. She had to do surf a wave better than what Chloe's 6 was to get that score of a 6.51. But nonetheless, a really nice committed nose ride there for Alice.
Chloe now on the inside position. She's sitting with first priority. We're down to 10 minutes, 34 seconds on the clock. She's going to give that one a skip. Alice is going to swing to have a look at it. She is in a much better position for it, but has a look down the line and decides she was just going to be caught behind that section that's starting to feather down.
Yeah, I think that was a good call for Alice, not, taking that one. There's still 10 minutes, so she can kind of make her way slowly back out the back, see if there's a wide set that could potentially roll through before she makes her way over closer to Chloe. Because Chloe just seems like she's really in form out there, especially today. She just seems super calm. She seems like she's, laser sharp. But Alice, she's just been putting on a great performance for the whole event.
Yeah, she's really been super solid. Now in head-to-head matchups between these two, their very first head-to-head matchup was in the finals back in 2016 at the Longboard Pro Vio. It was Alice who ended up getting the win just over Chloe Calmon in their very first head-to-head matchup. Since then, Alice has had her 2 other times in 2021 at the Jeep Malibu Classic, where Alice ended up going on to take the victory for the entire event. Back in 2019 at the Taiwan Open World Longboard Championships as well, Alice took out Chloe on her way to a great finish. And back in 2017 is the only time that Chloe has gotten the lead above her at an event in Papua New Guinea that Chloe went on to take the victory in. So it seems to be that whoever wins between the matchups in these two goes on to find success within the finals as well. Chloe now up and riding as she perches onto that 5 to 10, back to that tight 5, pedals off the nose, back to that hang 5, toes fully locked over for the goofy foot. I love that you can see the posture of her feet and the positioning on the board being way on that inside rail. Toes just where that stringer is, not that her feet are in the full middle part of that board, but really just locked in where her heels are almost feeling the surface of that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, she just seems really in tune out there. There's not very many mistakes that she's been making. And she seems calm. She seems like she's in the space where she's ready. And it's going to be exciting. I feel like that wave was really nice for Chloe, getting a really nice few nose rides there as well. So Alice is going to have to come back with, some solid and committed surfing.
Down to 8 minutes on the clock. Alice with the consistency of the two in the head-to-head matchups, but Chloe has been very dominant throughout this event. She's been a surfer that's been able to just connect that style, flow, and grace of the longboard criteria together. She's been utilizing the entire board really, really well. That equipment looking really sharp under her feet. Alice has had some of the best nose rides that we've seen throughout this event, like the one she's currently perched on. What an incredible locked in, long hang 5, so large. She has yet to leave it straight through the pocket as that wave is starting to curl down in front of her. She gives that kick to get the leash off of her feet as she goes back up to the nose. And she's really going to need to put this board on rail if she wants to match the scores that we're seeing from Chloe. And that was a heavy section to finish off on. So well composed for that finishing re-entry.
Yeah, wow, she did so well on that finishing re-entry, just timing that perfectly, especially coming off that hang 5, that really long locked in nose ride. We'll have a look at Chloe's wave first, getting herself up to the nose nice and quickly, bring it around. This wave is smaller compared to that one that we did see Alice on, but a really nice few nose rides. Goes back to that tight 5 after she gets a 10 and then locks in another nose ride there. It looks like this wave did go into a top 2, so some really solid surfing from Chloe, just pedaling back perfectly, not getting, you know, a solid re-entry to finish that one off like we saw Alice, but, you know, of course, different waves.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting comparison with the score that we're waiting to hear from Alice. So beautiful footwork, lots of nose rides, 5 to 10 combinations from Chloe. That was a tight 5 on the inside section, and just that little down carve repositioning to finish off with. Where Alice's wave, we're waiting for that score to roll through, had this really long nose ride with the critical finish.
Yeah, wow, she locked in, getting a bit soulful with it as well. You can see her just kick out her leg rope, which finally got out in the end. Locks in for another 5 there. She steps back and then eyes off this section. Times it perfectly. You can see the aggression before, as she lines it up as well. You know, she really wants to make that. Wow, she locked in so beautifully with that nose ride at the start, and then yeah, you can see her here just identifying that section, timing it well, and embracing that finish, getting nice and low. She's feeling really happy, and so she should be. That was a really nice ride for Alice.
So the previous score for Chloe, or the last score for Chloe, comes through as a 6.77. Like you said, it's one of her highest waves, so it does increase the requirement for Alice. She's now chasing a 7.28 in order to take the leading position away from Chloe. And the judges are taking their time with it. They're definitely looking at that replay as we're coming down to that 5-minute mark to see if our Reunion Island surfer will be taking the victory or taking the lead at the moment over the Brazilian. 5 minutes to go. This has been a really excellent battle. It's what we would have expected coming into finals day, as we're taking a look at just this beautiful area here at the World Surfing Reserve at Bells Beach. Some great trails to get a little bit of exercise on through the afternoon if the surf's not looking so good, or maybe some cross training between that morning and that afternoon surf. And the scores are in for Alice Lemoine. It's an 8-point ride. The judges loving it, rewarding that critical nature of that opening nose ride with the commitment to the end section as well.
Wow, this has been an exceptional heat going back and forth between Alice and Chloe. Chloe coming out, you know, with the best wave, that 767, but then Alice just going, you know what, I'm going to lock in and get a long nose ride. We saw her attempt it at the start of this heat and then was able to complete it just then on that 8-point ride. Really nice surfing there from Alice. We can see her just lock in here, super soulful, just continuing through really long locked in hang 5, and then she just gets another one as well before, I love that end finishing re-entry as well. She just timed it so well, able to absorb the impact, but this locked in hang 5 is pretty insane.
It's pretty insane. It's great positioning, and then just that pedal back here to place this board up into the pocket and to just hit that oncoming section, and just beautifully places that board there. Feels all of the emotion. She wants to make it into the finals, and she wants to take out longtime friend and rival in Chloe Calmon. There's been a few situations that have unfolded between them. There was that year back in 2019 where Alice got the nod in a heat against Chloe in Taiwan, which was at the World Longboard Championships. Chloe was the front runner for the world title that year and just needed to make the heat over Alice in order to win her inaugural world title. but Alice took out the victory in that heat. It knocked Chloe down into that possible position to still win should Alice win the entire event, but it was Honolua Bloomfield who went on to win that event and secure herself a second world title at that stage of her career. That was a moment for Chloe that she had been leading the tour for the entire year. That year in 2019 had also had 4 stops, different levels of points available for it. The structure was different than we've got this year with the finals format for the Malibu Longboard Championships. But it was a really exciting year where we all thought Chloe was finally going to get the world title that she'd been so close to, and unfortunately just came shy. So these two have had a few moments together. Now for Alice, sitting in the lead, it puts the requirement into a 7.51 on Chloe to take the advancing spot.
Yeah, the door's definitely left open for Chloe. She has priority, and we've got just under 2 minutes, the rip curl 2-minute warning, and honestly, Chloe has been looking so strong this whole event. I'm sure if she gets a wave and if she gets, you know, the right opportunities, I have no doubt that she will perform on it. It just, the ocean is, you know, it's a really tricky one. You know, you've got so many different elements that you have to battle against in heats, and the ocean is out of your control. So Chloe just has to have faith that a wave will come through in the next 90 seconds or so, and then she needs to perform on it.
Wild, down to 1 minute, 20 seconds past that rip curl 2-minute warning. Alice in the lead. Chloe had the momentum throughout this entire heat until that last wave of Alice. Really consistent performance from the Brazilian, dropping a 7.67 on takeoff, answering back again with a 6 and then a 6.77. Alice started strong as well with that 7.17, but had 4 different attempts that didn't amount to very much, the 5.33 being the highest of it, a few much smaller than that, until she found herself on that solid size wave. And she'd taken off on a few of those waves that she was going to try and charge through that similar section. So she was eyeing out exactly what she wanted to be taken off on. And that score finally panned out in the 8-point range. The ocean seems to be a bit quiet. You can still feel the tension for Alice though, not knowing if, is anything going to come? Is it going to be a chance for Chloe as she looks back to the bluffs?
Yeah, this is really nervous moments for Alice. Being in the lead, having an 8 and a 7.17, I'm sure she's thinking if Chloe gets the opportunity, more than likely, you know, she could get the score. So Alice is just hoping that the time winds down quicker than it is. This is going to be the longest 10 seconds for Alice and the quickest for Chloe.
Chloe having a little spin, but the time is going to work against her and in favor of Alice Lemoine from Reunion Island, representing France. A quick moment between those two. Congratulations for Alice from Chloe. And such a well-surfed heat from the Brazilian as well. I mean, the flow that she has brought into women's longboarding is really spectacular event after event, and this event has been no different. But it's Alice Lemoine who will be matched up against Soleil Erico. That is going to be a final for the ages. Now coming up next, Taylor Jensen and Kai Salas in semifinal number 1 on the men's side of the draw. Edouard Del Pero and Declan Whiten also with an opportunity in that second semifinal to decide the men's finalists. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Second place, the Secret Blue Code Mahon. The second
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the first semi-final for the men's of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. I'm Sam Bleakley and I've had the absolute pleasure of calling an incredible 4-day event with 2006 world champion Josh Constable as we move into this big one. Taylor Jensen, Kai Salas.
Yeah, this one's going to be a cracker. Two big guys, big powerful surfers, been doing this for a long time. Taylor Jensen, 3-time world champ this year, pushing for his fourth, and Kai, he's chasing his first. So this is going to be a really good semi-final. Looking forward to it.
And isn't it so interesting how the wise old dogs, those wise souls, those mature fine wines have made it to the Final Four. Declan the younger in that Final Four, but he's got a lot of contest experience. But it's Taylor, it's Kai, it's Edward, and it's Declan who've worked their way through to that semi-final.
Yeah, we've seen the cream rise to the top, especially in this first one. Taylor and Kai, they've been surfing so good for so many years. They've been putting on a great display this week. And then the second semi-final, Edward Del Perro surfed phenomenally in that quarterfinal. And then Declan showing the youth, that firing, that drop knee whip in the pocket. It was sensational. So winners of both of those will meet up in the final, and that'll be later on today.
Taylor, 3 times WSL World Longboard Champion from 2011, 2012, 2017. Kai Salas has had an incredible year. He won the Mexi Log Fest, which is no mean feat. That gathers a lot of the best longboarders on the planet. That was an incredible result for Kai. And Kai peaking in the quarterfinal, dropping a 9 and a heat score of a 17.17. But kicking off, it's our 3 times world longboard champion on his Stu Kenson, 9.8. Single fin, the big man, TJ, Taylor Jensen, kicks off with a nice 5.10, climbs over the section with great flow and control and locks in for a second nose ride. And Josh, this looks like a really strong start for TJ.
Yeah, always does start strong. He's always finding himself on the best waves, and that's why he is the 3-time world champion. What a great wave starting up there at Rincon. Some nice footwork, great nose rides, great flow rolling off the top, using the whole wave. So that's going to be a really good start for Taylor Jensen.
Comes in at a 7.17 as we shift onto Rincon. The last heat on the Bells Bowl was Declan and Skin Dog's quarterfinal. That was just the last chance of getting those sets on that wider position. But now the surfers all surfing on the Rincon section. TJ kicking off with a really strong score. He's looked comfortable all week, but Kai really came alive in the quarterfinals earlier today.
He did. Kai seemed to find a little bit of something yesterday when it was big and powerful. The Hawaiian surfer really laying into those turns. I think he went home, reassessed what he was doing. How can I improve on what was already a great performance? Added a lot of nose riding, and then the big, powerful turn. That performance this morning was so good. Hopefully we get a good run of waves in this semi-final and we see similar performance.
So, Josh, you've competed a lot down here in Bells. You've free surfed this wave. What really now is the difference as we move onto that high tide between the Rincon wave as opposed to the Bells Bowl that we saw the surfers competing on earlier today?
Yeah, as you can see now on the webcast, the water's really coming in and bashing into the cliffs. So when it's low tide like this morning, it was all rock, that was all exposed, it was all dry, so it breaks in the Bells Bowl. Tide's really pushing in now, moves across to the Rincon section. This is known for the great longboard wave, the nice peeling right-hander. The surfers can get up to the nose, spend a lot of time in the pocket, then the nice cars, and it's a lot longer ride. So we're going to see the surfers doing a lot more maneuvers, which is a little bit like Malibu. They've got to start off, be nice and clean and strong on the nose, but you have to put it together the whole wave.
Of course, Kai Salas, the founder of the Kai Salas Longboard Company, riding a 9.8 prototype single fin. here. He also has his pro surf school in Hawaii, but right now, as you can see, that incredible Melbourne flight cam as we look across the spiritual home of Australian surfing as these blue-coloured right-handers peel on that rock shelf against that bright sandstone cliff. TJ up and riding on his second score. He's got a 717, holds the 5, gets the 10, streaks through that nose ride, walks into the tail, puts that board on rail, sets himself up high and tight, and soul arches in a nice tight 510 with Kai Salas out back on a 10 as well himself, and TJ just staying busy again, back up for a touch of the 5 and cleanly walking out of last nose ride as we see Kai Salas on an incredible long holding 5 into a 10. Both surfers riding 9/8 single fins as Salas really comes alive and puts that board on rail with it, a Hawaiian layback, and might well get the go on the paddle, because this is interesting. Both surfers will drop very, very strong scores, but it looks like Salas is going to have the edge on the paddle for priority.
How good was that wave? We were sort of focusing on Taylor, but we could see in the background Kai got on the nose nice and early on that wave and kind of nose rode through the whitewash. Judges are going to love that. Projected out onto the open face and then laid the turn, but let's check this one out of Taylor.
Nice 5 and into the 10, and then he really worked this nose ride brilliantly and then put that board on rail so well.
He did. He didn't get a lot of levitation. The judges will look at that a little bit. That was a little cleaner, nicer nose ride. But this turn here, driving, holding the rail and then driving off the bottom turn, that was really nice, and then back up to the nose. But this is where we could see in the background Kai on the nose, powering through the section, Sam, and then finishing it off in here.
Well, this was the second nose ride. Look at this, sets himself up and holds that 5 and stays lifting, levitating, locked, and then goes into this 10. Ready, 3, 2, 1, bang it. There it is, the full 10. Pedals back to the tail, and then it's this second turn, Josh, here, where he really comes alive with a bit of a layback. Incredible rail surfing from Kai, and then getting the best of the paddle battle to sit out there with priority, booking herself a spot in the final against Soleil Erico. Alice Lemoine from France is with True Styling.
Thank you, Sam. Alice, that was a great heat. You went back-to-back with Chloe. Talk to me about that. It was pretty exceptional.
Yeah, it was like a super great heat. Like, the wave is super fun. So I was like, I know I was needed like a 6.5 something. So I was like, okay, wait for the set, and I got the wave, and I was pretty stoked about my wave, and I know I'm gonna get the score, so it's nice.
And you showed a lot of emotion as well at the end of that wave, but how were the nerves leading into that wave? I mean, you really had to perform on that.
Yeah, I was like super happy about this wave, because like at the beginning I said, maybe it's not a good one. Should I go, should I don't go? So I said, so I'm going, and then when I saw the form, and I do like a re-entry, and I was like pretty stuck, and I know like there was like 5 minutes remaining, so I was like, maybe it's gonna be on with me, so I'm pretty stuck.
And you're gonna have a great matchup with Soleil in the final. How are you feeling about that one, and what's your game plan?
Oh, just catch the good one. Yeah, I want like to win, because like in Malibu last year, like I lost, so now it's my rematch, so I want to get some good wave.
Well, maybe a bit of a grudge match for the finals between Soleil and Alice. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, congratulations, Alice. That's going to be a beauty, of course. Soleil beat Alice on her way to win that world title last year in Malibu, but waiting for that score to drop. TJ drops an 8, adds that 717, but Kai's wave, do you think it's going to go bigger than that 8, Josh?
Yeah, it's really funny because Taylor got the couple of 10s off the start. One was pushing a little bit of water, then he stepped back, and then he got a really clean one, and he did that big rail turn and drove off the bottom. But Kai, on the other hand, he was driving through the whitewash on the nose, super committed. He had water breaking on his feet. His 9/8 longboard was in the whitewash behind him in the wave. So there was a lot of commitment to that. Came out onto the open face, still on the nose, and then went to that big hang 10.
Both surfers on 9/8s. Taylor on his new Singleton model designed by Stu Kenson. Of course, you'll be able to get that board as well as Kai Salas. Of course, he's got his Kai Salas Longboard Company, riding a 9.8 prototype, but so many great models under the feet of his team riders, and he drops a 7.73. So Taylor's a busier wave, a little bit more, active, but that critical 10 from Kai, backed up by that beautiful rail turn where he laid back. That for me was extremely exciting. What do you think was the difference that really put Taylor's wave just ever so slightly higher than Kai's wave?
Well, I think, Sam, like you said, more activity. He was working the wave, he was using the whole board, a couple more extra maneuvers. So it goes to show that they love the commitment from Kai. Less maneuvers, big nose ride through the section, but then not as active through the mid part where we saw Taylor up and down, 2 tank 10s on the outside, then the big carve, and then finishing it strong.
I remember watching these two have a fantastic final at a WSL World Longboard Tour event in Papua New Guinea in 2017, as we see Kai Salas setting himself up, beautiful flowing surfing there, all in the middle as he just kicks out of that wave, recognizing that it's not the big score that he needs to go for. Sensible, he sees that there was no need to really manufacture a lower score. He knows he needs to go excellent range to get himself a spot in the final.
Yeah, he's chasing a 7.45. Taylor sitting on the 7.17. Taylor won't be happy with that. He's going to want to go into the excellent range and really put some pressure on Kai. These guys are both fantastic surfers, and they know that they have to get that heat total in the excellent score.
Both family men, and both here with their families. Kai with his wife Alphon and kids Coral and Sissy, and Taylor with his wife Nava and kids Jagger and Zion. And they've both been looking super comfortable all week. Taylor's been the one who's also been having that role supporting Chloe Calmon. That's been really positive for Chloe. Of course, we've just seen Chloe come unstuck there and not make it to the final, but the 3rd place finish is a really strong result for Chloe because it's the top 8 who will qualify for Malibu, with one more event to go in El Salvador after this event here, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl, as we see a little bit of a set on the horizon. They're moving wide, sitting with priority. It's Taylor Jensen. Paddling with priority. It's Taylor Jensen. Positioning will be key. It's a bigger one. Josh, what do you think of this?
This is looking like a really nice one, as long as it doesn't stretch out too much. It's a bigger wave. Look at the opportunity. They could be up and riding already, but here goes Taylor.
Up and riding on his Stu Kenson. Straight to the tip. Holds a 5, walks back to the middle, and then just sets himself up from that front 3rd speed trim line with 2 steps back up for another 5. All trim, good speed. Kicks out. A little bit of a recognition there that that's not going to replace his 7.17, and he wants to go out and be patient, as we see Tommy Perucci out there getting the shots. Tommy's been getting some incredible material of the world's best longboarders here at Bells Beach in the last 4 days.
It's amazing to have Tommy here and just capturing those moments for all the surfers to remember in years to come, that they can tell their kids or their grandkids that they got to surf the famous Bells Beach in a WSL World Longboard Tour event. So it's great having Tommy here, and all the surfers appreciate him for sure.
What a classic showdown between two fine wines of longboarding, Kai Salas and Taylor Jensen. But how about this replay, Josh?
Yeah, a lot bigger wave, straight to the nose, and there was a lot of downtime here. Taylor was thinking he wanted to cross step there off the bottom turn, waiting, being patient, and then realizing too big. So what happens, Sam, is a little bit, the swell's still a little bit too big for perfect Rincon. These bigger ones sort of a bit more stretched out, and they're on the outside bit of the reef, and then they're connecting over to Bell's Bowl, but it's so high tide and fat, and it's just closing out. So Taylor realised he's out of there, knows it's not going to be a great score, and they're going to wait for those mid-sized ones. And you can see right up there in the top bit of the screen, Kai's waiting in the perfect spot and just needing that set to come.
Gosh, I can remember that second world title that Taylor won in 2012. It was in Riu Bay, Hainan Island. The waves were too small for the left point when we moved to a beach break spot just down the coast, and it was ran like a grassroots club contest because we didn't have any of the facilities at the main site. But what TJ had was he had his family with him. Jagger was very young then. He had Nava and Jagger on the beach, and he just came alive in a fantastic final to get his second world title. That third world title in 2017 was won in a surf-off with Edward Del Pero. It'll be interesting if Taylor matches up against Edward in this final right here in Bells.
Yeah, I remember that final in Taiwan at Edward. He had to win the event to be able to match the score of Taylor and have the surf off. And he put so much into that final. He was so elated to win, but it almost drained him. He put so much effort into that final. Then they had this surf off, and then Taylor had all day to rest and then had that energy to fire.
Kai Salas fades in, sets himself up with 6 steps into a beautiful hang 5, lifting, locked, dynamic, long, critical hang 10, cross steps back to the front third, keeps that board climbing and dropping, and then puts that single fin 9/8 on rail and comes off the bottom loose and lively, and then puts a drop knee and then opens out the body and really stalls it for an inside section back up to the tip, holds the 5, pulls up for a second hang 10 again, lock and lift and trim and glide all mixed up as he really demonstrates a full ability to cover a lot of ground on the wave, using all of the board, all of the wave, and ending there. Kai Salas, a great score to drop for the Hawaiian.
What a wave and what a finish. Look how stoked he is with that one, and finishing right up. We didn't see in the screen, but he's right in front of the cliff there. This wave was insane, and this nose ride, he knows he has to push it, and he's setting up for this 5. Huge 10. Look how committed he is. He can't even see his board. He's so deep in the pocket.
Amazing stuff. And then backs it up with that beautiful rail work, Josh. And then the way he kicked off with that really long lifting 10, 2 dynamic bits of rail work, reading the wave, using the wave, stalling, and then he gets right on the 5 here and back up for a second, lifting, holding 10, all clean over his toes, 10 toes wrapped right over the nose, and then again on rail. A smaller wave, but he did absolutely everything. And the fact that he had those 2 incredible 10s, it's got to be a massive score. Is it going to go into the 9s?
It's crazy because it's a lot different surfing than Taylor. They're both big guys, strong, powerful. Kai a little bit more rail and a little like smoother but slower. But Taylor a little bit more energetic, a little bit more acceleration out of the turns. And the score comes in at a 6.33.
Lower than we thought it would come in at, but of course those nose rides were incredible. We have to think about the wave size relative to the opening 717 and 773 from Taylor and Kai. They would have been bigger, longer, faster waves. That one was a smaller wave, but the way he surfed it was absolutely incredible. Those 2 hang 10s, I mean, that first one in particular, high degree of difficulty, putting everything on the line, full risk. Well, with that, we got 15 minutes remaining. Taylor Jensen's in the lead. Kai Salas is chasing him. Let's find out what happens. We'll be right back.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Unmatched atmosphere and landscape of the Victorian coast as we continue the second half of this first semi-final between Taylor Jensen and Kai Salas. Taylor kicking off with a 7.17, answering back with an 8.0. Kai Salas dropping a 7.73 and then displaying some outstanding nose riding to drop a 6.33. We thought it was going to go bigger, but we have to reflect on the wave size of those earlier scores, and for me that's probably going to be the difference. The surfing he did on it was just red hot. It was like a perfect ride as far as surfing, but it must have been that slightly smaller wave size and the ground and speed covered that just deemed it to come out so much lower than that 8.0 and those high 7s.
Yeah, those nose rides were so critical and so locked in the pocket. I was a little surprised that it went that low. But then when we think about Taylor's surfing, it's fast, it's accelerating. He's doing a lot of in and out of the nose with a lot of fast footwork, hanging on the nose, where Kai's looking a little slower and a little more finesse and carving and the cross-stepping. So maybe the judges at this stage are liking it a little bit more quicker, speedier down the line, and obviously he's getting that speed from being on a bit bigger wave.
11 minutes remaining. It's coming up to high tide, local time 1:20 p.m. How will the high tide, which is pretty much through this first semi-final, how is that going to affect things? Will we get improvements on the drop, or are we seeing the best of it for the day right now?
We're probably seeing the best of it right now, but you can see in the picture right now the guys are sitting just behind the buoy, so they're taking off, getting a little slingshot into the wave. We saw Kai actually nose riding through that part of the wave, which is really difficult to do. That's why we thought that 6.33 might be a tad high because of the degree of difficulty. But now they're just patient. Kai would be sitting there scratching his head, trying to figure out, okay, what's my next step? How am I going to get myself this 7.45? He went to the nose. He really was critical there on the hang 10s. He might change his approach now. He got big scores this morning, so we know it's in him. He believes in himself that he can get the big scores, so it's just only time will tell.
Absolutely. In the quarterfinal, he got a 9-point ride, a total heat score of 17.17, eliminating Tony Silvani. If Taylor books himself a spot in the final, he'll be surfing against either Edward Del Pera or Declan Whiten. But if Taylor does that, he will guarantee himself a spot in the top 8. Of course, he'll want to improve his seeding by getting a big result, either winning here or getting a good result in El Salvador. But already he'll have enough points to guarantee that top 8 finish and surf at Malibu for the 2023 world title.
And that's the goal, isn't it? You've got to get to the final 8 because you can't win a world title if you're not in that final 8. It takes the pressure off. He goes to El Salvador, a little bit lighter in the shoulders. There's not as much weight on his shoulders. He'll then fire up, and a relaxed Taylor is a scary Taylor.
Absolutely. And Soleil Erica, if she wins the final, she will also guarantee herself a spot in the top 8. But she's got to win that final to guarantee that. She's surfing against Alice Lemoine. We've got the second semi-final coming up next in the men's between Edward Del Pera and Declan Whiten. We haven't got long left here, just 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Of course, sitting on the high tide. Kai Salas out of priority, chasing a very attainable 7.45.
Yeah, and you can see just a little bit of positioning change here. Taylor, rock solid, knows what he needs to do. He's just sitting there. He's not going to play any games or let Kai sort of upset his flow. He's just going to sit where he wants to sit. He's going to make sure if a good wave comes, he's going to take that opportunity away from Kai because he knows Kai is a fantastic surfer, and the 7.45 is not a big score for someone of Kai's caliber of surfing.
Both of those surfers want to be in Malibu fighting for that world title on a one-day event in the best of this swell period between the 3rd and 13th of October. Of course, those lower seeds in that first three-man heat, a winner will surf in match 2 against those higher seeds, progressing into those man-on-man match 3, match 4 to surf against the top seed in a best of 3 winner-takes-all opportunity. That's the Malibu Longboard Championship format. It'll be the same for the women. These two men, they both have a very good chance of being there. Taylor, of course, will guarantee that by getting to the final. Kai Salas, he didn't have an amazing result in Huntington at the first event of the World Longboard Tour. He got a 9th, losing out to Richie Cravey, but he's already guaranteed at least a 3rd. Can he get into the final? Can he get the 7.45 he needs to turn the heat?
Yeah, and Kai had Richie Cravey in his heat earlier in the event, knocked Richie out, so he got one back on him. Now he's gone on and had a fantastic performance earlier in the quarterfinal, surfing really, really good in this semi. Just needs another opportunity, and look at who we see paddling out right now for a fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. So Aussie in the draw. Declan Whiten is going to be surfing against the Frenchman, Edward Del Pero. Actually, 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Pretty early for the paddle out. You know, they'll have a lot of time to sit there. I thought they might leave that a little bit later, and they're just going to be sitting on that shoulder, kind of eyeing up position. They're going to get to see probably at least one more set, maybe 2 more sets come through. The situation might change if Kai Salas gets to 7.45.
Yeah, and that's just a cat and mouse. They're trying to, okay, one's going to go, I better go, but I've got to get the inside because they're going to, the game has already started for the next heat, but the heat hasn't started.
It's interesting, isn't it?
It's a game of chess.
Because it's going to be slow with the sets, and positioning is absolutely key. Let's have a look at the recap and let's find out why Mr. TJ Taylor Jensen is out there in the lead, because he kicked off with this 7.17, some fantastic nose riding through the section, Josh.
Yeah, really nice. You can see the difference though. Kai's board was lifting, there wasn't much pushing water, but this is his 8-point ride. Nice little soul arch, that was a cleaner 10, but you can see the speed and out of the bottom turn, a little bit more acceleration, but then we can see Kai out the back. This is where he drove through the pocket on the nose, but see how there's not water spraying off, the board's lifting.
He had to do a little bit of work to link up both of those nose rides. So
and maybe they don't like that pumping, Sam.
Yeah, you can see why it did come out slightly lower in the 7.73, but both surfers demonstrating that they are worthy world champions. And look at Kai Salas hanging 10 through the inside of that.
And this was the finish. We kind of like this. He's getting energetic and he slams it, his back foot down, lays back. Big
Live
weight
action,
here.
Kai Salas up and riding, chasing a 7.45, puts that 9.8 single fin prototype Kai Salas Longboard Company board on rail. You can get all of his beautiful models through Thunderbolt Technologies, things like the Waikiki, his new model coming out soon, the Lava Flow. Of course, you have the Tsunami model, you have the Guava Jam, and right now you have Kai Salas going big on the float, on the end, and chasing a 7.45.
That was a great finish we saw after he rode out of that one, arms down, almost like a John Florence claim, no claim. That was pretty awesome.
That, yeah, it's a claim, no claim, 100%. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. What about this for the replay? Kicks off with the nose ride, Josh.
Yeah, nose ride on top of those boils out there. Unfortunately, this is not going to look good in the judge's eyes, getting a little stuck behind. But this one, he's looking a little more energetic. He's trying to surf a little faster, wiggling that little S-turn there, looked really nice. Waiting for it here, back up to the nose, driving through this section, a little more stretched out 5. And here, maybe this little bit of pumping here, they're not kind of liking. We saw that on his good wave where we really loved that nose ride through the pocket, but he kind of bumped into the next part between maneuvers. But here it is, here's a nice little slow-mo.
Beautiful. Kai Salas, 2018 ISA World Longboard Champion, twice second on the WSL World Longboard Tour in 2009, losing out to Harley Ingleby. We've seen Harley, he's down here, he's watching the action. Great to have Harley around. And then losing out in 2018 to South African Stephen Sawyer. Scores coming in. Salas drops a 6.17. Taylor drops a 3.5. Doesn't go into Taylor's top 2, nor does that 6.17 go into Kai's top 2. So Kai is still chasing a 7.45. 3 minutes, 13 seconds remaining, not quite yet into that rip curl 2-minute warning, but there is a little smaller set coming through, but is it enough to go for that excellent range score that Kai needs?
Nerves of steel. Taylor had priority, but let Kai go that wave, and it was a bigger wave and it had potential, but Taylor, icy, cold, just sitting there, ice in the veins, didn't worry about taking that one, knew that Kai maybe not going to get the score, and look at him just sitting out there. He loves this stuff, doesn't he?
Absolutely. He's been looking so comfy, but Kai Salas, of course, that's a real close one there on that 6.33 the previous wave, because he just put everything into those hang 10s. He thought he could, you know, really, if he hung 10 through those critical sections, high degree of difficulty, that could be the difference. But it came in at a 6.33. That last ride comes in at a 6.17. So those surfers sitting out there on the top left side of your screen are the surfers in the next heat. It's Edward Del Pera and Declan White, and Taylor there sitting in priority, pretty cool and calm. He's looking over his shoulder. He's asking for the time. It's the rip curl 2-minute warning. Kai Salas now out into the lineup. Taylor's got priority. Under 2 minutes. Taylor, he knows this situation so well. How's he going to play the lineup as it looks to be a little set coming through, Josh?
Oh, he's going to play it perfectly. That's why he's 3-time world champion. He loves this stuff. He's really good at his strategic manoeuvring and placing himself in the right spot of the lineup. Kai's going to try and sell him on this wave. Taylor's got to make a choice here. He's going.
Gone. He's gone. So it looks like there will be scoring potential for Kai behind. Taylor kicks off with a 10. Goes back up for another 10. Soul Arch walks out of that really cleanly. Beautiful rail turn, bottom turn setup as we see Kai Salas chasing a 7.45 as TJ gets another 10 on the inside, and Kai onto a big critical hang 10 on the outside, surfing behind Taylor, who's now moving right through to the inside as Kai puts that board onto a roundhouse cut back there and then sets himself up for a 5. He'll want to get a 10 as we see Taylor still nose riding through the inside. Taylor might well replace his 7.17, and Kai's going to finish strong here, chasing a 7.45. Incredible performances from both of them. What do you think, Josh?
Wow, Kai fired up, and that was a really good wave. Telling the judges, come on, give me the score. But like you said, Taylor's wave was really good. He got some great nose work on the outside. We saw the board lifting a little bit, going really fast. Here it is. Talk us through it, Sam.
Oh, he sets himself up with the 5 into the quick tight 5 there, maybe a little 10. Again, here's the 5, goes into the 10, a soul arch, and I love the way he walks into this turn and then comes off the bottom of the wave, using all of the wave, and then back to the top half of the wave, stalling, gets in for the 5, holds it. Big degree of difficulty, holds that nose ride, takes risk, puts that board back on tail, and you start to think that this could well replace that 7.17 as the heat is ended, and it'll now be the judges studying both of these replays. Strong surfing from Taylor Jensen. Is Kai going to get the score he needs, or is that score going to be needing to be higher because Taylor might well replace that 7.17?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There was a little bit in the middle where Taylor got a little scrappy, shuffled up to the nose, and it was a bit untidy, but the rest of the wave was really nice. It started off really strong. He had a lot of speed, a lot of power in his turns. The nose rides were crisp and clean on that outside bit. Finishes up, but we didn't see Kai's. We didn't see the takeoff, but here it is now.
Sets himself up, hits that 5, holds that 5. What do you think of this, Josh?
Nice little 5, little 10. Gets a little stuck there, but drives around the section. Nice and patience. This turn, really nice. It's putting his foot over that fin and really jamming it. Back up to the nose. Holds a 5 through the section here. Waiting for it. Great hang 10 and a bit more hang time than what we saw from Taylor.
So interesting. So Taylor drops a 7. So it doesn't go into his top 2. So Kai still needs a 7.45. Josh, this is going to be so close. It's got to be really, really close.
It's going to be right around there. That was a really well-surfed wave. So he mixed it up, a bit of everything.
And the fact that earlier on, that 6.33, we felt that came out, we thought that was less than we were expecting. Is that going to swing things?
Possibly, and that was a little bit bigger wave than the 6.33, and it went all the way down, right down into onto the beach at Bells rather than finishing in front of the cliff like he was.
Massive moment, because if TJ gets in the final, he books himself a guaranteed spot at Malibu in the top 8. If Kai gets a 7.45 or higher, he eliminates Taylor Jensen, who will sit with that 3rd place finish, and books himself a spot in the final after a poor start to the tour, finishing 9th at Huntington. So this is a massive moment for all of the surfers on tour, Josh. This is so exciting that I'm in panic mode right now.
And what are you thinking? Like, are we going there? Are we not going there? Like, the surfing that Kai's done this whole heat has been rock solid. That wave, I feel like it went a lot further down the point. It gave him a lot more opportunity. He was bigger on the takeoff. He did some great nose riding. Big hang 10 on the outside. Got a little bit of levitation in the nose.
I think that hang 10 in the middle is an important element, and I think the judges now will be comparing that video replay to some of the other scores dropped. They'll be looking at the 8s that Taylor dropped, and they'll be looking at the highest of Kai's rides so far, which is the 7.73. So they'll have those benchmarks, and they'll be looking at that criteria using all of the boards, you know, speed, power, flow, you know, style, flow, and grace, of course, key phrases there: cross-step walking, nose riding, degree of difficulty, critical section, very important. But like you said, that long committed 5, yes, it was stretched, but it did go into a lifting critical 10, and the degree of difficulty was really high. But we saw great surfing from Taylor as well. So
Taylor surfed his wave really good. It did get untidy in the middle part, came in at a 7-point ride.
Oh, it's a 7.67. It's enough, and it puts him into 1st position. Taylor Jensen is eliminated.
Here we go. He's hearing the score now on the beach, and look at him.
Booked himself a spot in the final. So if Taylor had got to the final, he was guaranteed top 8. But it turns the heat on the last wave, and Kai Salas is our first finalist on the men's side. He will be surfing against either Edward Del Piero or Declan Whiten. Wow, Josh, that was absolutely mind-blowing, right down to the wire.
What a finish, and there he is, Taylor Jensen. What an ultimate professional, 3-time world champion. He'll be really disappointed that he just didn't ice that semi-final, but what a great guy and what a great performance.
And we must say that it all comes down to the top 8 at Malibu to win that world title. He would have secured that spot, but he's got a really strong position now. He, of course, got a 2nd in Huntington. He's now dropped a 3rd here at Bells Beach. But the action will continue. We move on to the 2nd semi. Edward Del Piero, Declan Whiten, the wax head will be coming into the booth to call that. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back, longboard fans. A pleasure to have your company on finals day for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl as we move into that second semi-final. Declan Whiten from Australia surfing against Edward Del Pero from France. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Matt Chono-Chinoski, the wax head, fresh from the energy. That was such an exciting semi-final between Taylor and Kai. Came down to that last exchange, Matt, and Kai got it.
Sam, the boardwalk was going berserk. These two doing exchanges the whole heat. A lot of the crowd just really confused with the scoring and the judging, not knowing who was going to get it. No idea, either did the surfers until that very last second.
And the man who did get it, Kai Salas, he has just booked himself a spot in the final, and he's with True Starling.
Thank you, Sam. Kai, what an exceptional result. The emotions are running pretty high right now.
Ew. That was sick. Yeah, I'm super stoked to have made that one on the last wave. It was like minutes on the beach after the heat was ended. I was just hoping I got the score. I felt like it was close, but yeah, I was so stoked.
And they took a while to drop in that score as well. It was stressful moments for both yourself and for Taylor. What was it like to be able to share the lineup with him?
Yeah, the last heat I had with Taylor was, I got an interference. There was like a little mix-up right at the beginning, so to come out on top on that one felt good. A little bit of payback.
I love that, and you're moving into the finals, of course, but your second finals will be determined in the next 35 minutes or so. Will you pay close attention to this heat, or will you kind of just go and do your own thing?
Nah, I'm not even gonna watch. I'm just gonna go get ready, and yeah, I'm gonna be psyching for my next heat.
Amazing. Well, we'll let you prepare for that final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, thanks so much, True. Congratulations, Kai. And Chono, kick off with a replay. Of course, a Manly Born Riders member, lifeguard from Manly Beach on his Steve O'Donnell boards. This is the first of blue. What do you think, the wax head?
That onshore first impression is making things really hard. Ooh, and a little slip there, but Declan just trimming this one through right now. We're just going to see a dynamic end section like we saw in Kai and Taylor's heat. Beautiful transition turn there, whipping that drop knee around and a little foam climb to finish on the shore. And very sure-footed generally, Declan. But I tell you what, this is purple wax country, so you want to hope that you've got a lot of that wax on because it's cold. And here's Edward tripping over his leg rope. Look at the chops in the face, the ribs. We're just after high tide, so the tide is going to start to drop out, Sam. And this one very bumpy, but Edward trying to find a clean track.
So Edward Del Pero kicks off with a 3. This is the second of blue, Matt. What do you think of this? He's got a 6.17 for his first ride, backed up with a 5.33. Strong scores to start off with, Matt.
Fantastic flow on this wave already. Just driving this thing through here, through the foam, just carving that Steve O'Donnell board, as you said, all the way through the foam. And Declan making light work of this. And a beautiful second wave, so starting really strong there for our surfer in blue.
Fantastic start for Declan as we see live action from Biarritz. Edward Del Pero straight up for a 5, touch of the 10, holds on to that 5, goes low and puts that single fin Minvel speed shape on rail, sets himself up, walks back again for a cutback, rebounds off the foam and then comes into the middle of the wave and then mixes up the cutbacks with a nice drop knee turn, stands a bit taller, eyes up the section, 2 steps, maybe 4, might find the 5, rolls onto the 5 in his booty. He's got some lift and some lock on a nice nose ride and quickly walks back and floats and climbs out of that. Beautifully strong surfing from the Frenchman.
And we see he's chosen the bumpier one of the waves, Sam. Very, amazing balance, just considering what he had to deal with, just getting through those chops, the bit of reverberation off the cliff, and we see him carving this one through. Still no pumping yet. He's just rail to rail, just trying to find a clean line through all the chop.
I like the variety of turns, the fact he threw the drop knee in there. That was nice.
And then being patient through here, which has been the key, and this is a locked-in 5, so the judges will appreciate that. And a strong finish into the rocks, which is not easy to do, as we see the wave finish off and bowls, and it actually comes into the cliff.
Brilliant surfing. Big shout out to the Del Perro family, who might well be tuning in back home in France. I mean, they are motivated if they are tuning in, because it's 4:40 a.m. in Europe right now. So they'll be possibly there tuning in. They might be watching the replay, but I know all the Aussie fans will be tuning in for Declan White, and a fantastic performance he's had so far. He beat Ben Skinner in the last quarterfinal with some sizzling surfing. Declan's parents, Margaret and Paul, they're here as we wait for that score to drop for Del Perro. One judge dropping a 5-7, so those 5 scores will come in, each score out of 10. They take the highest and the lowest, and they create that average score. It looks like it's going to come out in the high 4s or mid 5s. It comes out, Matt, at a 5.4. Added to that 3, very evenly balanced in the first half of this heat.
Absolutely, and interesting to note that the 617 was Declan's first wave, yet the dynamic hang 10 on the 533, which is the second wave. I think most of that scoring will have come from that clean transition where he did that searing drop knee into the bowl and he projected out of it in the middle of the board. The cleanest wave of the heat so far, with the 617 being Declan's first.
Declan, of course, based there on the northern beaches, a manly lifeguard, a fantastic story that his dad taught him to surf when he was 5, but his dad was also new to surfing at that age. They used to go and surf at the Pass in Byron Bay on school holidays. His first board was a 6-foot Brett Monroe, and then his dad got a 7-foot Mini Mal, and Declan said he just loved that board. And his first longboard, he said, was a 9.3 Fireball McTavish, and that was really what set the field ablaze for Declan's passion for longboarding.
And McTavish being a big influence in many countries, including the Frenchman as well. A fin, Edward's signature FCS fin, actually coming from the Bob McTavish Fireball fin. So there's a correlation that the McTavish label is still living on today.
On his Minvel board, up to the tip there, Edward Del Perro, soul arching, holding that 5, lifting up the arms, walking back to the tail, low in the cutback, setting himself up for another 5, holds it, pulls up tight, keeps those feet close on that 5, and then goes into his drop knee rail grab, cut back, comes off the middle of the wave, again setting himself up with a climb and a drop and 2 steps and a stretch into a 5, and pedals back with good clean footwork in for a really fast radical float to connect to this next section and go back up for a 5 and really get some lock and lift and speed and pull up for a super tight 5 with an absolutely outstanding bit of speed surfing from the Frenchman. He really did some special longboarding there, Matt. That was nice.
Coming out of his quarterfinal, he did say that he needed some oxygen. He was exhausted, and this wave is not a way to preserve. He gave it everything. So a soul arch 10, just section connecting on the nose, searing through the chops. Nice transition through here, and he walks straight out of it. He's in the whitewash there, and he's making his way high on the wave. So functional, long nose rides, and that drop knee, very similar to Declan's, just a little choppier, but he is stepping in and out of those turns, Sam.
Yeah, his footwork is fantastic on this ride, Matt.
A big improvement for Edward, adapting to that criteria, and a smooth hit off the top there, and another one as he makes his way through. And one more nose ride actually here.
The way he used that float to flow into this last section just demonstrated such an incredible read of this wave.
Absolutely, that's exactly what Edward needed at this point in the heat. If there was any criticism, it was just that he looked animated and activated on the wave, Sam, and the judges have been enjoying the composure between turns. You see here, gets low, drives through the next one, so that was sweet. And just some of these nose rides, the hands, just not by the sides, the judge has been appreciating, but we'll see where they go with this because he didn't put a foot wrong.
I like the way he grabbed the rail on that drop knee turn. That was dynamic as he sets himself up here. And the way he projects over this section as he pedals back, he climbs, he drops, but then he's still got more scoring potential.
That was basically a closeout, Sam, and it was a functional float over the top. Surfing phenomenally. This, I mean,
what a wave. What a wave, Matt. And the speed and the ground covered. It comes in, looks to be in the 7 range. So 7.5. Didn't quite go excellent range. What do you think held this back from excellent range scores?
It must have just been that composure, Sam. He didn't put a foot wrong, that's for sure. So just activated. That's all I can say. Looking, anticipating maneuvers, and that was a little bit of composure there. So, I mean, if it was to go excellent, I mean, you saw the chops, and that drone angle was incredible where you could see him really placing the maneuvers between the chops. So there's not many surfers in the draw who could be that consistent on a wave that bumpy. So full credit to Edouard.
He's an incredible shortboarder, Edouard. I've seen him growing up in Côte de Basque shortboarding. He's from a strong surfing family. Of course, the Biarritz Surf Festival was such a gathering place for longboarding. But what about that drop knee coming into shot from Declan White? And that was trademark, quintessential, iconic, referencing all the great drop knee specialists from the different eras, from the modern grey gleave to the traditional midget Farrelly and everybody in between. That was beautiful, but he did fall afterwards.
All right, let's have a look. So it started off with a drop knee slash on the outside straight into that walk. Ooh. The judges will appreciate their transition again. Remember that 6-1-7 that he started with was similar to that. And here he goes again, up on the nose. So this is where we tuned in, Sam. So middle of the board, and here's that drop knee.
Bang! What a beauty.
And then setting up the inside here. So the judges will be thinking he's on his way to an excellent score, and he doesn't get the clean completion.
Doesn't get the clean completion, but a lot has happened up to this point. So how much of a difference do you think that lack of a clean completion is going to make, considering he's already done so much up to that point?
I can see the score being one of his best so far. We'll just see how important those completions will be. And it was just the walking in and out of the turns that was so important. See the hands by the side, an element of difference. Perhaps a coach or somebody has picked up on that compared to Edouard, who traditionally has those hands in this turn. Whoa. See that left hand hit the water and beautiful. Rotating the body and projecting. So great form there. Good technique from Declan. And he gets a 5 and 10 functional nose ride straight out of the turn. And here he goes into the inside section.
So, of course, the judges can compare that to the 7-5 that they've delivered for Edouard. Very interesting, waiting to see what they will drop. And of course, what we saw then was a beautiful mix of surfing from Declan. We saw the 10, we saw the walking, and we saw the use of the iconic drop knee. How important is the drop knee in longboard surfing, Matt?
It's a dynamic turn that can be fit inside the bowl. You don't have to sit, squat, and be that boxy driving stance that you need to do when you do a regular roundhouse cutback. So the drop knee adds that variation. And traditionally it was used as a pivot turn. So when you think about where we're trying to set up for a nose ride, super functional, but not every turn. You've got to place them perfectly.
And we saw a drop knee also on Edouard's ride, but he used the rail grab drop knee, which is a variation on the drop knee.
So in the Bells Bowl, you're more likely to see a rail grab, just a regular box turn. With Declan, the drop knee, because we're dealing with this chop, the drop knee allows an instant change of direction, and you can actually measure the projection of the drop knee turn. When you sit into a turn, you're actually guided by your rail, but the drop knee, you have a choice to extend it out and drive or pull it short based on what's coming ahead.
Manly board riders surfer Declan White and a Manly lifeguard riding sod boards, Steve O'Donnell, of course, great heritage under his feet. He's been working with Steve O'Donnell for a long time, waiting for that score to drop. Some of the judges will be delivering that score, and it comes in at a 7-6-3. I can hear Steve Robertson, the announcer. That look there from Declan, is that a look of frustration or a look of excitement?
I think it was excitement, although perhaps realizing he was on his way to an excellent score and waiting for an 8 or so to drop, because if he at this point drops an 8 or a 9, that would make it very difficult for Edouard to catch back up. So
I think if we could have seen his face, we would have known, was he thinking it was going to go bigger, or was he like, good, that's a strong score, I'm carrying that 6, I've now got a 7-6-3, I'm in a solid position. But of course, surfing against Edouard Del Perro, surfing against any of the men in the whole competition from the opening round, everybody is capable of going into the excellent range.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's looking back at the beach and nodding, so hard to gauge that body language. I would imagine he just got the nod on Edouard, seeing Edouard rip that, and it always feels good when that exchange goes in your favour.
And you know, our incredible production team have just reminded me, Higgsy, big thanks for this. Of course, he fell on that last turn. That could have made the difference.
Correct. And so that's where that slap of the water may have been.
So big thanks for that little extra bit of information there to recognize that there was a little bit more scoring potential had he not fallen on that last turn. Hearing a 7.63, thinking that perhaps that could have been a 9 had I just rode out that last turn. We got so excited with the rest of the surfing and the drop knee that we forgot. It was the first thing you noticed he didn't complete the wave.
I was going to be excellent in my head just because of that first score and the second score being rewarded purely on those transitions through, and that's where the judging now is so accurate. The judges are actually monitoring this replay as well, so the viewers at home can see what they're watching.
Live action, looking to replace a 5.40. Edouard Del Pero, multiple French and European longboard champion, has finished second on the World Longboard Tour in 2017 into a second locked 5 in great clean footwork, walking out of those nose rides and throwing in a dynamic carving drop knee turn low on his speed-shaped single-fin Minbell board, and then rebounding off the float as Declan answers back and kicks out, knowing that there was no more scoring potential for him to add to his top 2. We'll wait for those scores to tabulate. This is an incredible semi-final. Who's going to take the win, ladies and gentlemen? It's so interesting. We've already seen Kai Salas book himself a spot in the final, but what about this from Edouard? Is this going to be a big score?
Gee, he's working hard on these choppy waves, Sam. His wave selections almost let him down at the beginning. Very messy, but he's surfing so clean through the chop, picking these line here. Bang! And he brings it back around and driving into this next drop knee, hands up, and just a 3-for-1 combo. So the judges will appreciate the timing of that wave.
And certainly covering a lot of ground on the wave, using all of the wave, the top, the bottom, the middle. That's a big feature of Edouard's surfing.
This is a single fin he's using. It is a performance outline, but it is a single. Wow, amazing torque through that drop knee. And then he'll see he loads up for this turn here and goes for another drop knee, and then finishes as it stays high and then banks that one off the top. So all the hallmarks of a narrow speed-shaped surfboard, but most importantly, he's got rocker in that surfboard, allowing him to fit those turns in the wave.
Different approach there from Declan. I like the way he bottom turned and walked into that, but let's find out who's going to take the win. We've got 15 minutes remaining. It's all to play for here for another spot in the final to face Kai Salas. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back for the conclusion of Declan Whiten and Edouard Del Pero. Huge thanks to Visit Melbourne, our official event partner, and of course this striking coastline of Victoria along the Great Ocean Road. Without question, some of the most breathtaking views you will find just an hour and a half from the cultural creative hub of Melbourne, Victoria. And just further down the coast, those 12 apostles that I marveled at earlier in this experience. But right now, we're marveling at the world-class longboarding we're seeing on display between the Frenchman Edward Del Pero and the Australian Declan Whiten. Declan chasing a 6.80, Edward carrying a 7.5 and dropping a 6.93 for that last ride. Matt, the Waxhead, what does Declan need to do to rival these scores that Edward is dropping?
So we'll just watch this replay, Sam. So this is the choppy wave. This is the replay of that one where he got the score, the 6.93. So very choppy, but he finds his way through on a section connecting nose ride, and it was these turns here where the juice of the score was. So that drop knee there, back in, and he looks for another one in through here. And the judges appreciating that timing. Once again, that rocker of that board really playing into that end section where we saw Declan actually mistime that end section. He was already on his way to the excellent score. So I feel that moment where he slapped the water, looking back, it must have been frustration because he's let Edward back in the heat and he clinched it with just a 6.93.
So Declan just chasing that 6.80. There's the Melbourne flight cam as we see that clock. 10 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Declan sitting there with priority now. He's just come off the back of a real exciting heat with Ben Skindog Skinner. What can Declan carry now into this semi-final from the experience of that heat with Ben?
Well, perhaps even just the 7.63 that he scored, knowing that he nearly went excellent. If he completes on the next wave, that he'll get that score and some more. So he's not even going to need a set wave, Sam. At the moment with Rincon, tide's getting a little lower, the wind's on shore, second wave of the set will be paramount. All he'll need to do is just a clean transition, which he was doing up against Ben, link a few nose rides and finish strong, and I think the judges will receive it well.
What a fantastic finals day it's been. We've already seen Kai Salas book himself a spot in the final right now. A little scramble for action. Sitting with priority, it's Declan, but paddling is Edward. Will Declan take this wave? Edward's not going to go. Of course, Declan's up and riding, chasing a 6.80 on his Steve O'Donnell surfboard. Beautiful rail turn, widens the stance and comes off the bottom and walks into that section and then goes into the drop knee, nearly slides some tail on that drop knee, but keeps his composure and his control as you can just see him having to wash that white water off the face again into a third turn. All rail work, so much speed and bounce. No nose riding opportunity on that wave, but those rail turns were absolutely incredible. Can he get a little reform section on the inside? He's waiting, he's hoping, but no, he can't. So nothing on the nose, all on the rail, gave it everything, but can he get the score he needs without the opportunity to throw a nose ride into that ride?
I don't think so. First impressions is it may fall short, Sam. Just a couple of those turns sliding out with that 10-inch FCS Connect fin. It does have a big base, but with that width in the tail, you can only give it so much until you make it slide. So here we go. Stepping back, so nice turn, loses it for a moment, catches it and projects. Judges will love that, Sam. It's perfect use of the criteria and into a drop knee here. Loses it again, connects again, so this is looking good. And then here, just goes a little foamy, and he gets another turn in as it reaches the inside shoulder here, waiting for the nose ride, and it basically just closes out. So 3 dynamic turns, amazing skill to hang on. I think the judges will reward it, but I'm not sure if it'll be the score, Sam.
Incredible turns. I mean, they were outstanding. Had he been able to just walk into a nose ride in the middle there, this could have been everything he needed. But he just had to work with what was ahead of him, and it was a bumpy, fast wave. He had so much speed, and he put so much into that first turn. You know, as we see answering back, Edward Del Pero looking to drop a 6.93. He's not going to do that on that wave. He'll probably also win the paddle out for priority, because I would expect Declan is going to be a little bit further inside. There he is. He's a long way further inside. Tommy Perucchi there in the channel getting some incredible photos, as we can see CJ there, CJ Nelson with Soleil Erico. Soleil Erico will be coming up in the women's final. She will be surfing against Alice Lemoine. That's going to be an absolute beauty, because those two women had a great battle in Malibu last year when Soleil went on to win the world title.
Two opposing styles, Sam, two different approaches to longboarding. Alice, in a really carefree nature, she just goes out and draws her own lines and does what she wants to do. Very adamant on the nose ride style, and she relies on that, with Soleil at the opposite end of the spectrum, really relying on her transitional turns, drop knees, and that involvement style where she's using that front third of the board.
So many fans have come down to watch the action. If you're in the area, please come down and watch the finals. We will be starting the women's final very soon. We're about to put another surfer in the final to meet Kai Salas. The tide is just now dropping. It was high tide at 1:20, and you can see Alice Lemoine there waxing up her 9.4 Luffy single fin. That's Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru, who has been traveling with Alice. She was eliminated earlier. There's Alistair, the father of Tully White. He's there watching on the steps. Matt, it's been great to have all the families here. So many of these surfers have either got their parents, their partners, or their children with them.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. We talked about different surfboard choice, and Declan's backup board sitting by the tower there as well, which I know very well. Same fin, just a slightly narrower nose and a square tail. He's opted for the pintail out there today. And interestingly enough, as we see, there's that wide point back. Yep. That's the Velvet Hour Thunderbolt Technologies CJ Nelson design from Soleil. So that's your involvement style. Slightly wider platform, a little bit of nose concave, but just a little bit more hip. Made to surf the bowl of a wave, so it will suit Rincon. But will it suit the chop? We'll have to wait and see.
And what we know from Soleil is we've got the down carve. What we have from Luffy is we have the flip and the kick in the tail, very much inspired by the likes of Michael Takayama, who really demonstrated how well a wide tail board with a lot of foil behind the fin can deliver some dynamic nose riding.
Wide point forward, up around the logo of the brand there. So you see complete polar opposite surfboards. We're in the water now. Declan has a rounded bell pin tail, where Edward's got a speed shape and a lot more rocker in Edward's board. It actually is a 2+1 that he's riding as a single fin, and he's opting to surf that almost identical to what I think he would do with the 2+1, except the advantage of the single fin is between those turns, you don't have to load up, because I say with side fins, use them or lose them, because they can get in the way between those transitions.
My little, for my little sixpence, I'd love to have a paddle battle at the start of a final to gain priority. I think that'd be a real exciting way. In the olden days, we had to paddle around the buoy to get priority, but right now, it looks like Declan Whiten has got enough scoring opportunity. Ed didn't want that wave. He goes for the 5, goes for the 10. Bolt, upright 10. He's just lifting his arms up with so much composure and unleashing onto some rail work there with a dynamic drop knee. Goes in for the 5. Poised, composed, hood ornament, soul arch 5 after kicking off with the 10, and then a really super radical rail turn. Went deep in that section, comes off the bottom. This wave is still building as he moves again for a snap and gets a nice high line, and everything looks exciting about that ride, and he needs a 6.80, the Waxhead. What do you think?
Well, he gave it everything. He couldn't have done anything more. We'll have to wait and see. Here we go, the replay. So the 10, he's on.
Wow.
And it's looking at Alice doing Alice's hands. Come on, judges. So we've seen Alice do that at Malibu last year.
Above the boil as well.
This turn here almost loses it through that snap, but sets him up deeper in the pocket for that nose ride. So he's on his way to the score here. Sets it in the bowl. That pintail whipping it around. And I love this next section here. This was the icing on the cake. Just through this here, just generating the speed, and he's finishing with a lot of stees on the shore break. Just pushing and projecting in the middle of the board. So full length of the board, the nose, the rail, midsection, tail. I think it's going to go pretty high, Sam.
Oh, wow. How was that 10? And he just was locked on a Steve O'Donnell board there. So locked that he could just lift those hands up in wonderment and enjoy the weightless sensation where time stands still when you've got all 10 toes over the nose. That was an absolutely incredible piece of surfing from Declan Whiten.
And just really good timing in here. Saw Edward get his 7.5 linking to the inside with a very similar approach. And see Declan finishing that one, making sure he didn't add. He could have kept going, but really conscious to finish.
Wow, just feeling it. Everything about that wave, the body language, the looseness, the momentum, the energy, the charisma, and the composure. That was an exciting bit of surfing from Declan, and he got that wave out of priority and he gets the score that he needs. It's a 7.53. It puts him up into first position. Now we have 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining, moving down into that rip curl 2-minute warning with Edward Del Pero chasing a 7.66. It would have to be the highest score of the semi-final to get that. So Declan, out of priority, delivered, because Edward could have taken that wave, but he left it to Declan.
I saw that. Very interesting choice there. And I nearly said, when there was that exchange, Edward paddling back out and Declan under priority, it's not a bad thing at Rincon to be under priority, because you can pick those ones and you don't have to worry. You need a wave, and Rincon will usually give it to you. And the first one's usually choppy. That one wasn't. So amazing wave selection from Declan.
And that hang 10, I mean, that we saw a fantastic hang 10, 2 hang 10s from Kai Salas. In fact, in that heat with Taylor Jensen and Kai Salas, both men did a lot of hanging 10. You know, the nose riding was outstanding. Some of the best hanging 10 all event. But that hang 10, that moment, you know, all longboarders around the world will know that desire to get that feeling. And everything about longboarding, when you get in that position and you just feel the energy, that weightless feeling, the levitation, time almost stands still. And he felt that and more. That was a really special moment. And then he backed it up with some incredible, powerful, exciting rail engagement. He looked so strong and lively.
He was very fired up. You can see the body language on the wave almost. I just really like it how he finished it cleanly. He didn't add any more. It didn't need any more. He got the score, because the judges at Rincon throughout this event have really shown when you finish, when you decide to finish, they're going to give you the score. It doesn't matter if you go for that end turn, Sam. It's just a simple kick out. The judges have been rewarding for those surfers who've gone for more. Actually, you don't lose points, but they certainly doesn't leave a good impression in the judges' eyes.
So, of course, Edward got a decent result in Huntington. He got a 5th, losing out to Taylor Jensen, who got a 2nd. But it was a 9th place finish, losing out to Kai Ellis Flint for Declan in Huntington. So he needed a big result here, and he's got a big result. He's booked himself a spot in the final, because you can see by the body language that Edward recognizes with 15 seconds remaining, there is not going to be another set. And wow, what a performance from Declan. He's got to feel incredible.
A shake of the head from Edward, knowing he gave that wave away, and there hasn't been one since. So a missed opportunity for Edward, and Declan made him pay. So we'll see Declan in the final.
Matt, that was a great semi-final to call. Thanks so much for your time. We're going to get back out into the energy of it all, because coming up next, we've got True Starling. Well, we've actually got Josh Constable, 206 World Longboard Champion, coming in to call this women's final with Shannon Hughes. It's going to be an absolute beauty. We've got Soleil Erico, 2 times women's world longboard champion, surfing against Alice Lemoyne, herself 2 times ISA women's world longboard champion. Of course, we haven't seen a WSL title yet for Alice, and these 2 women, they've got a lot of rivalry, Matt. It's going to be an absolute beauty.
Can't wait. Polar opposite styles, different boards, and we got this rematch from Malibu. It's going to be very exciting.
Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back, because next we have got the women's final, live from finals day at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Wow, what an incredible day here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Declan Whitehead just took out the win over Edward Del Perro in an insane matchup back and forth. It's the Aussie with his parents, Margaret and Paul, there on the beach, supporting him into the final at the biggest event of his career. It's been an incredibly strong day of surfing. My name is Shannon Hughes, here to call the action for the women's final now alongside 2006 world champion Josh Constable.
That's what we're here for, those moments like that. Declan sharing that with his parents. As excited he is, they're so proud of him and excited, and it was just such a cool experience and such a great semi-final. So he's booked his spot into the final, but this one coming up, it's going to have fireworks. Both surfers have been the in-form surfers all event, so I'm really looking forward to it, and we can see here in the breakdown.
Taking a look at the road to the final for Soleil Erico and Alice Lemoyne on opposite sides of the draw. Soleil had to battle through Avalon Gull and through Honolulu Bloomfield, both very tight heats between those two. For Alice Lemoyne, it was Natsume Teoka and Chloe Camon that she had to fight through to get herself here. Some matchups that were newer and some that had a bit of rivalry between them, specifically in those semifinals, where we had seen the strength of Honolulu and Alice in previous matchups, but this time it was Alice once again to take out Chloe, and it was Soleil getting a very first win over Honolulu to book herself a spot in the final.
Yeah, and that was a great semi-final. So many world titles between those two surfers. Soleil getting the upper hand. She's been spending a lot of time down here at Torquay and in the water a lot at Bells Beach this week. Looked really calm out there, so this is going to be a great final.
40 minutes on the clock for our finals today. So we started out with 30 minutes this morning in the quarterfinals, bumped it up to 35-minute semis. Now into 40 minutes for our actual finals on the men's and women's side. Why would that be, Josh?
We're just on the top of the high tide. It's the last heat of the day for the females. Let's give them a little extra time. We should almost give them an hour because we just want to keep watching them surf because they've been surfing so good. It's going to be such a fun final, and it really starts before the heat even starts. We've got Alice there. She's kind of got herself on the inside priority. She doesn't have priority, but she's holding that inside, and she really wants to get off and get that first wave. Soleil trying to push her over and try and get that spot, but Alice just playing the game perfectly at the moment and keeping her out of that inside position.
Just teeing it up, quiet first 5 minutes. No one's paddled into a wave yet. They're both looking to paddle themselves back into the right position as well. For Soleil, she's got her family down on the beach under the cliffs alongside coach CJ Nelson. She had Harley Ingleby, the two-time world champion, in her corner earlier today as well. So she's got a full field. Where Alice traveling here without her family, but with a lot of close friends in tow on the world longboard stage. She had a phone call back home in between the break of her semifinal and her final just to kind of check in to get grounded again before paddling out into the water. And it's been really fun to be able to see her find some success on this stage. She hasn't quite found that WSL world title, but she has found 2 ISA gold medals or ISA World Longboard Championship finishes, which is really exciting. One of those, her second, came from just a few months ago in El Salvador at the location of our third stop on the World Longboard Tour, which will be at El Sunzal.
She must be feeling so good. She's got great vibes from there. She's putting in a fantastic performance here. She's going to go there in a couple of weeks' time, feeling good, knowing that she can win and at that location, but also that confidence. She's brought that back here. She's going to really fire today. She's been looking great. Like you said, Soleil's got a big team on the ground here with her, but she called back home, just got some positive reinforcement, ready to go out here in the final. Both girls have been surfing great, and hopefully we get a lot of waves in this final. And we took that extra 10 minutes, but we're 7 minutes in. We haven't seen any action yet, so lucky that we got that extra 10 minutes because we want to see these girls ride some waves.
Yeah, great decision from the contest directors to add in that extra time. Well, as we wait for sets to roll through, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Declan Whitehead, who's looking to surf in the finals against Kai Salas.
Thanks, Shannon. Declan, your first ever World Longboard Tour final. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I've lost in the semis a few times, so I'm stoked to get over that hump and into the final.
You've had a massive day of surfing. How are the energy levels feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm all right. I haven't caught that many waves, to be honest, but that last one was stacked full of waves, so I was stoked to just get a couple and, yeah, ready for the final.
I'll let you prepare and reset and get yourself ready. You've got a 40-minute final coming up. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, True. Super exciting to see Declan Whiten finding himself into a final as the youngest of the 4 surfers that got themselves into that semifinal draw. He's that next generation that's been a consistent presence for the last few years, Josh. But how do you feel as part of that older generation? You've got that world title. You competed against the likes of Taylor Jensen, Kai Salas, Ben Skinner. Now to see someone like Declan, the newer generation of Australian longboarders starting to come through and making final appearances.
Yeah, it's super exciting. It makes you proud to be an Aussie, and to see what Declan's doing, he's really pushing the envelope. We've seen that today in his surfing. He's really driving hard. He's slicing through the water. He's looking fast. He's looking energetic, and his surfing's been really suiting this Bells Bowl, and then even in that semi-final over at the Rincon where it's a little slower, and he's just toned it back a little bit, surfed really nice to get that win. So it's great to see him coming through. He's got so much support. Everyone in Manly, they'll be getting right behind him at the moment, and he's just a great kid, and it's great to see him doing so well.
That's going to be a really exciting final coming up. Down to 31 minutes on the clock, so this extra 10 minutes allotted really just let the surfers wait out the lull. They didn't have to paddle for any of those smaller waves, just to kind of get things moving, able to just be patient. But now it'll be nice to see them get that first wave under their feet, especially with how cold it is. Although I think at this stage with the finals, there's so much excitement, so much energy that cold's not even going to be a factor. Alice worked hard to keep herself on that inside position. Soleil loves getting the first wave of a heat, and Alice finding that inside position. Looked like she was going to get into that one, but just wasn't able to get a piece of it.
And that's what happens when they're really trying to hold that inside priority. You can push yourself too deep and then miss that wave. We look at Soleil trying to get into this one, but Alice, she's paddled for the first, missed it, but it's actually put her in position. But again, they're still a little bit deep, and we're seeing the wind just come up a little bit, so it's making the waves crumble a little bit more, Shannon.
You can also see that some of those waves at Rincon, they get that little horseshoe bend in them, and they close off sort of funky on top of the boil.
So the boil is definitely the spot where you want to take off. So now they are adjusting and getting back in that spot. They were on the right of the screen and a bit behind the boil. They just pushed themselves out of position, but they've readjusted now. Looks like Soleil's in the hot seat. She's in the great spot now, sitting a little bit further out. Alice has kind of paddled for a couple, missed, so she's going to sit inside, and it sounded like we've got a restart. So no one caught a wave in that first 10 minutes, so they're going to add another 10 minutes back onto the heat. So they're starting off fresh again with 40 minutes.
All right. We can hear that the beach announcers are just starting to count down. You can see Soleil there resetting her watch specifically. So a fresh 40 minutes. That's going to be 50 minutes total of them sitting out in the lineup. Josh, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I just see Alice then. She was starting to shoot back on the inside and try and hold that first position there, but she backed off, realizing there's no sets coming. So she's just going to, it's a cat and mouse. It's this chess game, and it just never stops. Maybe to some of the more novice surfers that are sitting at home watching, they're just kind of cruising and enjoying, waiting for them to catch waves. But these ladies, they've got to be so strategic. They both surf so strong that they know that they can't give the other surfer the upper hand.
It's so true. These moments are super important, really crucial when it comes to competitive surfing. Now up and riding, right off the restart, Soleil Erico finds that first opening nose ride. Waves looking way more bumpy than what we were seeing through the semifinals on the women's side, and Soleil will stumble off of that opening turn.
Yeah, it was a really nice start to the wave. It was a nice pace. She bottom turned and then got her footwork locked in and straight up to the nose. So it was a really nice start. She'll feel good about that wave. Unfortunately, the wave didn't give her the opportunity. Fell on that re-entry, but we could see all that whitewash in the bottom of the screen. That wave closed out and just washed in all the way to the cliff.
Now the nice thing for Alice is this is going to set priority into motion. Prior to Soleil standing up on that wave, we had no priority established in the heat, which meant that these two surfers could paddle themselves a little bit out of position, have a little bit more of that mental game playing against each other, where now that priority's been set because Soleil stood up, she's got that 2.5 on the board. It's just gonna, I think, calm down the tone in the water a little bit.
Yeah, now Alice, she can move wherever she wants to in the lineup. She'll just sit where she wants to go. The next good wave that comes that she wants to take, she has right away.
38 minutes on the clock. Soleil Erico is the two-time world longboard champion. Her first world title came from the beautiful right-hander at Jinsun Harbor in Taiwan. It was a glorious day that the women got to surf through their finals that year, where the sun came out and it was just these perfect, clean, peeling right-handers, quite sizey as well, overhead on a lot of the sets. And Soleil took the victory over Rachel Tilley, who was in hunt of her second world title at that stage. It was a really tight battle between the two of them, where Soleil finally edged out the win for her inaugural world title. She was pretty young at that stage, and then found herself in the running to get a second just last year. At home, for her, I think she's been the surfer with the greatest advantage to the changes in the World Longboard Tour schedule over the last few years, where traditionally we had the World Championship event running in China at Hainan at Ryu Bay, which is a left-hand reef. It then moved to Taiwan, to Jinsun Harbor, and the left at Changong for one season through 2017 to 2019. And then just a couple years ago, in 2021, it moved to Malibu, which is home to Soleil. And we got to see her in the first year that event ran, where Alice actually took the win. She wasn't able to get the world title win. That was Honolua walking away with another. But for Alice, it was a really huge victory for her, the very first time she won an event of that standard. And for Soleil, you could see the nerves for her competing specifically at home for the first time. All that pressure and expectation that she would do really well at the 2021 event. Last year, those nerves just melted away, and you could see an entirely different athlete paddling out where she won her second world title.
Yeah, and the cool thing about that, the previous year, she was just finding her feet. The judging criteria changed a little bit. She was still in the middle of that transition, learning the new trade, learning to ride these new boards. But here's our tour schedule for this year.
So it kicked off in Huntington Beach, California, where we saw Connie Ellis Stewart and Khalees Kaleopa'a take out the wins, the cousins victorious. Now Bells Beach, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, happening here. Next up is going to be the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic happening at El Sunzal in El Salvador, an event that a few of the surfers have a familiar location to at least. And then of course it's going to wrap up at the Malibu Longboard Championships, a single day event that'll run somewhere in a 10-day window between October 3rd to the 13th. The top 8 surfers on the men's and women's side of the draw will have a chance to surf their way all the way to the final matchup against world number 1 in a similar format to what we'll see for the Rip Curl WSL finals kicking off next week.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's a really fun, a lot of anticipation to get to the final 8 and then winning the world title that day on the beach, on the sand at Malibu. Such an iconic longboard wave. Big crowds on the beach. It is Soleil's hometown, so she'll be really pushing hard to get that final 8 spot. And hopefully the further you get up that list, less surfs, less opportunities to get knocked out. So she'll be really gunning for a high seed.
That's so true. Let's take a look now at the format for the Malibu Longboard Championships. It's very heavily weighted towards those surfers that have the higher rankings heading into it, as opposed to those in that 7th, 8th, or 6th position.
Yeah, that's match 1, and then the winner of that progresses into the next round and so on. So it's going to be a really exciting day of surfing, but this is a great wave here for Alice.
All right, Alice uses priority. It's been a while. She's been sitting out in the water for about 15 minutes before paddling into this wave. Nice rail work after the opening nose rides, finds another hang 5 through to the inside section, staying really calm and composed as she looks to link it up for a beautiful little foam climb finish. Strategic surfing, great use of that priority, and she's going to put herself into leading position.
Yeah, that was a really nice opening wave, and like you said, they've been sitting around a little bit, but here's Soleil on a really nice one.
Just gets caught off on the cross step back from that opening nose ride, but now starts to engage that rail. Her turns have been something that's really started to set her surfing apart, and I think has been very favorable in the eyes of the judges. Linking it together with the nose rides has been something that's been really important for her to work out as well. So she's put together a good wave. We didn't quite see the start of that one, so we're not sure how critical that opening section was. But we got a good exchange between the two, and now a paddle battle to see who will gain priority.
And here we go, just nice patience taking off here, waiting for the section, a nice hang 5, and something that's really strong about Alice's surfing, she really, once she locks in on the nose, she really hangs there. Great redirect there, setting up again, and just that hang time, really comfortable up the front there, and just trimming here, hoping for another opportunity, and then finishes with a nice, clean roller coaster.
That was a beautiful wave, great bit of variety. Talk to us about the lift coming out of this opening nose ride.
Yeah, it's really nice. Just she's worked really hard with her shaper Luffy over there in Portugal, creating these boards that do beautiful rail turns and then walking up to the front. Got a little bit of nose rocker in it as well, just so those bumps and chops slide underneath, jump in the concave, and then run off down through the bottom contours. And then here it is, finishing so clean. That's a really nice opening wave. She'll be really happy with that one.
So scores to come through from the panel. Soleil got a piece of the action as well, right on top of the boil.
Yeah, her positioning for this wave was really nice, but here she goes, walking up to the front. Nice hang 5, steps back, little boil, so it got a little hollow and faster, but she got great control again, and then really laying it over that board. Really looks like it wants to go rail to rail. Really suits Soleil surfing, and here she is again, straight up to the nose. She looks like no stranger to right points growing up and surfing Malibu and honing her skills, so this is a really nice wave.
So scores to roll through. This is probably my favorite moment on this wave. How fun that little carve and jive looked as she rolled through that center section.
And you can see she's got the red rashi on, and when she's doing that bottom turn, getting that board on a rail, you can see she's got a red fin in the board. It looks really cool in the wave, and the judges will be taking note of that too.
The aesthetic just all pulling together. I remember that from when she won her first world title in 2017. She was out surfing with a pair of leggings on that were blue and white. They had like kind of this crazy pattern on them, and it was just that extra kind of explosiveness that added to some of those nose rides that seemed to like catch the eyes of everybody that was watching. Now we're down to 31 minutes on the clock. Soleil currently in the lead, but we are waiting for scores for that first exchange, that first real exchange. We saw a bit of jockeying through the first 10 minutes of positioning. We had the restart after 10 minutes of a 40-minute heat because there weren't any waves that the judges deemed as rideable or you know, surfable for these women. And so they're going to end up with 50 minutes total in the lineup. It's nice to see them both get in, get something locked in, get those combinations of maneuvers, and now we'll get to see kind of how the tone is set with Alice with priority again.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be big scores. They weren't overly big waves. We've seen some bigger set waves as the day's been going on, so this looks like a bit more size in this one, and Alice taking off here, walking up to the nose, looking really solid, great hang 5, and then setting it up right now.
Setting herself up once again, back to the 5. That bright yellow board just flying through the surface of the wave. Nice carve as she sets herself back through this sort of double up section. Now looking really graceful and composed as she goes back to the nose. Little soul arch moment. Coming in behind the section. She's looking really steady on her feet today. And she'll ride out of that wave. So scores to come through still from the first exchange. Now for that second wave of Alice.
Yeah, that was a really difficult wave for her to ride on the inside. It started getting really hollow. We're starting to see the tide run out. We're starting to see a little bit of the dry rock shelf again. So a little bit more bumpier conditions, but she did really well. Great takeoff here, straight to the nose. The judges will really like this big maneuver on the outside. Stepping back, just composing herself and straight back up again. Another nice nose ride. She hadn't locked in that we're known to see her do, but the wave didn't give her the opportunity. But again, just really nice flow through this last little bit of the wave.
Great steps up to this finishing maneuver as well, where the section got pretty tricky, but she managed to put together a nice finish.
And the judges will like that. It was a bit of whitewash and splashed up in the face, but she still drove a nice little bottom turn, carve out of it, and finished it off nice and clean.
So scores to roll through for this last wave. As we take one more look at Alice rolling through to the inside section. She's dropped in a 6.1 for her opening wave, so we're now waiting to see where this one will set through.
And it'll be interesting to see, Shannon, because this was a little bigger wave. She didn't kind of lock into those long perched 5s, but it was a really nice wave and this nice and smooth. But there was one turn in the middle that she really laid into it, put a bit of force in the tail, threw a little bit of spray. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges do with this one.
What a performance. Take a look at how locked over those toes are, fully over the nose.
And that's where she kind of got splashed, and some people would maybe give up on the wave, but she didn't. She got composure, drove out, a little cutback, finished nice and clean for the judges, and then ejects before the dry reef. And
During the
Soleil,
replays, Soleil got a piece of it as well, so we'll wait for this score to come through. Her first was a 5.17.
yeah, this is nice, just playing with it, really using that rolled bottom and just rolling rail to rail. Really nice hang 10 there. You can see her looking down the line. Got to finish nice and clean. Oh, unfortunately falling off, because that was really starting to take place as a really nice wave. I like this, just here, just S-turning, really rolling off that rail, straight up to the nose. Great hang 10 and a bit of hang time, a little bit of levitation, and unfortunately just getting a bit sticky on the bottom turn, which then put her off balance when she got to the top.
Yeah, that hang 10 was so nice and tight, like you said, that little bit of elevation coming out of it. This moment just caught off balance, coming down off the landing.
And there's our man, Flano from Rip Curl, marketing manager, team manager. He's been down here checking out all the action, looking after some of the Ben Considine, who was in the booth yesterday, local surfer riding for Rip Curl, Mason Schremer as well. So great to have him down, great to have the support from Rip Curl, great to see him back in longboarding, and hopefully they're around for many years to come.
Yeah, it's been amazing to be back in the Rip Curl area of the world here in Torquay by the Great Ocean Road at Bells Beach. I feel like the brand is synonymous with this surfing location, so it's been awesome to have them backing the longboard crew specifically this week. As we take a look now at Soleil Erico, 5 to 10 combination, flying through the section, great wave as it rolls through in front of her. Beautiful turn, now lining it up for the second hang 5, so large. Alice now up and riding behind her as we track with Soleil. Alice goes down on the opening nose ride. Soleil now getting even more work done through the inside section. Is she gonna find that extra reform? She's gonna try and throw it into the foam. Doesn't quite get there for that clean kick out, but that won't factor into anything. Now Alice's scores have dropped through. The 6.17 was her opener. The 5-point ride was that second score for her. She'll now have a throwaway to come through. And that has meant that Soleil Erico is chasing a 6.01 to get herself into lead. Soleil's second wave was a 5.17, now waiting for this next one to roll through. She's got a 3.83 for her wave just before, and now one last one until we have a good idea of the situation.
I really like this wave. She faded really nicely here. She's out the back, quick 5, nice 10, standing nice and tall, great control. Big turn, and she kind of ripped into that one, put a little bit more back foot in it. Again, straight up to the nose, nice little soul arch, drives through this section. Just that leg rope tangled up a little bit, got rid of that. And then just here, just playing with it, just being patient, just hoping that she was going to get one more opportunity. But this is a really nice wave, and she's going to be really happy. And this is really going to get her back in the heat. Maybe it could actually, she needs a 6.01. It's a pretty good committed wave, big turn there. It's a really nice one. Little bit of whitewash on the face, so it's hard for her to surf, but she did a really great job coming around here. Would have been nice if she could get up and maybe roll off that lip. She tried to, and the board just didn't want to get up there.
So that opening nose ride, really nice, locked in, hang 10, found that S turn through the middle, and then back into another nose ride for those outside sections. Judges taking a moment to look at it once again. We'll have a throwaway score to drop in for Alice Lemoyne. And we'll see if the judges like this enough to go into a 6.01. It would nearly need to be the highest wave of the heat.
And we're not judges, Shannon, but did you like that one? It was a good wave, wasn't it?
It was
nice start.
A really good combination, too, from the outside section, that middle turn, and then the next nose ride. Like you said, I would have loved to see her be able to find that projection that Alice has been finding quite easily throughout the day, being able to get around to that last section to really kind of hit that lip. But for Alice now, taking another look here, goes up for the nose ride. She'll fall out of that one. Even as she was on that, she could probably feel she wasn't going to have the projection coming through while she looked behind.
So she jumped off that one. She's still got priority out there, so she's going to sit out there. She's going to be patient, wait for some nice ones. We actually saw this in her semi-final where she kind of She started off really strong, then she got a couple of shaky ones through the middle. She was just trying, and then eventually the wave came and she got that 8-point ride. So she's probably thinking the same. She knows her surfing's good enough. She knows she can post big scores. So it's just time, but I'm really curious to see this wave 4 of Soleil's to see where they go with the score.
Taking their time with it as it's starting to come through for the panel, chasing a 6.01. It's been a long heat for these women. It'll end up being 50 minutes in total with the 10-minute restart. One judge giving her the score, one judge coming in just under. And she gets it. Well and truly a 6.47. Her requirement was a 6.01, and that takes her into the lead over Alice. So Soleil now into first. Alice chasing a 5.48, and Alice sitting with priority.
Yeah, and for Alice, that's not a big score. She was kind of there on the second wave. She ended up getting a 5. That was that really nice size wave, but just didn't get the hang time. The first wave was a smaller one, but she got a lot of hang time. So she knows she can get that score. This is a really good final. It's kind of going back and forth, back and forth. Hopefully we get a few more waves. It's definitely slowing up now that the tide's running out, maybe taking a little bit of the energy of the swell out there, but still great conditions for longboarding.
Let's take another look at that 6.47. Just to put it in context, it will be the highest scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah, nice little fade, bottom turn, straight up to the nose, hang 5, hang 10, and then this, that S turn, patience, another 5, nice little soul arch driving up to that section, and then comes around, and then that was about it. After this, it kind of got a bit, not scrappy, it just closed out. The wave just didn't give her the opportunity, but she did all the hard work on the outside in the critical spot, which the judges love.
22 minutes on the clock, and Soleil currently sitting in the lead, looking to move herself up in the rankings. She's ranked number 3rd on the tour at the moment off of her semifinal finish. Alice had a quarterfinal finish at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and she's fallen again. That's 3 waves in a row where she's not had success off the takeoff.
It's, she's just, and now it looks like she's not going to regain priority. It's been okay the last couple because Soleil was right inside on the inside, but unfortunately she's lost priority here, so she's going to have to be patient, get herself, she can surf around a little bit, just try and get something and just find her feet again. Even if she just completes an okay wave, she's going to have a look at this one. You can see the boil up there, the top of Rincon, the great takeoff spot to drive through that first section. So Soleil's waiting for some scores, wants to know how much time she's got left. A lot of time left, Shannon, 21 minutes. A lot of these surfers are used to 20-minute heats, so 2 waves, 20-minute heat. So there's plenty of time for probably Soleil. She'll like that 6.47. She'll definitely want to drop that 5.17 out of her best 2. She'd love to go into that 6 or 7 range, even excellent, and really try and put some pressure on Alice.
Soleil was able to find a couple of 7s during her semifinal, where Alice was able to find that 8-point ride. So they'll both be looking for something better in the lineup. 20 minutes remaining in the women's final of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. At the moment, 2-time world champion Soleil Erico sits in the lead. We'll see if Alice Lemoyne can gain it back right after this.
Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, and these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Welcome back to the action here at Bells Beach for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. We're only an hour and a half from the CBD in Melbourne. It's an incredibly beautiful part of the world, Josh.
Yeah, I was so lucky. I haven't seen Sam for a long time. We grew up competing and surfing against each other, so to spend the day with him in this beautiful Surf Coast Shire, we had a great meal, we got some waves, it was perfect. But here we go in the break, this wave from Alice. Driving along, it's a really small wave compared to what she's caught earlier in the final. But some nice footwork, great hang 5. There's that tip timed where she locks it in. It was a great hang 10. Straight back up there again. Nice soul arch, really good style. We love that soul arch. She's known for that. That's her signature move. Straight back up again. And the hang time, it's just unbelievable how comfortable she is up the front of the board and finishing right in close on the rocks with a great, oh, she likes that one. She's looking up at the judges. Come on, give me a score.
She is staring straight at him. I love this wave. Like you said, her tip time, she just feels so comfortable and relaxed. All that grace and poise that comes out within her nose riding. You could see her, Lynn, working her way through this inside section on the slow-mo. The tightness of those cross steps as she sets herself up there as well. Just the adjustments in that middle third of the board to line herself up for that inside backwash closeout is really impressive.
What a great wave. And here we go outside. This was Soleil, so a lot bigger wave. The judges are going to love that big carve out of that first bit. We haven't seen her go to the nose yet, but just setting it up, being nice and patient. Quick tap of the nose. Judges are going to want to see a hang. We saw Alice on hers really spending a lot of time up there locked in. So she's being nice and patient, looking really smooth and just graceful, isn't she? She's surfing so well. This new criteria, it's taken her a little bit to adjust to it. She's got her boards really dialed in and she's jamming these beautiful turns, looking really good.
Yeah, the equipment's been looking really good under her feet, riding her own models, which has been exciting to see for that development within her surfing and just her name as a world champion now, to see young women across California specifically riding on Soleil surfboards. As we take a look at some live action now. Quick steps up to the nose, tricky section. She's not gonna be able to ride out of that one. So important moment here. Alice's last wave dropped through as a 5.53, that long one that we caught the replay on. That was enough to take her into the leading position over Soleil. Soleil now needs a 5.23 to gain the lead again. That last wave with the strength of her turns wasn't enough to take her into the advancing position, or sorry, the leading position for the win, because it's the finals. She just was able to receive a 4.83 for that last one, so situation remains as is. Soleil Erico has priority. Alice Lemoyne has second priority. Soleil is now sitting in second, chasing a 5.23 to take the advancing position. Just less than 15 minutes on the clock. Heat totals are so even between these two, just 0.06 dividing them, and that tends to be the story every single time that they match up, Josh. Their very first matchup against each other was in 2022 at the Cuervo Classic Longboard Championships at Malibu in the quarterfinals, where Soleil took the win with a 16.53 heat total. Alice came in second place with a 16.43, and it was a fairly controversial quarterfinal where you had, half the beach that was really in favor of Alice's waves and half the beach that were really in favor of Soleil's. Soleil ended up taking the victory in that heat, then went on to win her second world title against Sophia Culhane in the final. That was a really special moment for her. Then this year, they've had another matchup in the quarterfinals, and those are the only two to date prior to this final. Soleil also got the win there at Huntington Beach. with a 13.90 heat total over Alice's 13.10. And those are those moments in careers where it's like, it's not like one surfer is getting smoked by the other, but to see it so even just keeps it so tight every single time.
It's pretty cool. So it goes to show they're both bringing the best out in each other, both posting great scores. And depending on the conditions, obviously 13 points, it's a bit lower than what we saw in their previous matchup, but that could be wave dependent, and it doesn't matter. But both of these surfers are really going for it. We saw it at the start of the heat. They were really hustling and jostling to try and get that inside position. So they know that, and especially Alice, she knows she's got to go one step further this time because Soleil's got her both times. She's just got the number on her. But I find with Alice, it doesn't matter who she surfs against, she puts her best foot forward. She doesn't, it could be Soleil with 2 world titles, it could be Honolulu with 3 world titles. Those world title surfers, it doesn't faze her. She just goes out, sticks to her game plan, gets that beautiful hang time, and here we go. They're both having a look at this one.
And Alice is going to have a look. So Soleil with priority allows Alice to have a look at this wave. Straight into the nose. Little lip on that wave, but she manages to stay steady for that first nose ride. Through to the second as Soleil paddles into the wave just behind. Alice goes in for a great bit of rail work, now looking for a third nose ride. Quick 10 as she pedals off, but she's not going to hold on. The first for her falling on the end section where she's been quite steady. Now Soleil had a look at the wave behind. We're not sure if she was able to get into it or not. Looks like she didn't, so she's going to stay out the back with priority.
I was thinking to myself, wow, this has started off. Soleil had priority. She let it go. Alice was like, yes, thanks. I'll take this one. Straight to the nose. Got a quick nose ride through the section here. This was nice. You can see the boils, really difficult spot to nose ride. Still locked it in and got those toes over. Again, back up. Nice, really big turn here. And I'm like, wow, this is a really good wave. If she can finish this off, this could go into her scoring waves. Gets the hang 10. Unfortunately, just getting a little wobbly. Falls off and doesn't complete that one. But here we go. Great carve. That looks so good. The Bioglan replay right now. She's finding some really nice form. She's building in this final. It still could be a great wave. She didn't finish it off cleanly like we've seen in the past, Shannon. But still, look at this quick little 10. Walks back. Oh, and just got a little tied up with her feet there and going down.
Now the question in that, is that nose ride going to be deemed complete with the stumble after the pedal back?
Yeah, it's a really hard one. That's why we're sitting here and those judges are in there, because that is a really hard job in there. But look at this one again. Whoa, hang 10, locked in, big carve back, bit of style, throws the arm up. This is looking really nice. Very small wave, kind of halfway out, but really impressive.
Oh, super impressive. That was such a dynamic, perfectly perched hang 10. You could feel the speed, the projection coming out of it as well as she then went to lay into that rail. Like you said, a smaller size wave, so beautiful combination, but the judges have really been loving the look of those bigger sets, Josh.
And also the length of the ride. So when you take off on the outside, right on that boil, it gives you a lot of opportunities to do a lot more maneuvers, but still sitting on the inside here while she was paddling back out, picks this one up. It's a clean wave, locked in 5, big hang 10. That was a really nice, maybe one of the better hang 10s that we've seen in this heat. Big carve back to the pocket, and then unfortunately the wave just dies out. So only kind of 2 maneuvers. I don't think it's going to go in there at a great score for her, but really nice surfing. So we've seen that little bit in the middle where it was a bit wobbly, a bit shaky, a lot of falls and some 1 and 2 point rides. So she's finding some momentum. She's got the lead. She doesn't have priority, so she's got to keep busy and just keep Soleil sitting out there guessing whether or not she should be going these waves.
That's a great bit of insight. Down to 9 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Last 2 waves of Alice are in, a 4 for the fall and a 3.8 for that clean little combination, but just such a small wave. So judges sending that very clear message that it's going to take the bigger waves to be able to get those kind of scores. Soleil now with that pressure on her. She doesn't have a big score in front of her. She's been really consistent throughout this event, finding some great waves, getting those decent combinations of scores, quite easily finding herself into the 6-point range plus throughout this event. So 5.23 is not that big of a difference, but the conditions are pretty different now to what we were seeing through the quarters and the semifinals earlier today.
Yeah, that's why we're seeing those scores are a little lower. The judges are still thinking there might be some of those bigger sets, but it definitely seems like the tide's dragging a bit of this swell back out, so it is a little smaller. Onshore's starting to come up a little bit, puff up, but the waves are still really nice. It's still peeling off a right-hand point, breaking for 100, 150 metres. So we can't complain. We're not in a beach break. It's a beautiful wave, and the surfing is matching how good this wave is. So Soleil, she won't be nervous. She's a 2-time world champion. She's calm. She's composed. She's been under these pressures before, had to come from behind and take a win or a heat win or a contest win. She grew up, learned to surf with Taylor Jensen. That was her coach. Taylor Jensen, 3-time world champ. They would have done heat drills like this for a long, long time. Now working with CJ Nelson. He's been around this area. He's spent a lot of time here in Victoria, and here she goes.
So here she is up and riding. Quick couple steps in that middle third of the board. Beautiful, just redirection here as she links into that opening nose ride. Looking for a second section as well. Takes a stumble though, and she'll go down. So that's not going to factor into her top 2 waves. Alice is now going to hold on to priority. Time still in Soleil's favor and probably working against Alice at this stage with 7.5 minutes on the clock, but that priority is going to be really important. Alice having a look at this wave. Now looking to improve if she can on a 5.53. Let's take another look here.
Yeah, this is a really nice wave. Just kind of trims into it, moves forward, nice little cross step, really patient with the wave. Nice 5, and I like how she got to the toes over and then slid her back foot up there, just kind of rushed it, a bit forced. We haven't seen that from Soleil. She hasn't been forcing maneuvers, but this, look at this setup, this nice fade, using that roll in the bottom of that board. Nice little 5. You could see then sliding the back foot forward. Really nice tight 5. Patience here, and then rushes up just to try and sneak one quick one in before she gets through this section. Unfortunately, going down, but plenty of time left, 6.5 minutes. It's going to be really interesting. We've got some waves on the horizon.
Look at this set rolling through.
And we haven't seen a set for a little while, Shannon. So the girls have hopefully are putting themselves in the right position. They're going to have to really line themselves up. Alice has a big decision to make here. She's got priority. Soleil sitting inside just to pick up whatever one Alice doesn't go. Looks like they're going to let this one go.
Alice is going to let this one go. Soleil's not going to flip to go either. Alice, is she going to put herself into position? It's just going to be these 2 waves in the set. And they're both going to paddle over, which is great from Alice's perspective, holding on to priority. They're both caught too far on the inside anyways.
Totally. So Alice now, she doesn't really want to catch another wave unless she's going to improve on that 5.53. So she's going to be really patient. She's not going to let Soleil take a wave that Soleil can get that score of the 5.23. That's not a big score. We know how good of a surfer Soleil is. She's a 2-time world champion because she is a rock-solid surfer, rock-solid competitor. She's going to be calm. She's not going to be stressing yet. It's 5.5 minutes to go. But Alice, she's not going to take a wave. She has to improve that situation. But let's check out these recaps.
Taking a look at the recap, Alice Lemoyne sitting in the lead off the strength of those beautiful nose rides, locking in on the yellow board.
And that carve there, the yellow board, it stands out. The judges are a little far away, so this yellow board will really be popping in the judges' eyes and be looking really good. And this one just here finishes it off nice and clean, right underneath that cliff. Great
that
wave.
Opening 6.17 from Alice. Soleil answered back early to get herself into the conversation as well. Her rail work has been really exceptional.
And that's been the talk around the contest zone all week, just how well the turns are looking, how solid she's looking. She's surfing really good. And just this wave, it just didn't open up through the inside to give her more opportunities, or otherwise that would have been a really good scoring wave.
So a good back and forth between these 2 at the moment. Alice has had just one more wave to Soleil's. Really active heat from both of them.
And this was the 5.33, the one that where she's just got that nice hang time, great hang 10 there, comes through the inside, it cleans up, she gets on the nice little track here, 5, hand in the air, nice and stylish, walking back again, and just the tip time. It's funny, she almost looks more comfortable on the nose than she does on the tail. So it's bizarre, and it's so good to see, and finishes off, looks up at the judges, come on, give me the score.
All right, so 4 minutes on the clock, and Alice holds on to the lead, holds on to priority as well. Soleil's gonna have a look at this wave. Is Alice also going to make a dedicated paddle into it?
Oh.
She won't, but where do you think the priority will go?
She committed to that wave. Soleil sold her on that one, and that was a really good move from the world champ to change that priority. Really now Alice needs to do the same thing right here. Try and sell Soleil onto this wave, but it looks like Soleil's going to have a go. She needs that 5-2-3.
Now it's a smaller size wave. She's really going to need a critical pocket here to have the opportunity to surf this wave up into that score line. A 5-2-3 requirement, second nose ride, pulls off, keeps herself in that trim point, finds that little curl, whips around a great looking turn. Now looking for one more maneuver if she can squeeze it in, unable to. She might hold with this one. It's not going to hit that reform, so 2 short hang 5s, but a really nice bit of rail work.
Yeah, that turn, she really put everything in, but look at this wave.
For Alice Lemoyne now, handed priority over to Soleil, but she's gained it back and has locked straight into the hang 5. Solid size wave in front of her as well. Behind the section, she's going to kick out after that opening nose ride.
So something to look at. We saw that wave from Alice. It was a little bit smaller, but she got that long tip time. She got 3 nose rides where she was locked in for the 5-3. This is a smaller wave for Soleil. Nice patience, nice fade, waiting for the section. Great hang 5 to start off with. Back up there again for a quick one. Little bit of downtime, but here comes around, builds a little bit of speed, and then hooks it around. Really nice turn. Unfortunately, you could see it driving off the bottom. She wanted to get up the top and do a little roller coaster to fit one more maneuver in, but didn't quite get it. It's going to be really close. And then this one again, Shannon, nice patience, gets up to the front, locked in, looks so solid up there. Those toes hanging over, gripping on, and unfortunately closed out a little bit and a little bit long.
So scores to roll through for both surfers. Soleil chasing the 5-2-3. Alice hoping to improve on a 5.53 as we take another look at this one. Nice and locked in, but unable to get any combination thrown together. And part of that criteria is using the entire length of the board from the nose to the tail, good footwork connecting everything in between, but also utilizing everything that that wave has to offer when it comes to critical sections.
So this is going to be really interesting. Elise is out the back, so she's going to get priority. She's going to have maybe one more opportunity. Soleil's right on the inside. It's a long paddle out to get to the tip of Rincon. So I'm not sure if we're going to see Soleil get another opportunity.
Kai Salas doing some stretches, getting the legs warmed up on his way to paddle out against Declan Whiten for the men's final. Now my question is back to the scores that we said. Now you were mentioning that 5.53 of Alice was that smaller sized wave. She got so much work done on it though in comparison to the amount of work that Soleil got done on her last wave. Similar size, a little bit less to it, possibly in the number of maneuvers, but it's not the number of maneuvers that matter.
No, it's the intensity of the maneuvers. I feel like Alice, she kind of locked in more on the nose rides, but that turn of Soleil, she really laid that board over on an edge, really drove through that turn, put a lot of her body into it, so it was a big maneuver. Her nose rides were really nice, not too much hang time, but here she is. Alice looking a little stressed, a little under pressure. She wants to know what the score, she wants to know if she needs to take a wave and up her score.
We can feel the emotion here for both of these women. It's so tight between them. Their scores are nearly equal.
Wow.
Soleil's scores have come through. It's a 5.5. She takes the lead over Alice Lemoyne. Now Alice does have a score to drop through, but it's just that single nose ride, and the timer has run out with Eriko sitting in the water to hear that she has taken away the leading position with the 5.5. We're now waiting, Josh, for that last score of of Lemoyne to roll through.
Which was that nice big one. She got the long hang 5, but then had to jump off because it closed out.
And the scores are in for last of Lemoyne. It's a 3.43. It's not enough to take her into the victory, and it's the 2-time world champion out of Malibu, California. Soleil Eriko, who takes out the 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic off the strength of that final wave in a head-to-head matchup with Alice Lemoyne.
And her third win over Alice. And Alice had that one all the way to the end, but congratulations, 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic winner. What a great performance by both the females today. The women's surfing has been so hot all week, and that final was a really nice way to finish it off.
What a way to kick things off. Soleil just getting herself out of the way from Declan Whiten. The men's heat hasn't quite kicked off yet. Declan just getting a quick wave. There is going to be a 5-minute break between the finish now of the women's heat and the start of the men's heat. And this was a long battle. There was a 10-minute restart, Josh, at the beginning. Ended up being a 50-minute heat between these two women, between Soleil and Alice. And she finds the score on that final wave, those two locked-in nose rides, shorter, but an incredibly dynamic turn to wrap it all together.
Yeah, and that's been the highlight of her surfing this week. We've all been talking about it. We've seen it in the free surfs. We've seen it in her heats. Those committed rail turns. She's been working really hard with Ryan Engel over there in California on her board design with her coach, CJ Nelson. She's got some great people in her corner, but a great effort. Like Alice, like she's taken down some big names this week. She beat Chloe Common in that semi-final in a red-hot semi. She surfed amazing. Her board was looking great. Congratulations to Luffy and the team over there in Portugal on the beautiful boards. And I look forward to seeing both the girls surfing over there in El Salvador.
Now also with a victory here for the Bells Beach Longboard Classic, Soleil Erico has found herself with a qualified position for the Malibu Longboard Classic. So she's going to be an absolute guarantee for that top 8 conversation with a chance to win herself another world title at home, her family there on the beach to cheer her on.
Wow, that's a really nice thing for her to go down now to El Salvador. Pressure's off. All she needs to do is put on a good performance down there to just up her way in that seeding round. The further she can get up the seeding, the better position she'll have to take that win. She's going to feel so comfortable going back to Malibu. She won there last year, and look at the sportsmanship right here.
An incredibly well-fought battle, so tight between the two of them. Soleil Erico getting the victory with an 11.97. Alice with an 11.70 heat total. Just the narrowest of margins dividing those two. Like you said, always pushing each other to the best performances.
And their third heat in a row, they're still sitting in there. It's not even a point difference. Like, it's unbelievable. Both girls bringing the best out of them. Women's surfing, it's never looked so good. It's great to be here. I'm so excited to be able to make the call. Here's her coach there, CJ Nelson. Really good win. Congratulations to them. Danny, the dad in the background, he's going to carry the board up the stairs. He's got the hard job. And well done, and a great win there.
Wow, and a very first longboard win in a number of years here at Bells Beach. Exciting to see this sport return to an iconic break, Josh, that you've competed at in the past yourself.
Yeah, it's really cool, and a massive thank you to all the locals, Rip Curl for bringing the event here, WSL. It's such a privilege to be here. The surfers have been jumping out of their skin all week. It's such a beautiful location. Women's surfing this week has really stepped up another level. They've surfed in all different conditions, from beautiful small rincon to big bowl. The diversity that they've had to come across and do, it was unbelievable.
It's so true. That's such a great point. An incredibly well-rounded surfer in Soleil Erico taking away the win. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more. And Soleil Erico, we're going to catch up with her right after this. Your 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic winner, Soleil Erico.
Well, there it is, our winner of the 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl, Soleil Erico from Malibu, California. There's her coach, CJ Nelson himself, a mighty fine act, one of the finest longboarders there is. Congratulating Soleil, who's got 2 world titles already, going for the 3rd. And let's go down to the glass with our event winner. True Styling is with Soleil Erico.
Thank you, Sam. Soleil, congratulations, winner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
I'm so happy. I really wanted to win this event. It's such a prestigious surf spot, and I didn't have the best heat ever, but I'm so glad that I got the score at the dying minutes, and I'm really happy.
You and Alice have had some really great matchups over the years. It was pretty special to share that moment with her.
Yeah, totally. We've had a lot of matchups, a lot of close matchups, pretty much every time we surf against each other. It's really close. But yeah, she's a great competitor and a great person, so it was cool to share the lineup with her.
And finding out you've taken out the event in the dying moments of that heat, that would have been some nerve-wracking moments there.
It was really nerve-wracking just because I kept falling because it was way more bumpy out there than I thought it would be. The conditions just change every 30 minutes. But it was meant to be. I got the wave and at the right time, and things like this just happen when they're meant to be. So I'm glad it worked out.
And you've guaranteed yourself a spot in the Malibu Longboard Classic. How pumped are you for that event?
That's so great. Oh my God, I'm so excited. That's awesome. That's great.
Amazing. Well, thanks for chatting, Soleil. I'll let you go and enjoy your win with your crew around you. We'll throw back to you guys in the booth for the men's final.
Thanks very much, True. And that was fantastic. True breaking the news there to Soleil that she's guaranteed that spot in the top 8. But in the break, it's Declan Whiten who kicks off with a score, comes in at a 0.90. A 40-minute final, 36 minutes, 25 seconds remaining as we see the Melbourne flight cam just moving back over that dropping tide. The surface still out at Rincon, that light wind there just ruffling those faces, but we saw a fantastic performance from Soleil to claw back. But we must say, Alice Lemoine, she was just incredible. But what about this from Declan, kicking off with a low score but getting busy?
Yeah, really nice wave again. Just a little bit as we're seeing the tides running out, Sam. Wind's picking up a little bit, so it's crumbling down a little bit. Looks like Declan here sneaking over on to the left of our screen. What, is he starting to move back over into the bowl?
Well, recognizing the tides dropping, it was high tide at 1:20, which is pretty much over an hour and a half ago. So 35 minutes remaining. We can see Declan moving past even Tommy Perucchi, who has been out there for not only the women's final, but the 10-minute restart. 2:06 world champion Josh Constable on a double shift, back-to-back finals for you. How exciting is it for you to see the world's best here going for gold?
Oh, it's just amazing. It's just, you're so proud to be a longboarder and be a part of this. Like the surfing that we're seeing all week from both the women and the men in a lot of different conditions. We've had onshore, we've seen big power turns, we've seen beautiful finesse and nose riding by the women by Avalon Gull, and the surfers are like when they were surfing over at Rincon the other day on the high tide with the offshore breeze. So the surfing's been unreal. It's just been amazing to be a part of, and it's a pretty cool special space to be here.
And of course we associate this location with the iconic Bells Trophy, but we have an equally iconic set of Bells bowls made by the Wadawurrung country women locally to offer as our trophies, and that's going to be fantastic when we get onto the presentation after this men's final to create a new iconic trophy that's specific to this longboard event.
Yeah, the Bells Bowl, how special is that? The first time here that we've been here for the WSL event. Soleil's walking away with one of those. She's going to have that in a trophy cabinet for the rest of her life to show her kids as she gets older, the grandkids. How special is that?
Absolutely, and runner-ups, they will also get a bowl as well. So that is something very special, made from local wood, as we see up and riding out of Hawaii. Kai Salas up to the tip, holds the 5, kicks off with a nose ride on his 9.8. A fantastic performance to book himself a spot in the final, beating Taylor Jensen as he just kicks out of that section. And again, we now see the surface a little bit wider onto the Bells Bowl section as we see answering back Declan Whiten, just readjusting, looking for the line and deciding potentially to kick out to get the edge on the paddle battle with Kai Salas.
We saw a little stumbling there from Declan. We haven't seen that, and that's his third wave. He's been so patient in all his other heats. Remember his first heat of the event. Got a wave at the start of the hooter, got one just before the finishing hooter, 2 waves. He's been really selective. This one, it looks like he's getting a little busier, but this is a bigger wave for Kai on the takeoff.
Nice 4 steps up to the tip, gets the 5, but again, both surfers have shifted across from their last semi-finals that would have been at Rincon. What's the different nature of the breaking wave as you move into the bowl section?
Yeah, it's interesting because the tide's not super low, so it is breaking in the bowl, but it's going to go full really quickly. So we see Declan here, nice turn, little 10, got a little boggy because the wave backed off, and then here, we haven't seen this from Declan. Hopefully it's not nerves, it's just he's been sitting around, the water's cold, he's just finding his feet, plenty of time remaining. It's going to be interesting to see what the tactics are here. It looks like Declan's got like sort of dropped anchor. He's sitting in the bowl. Looks like we've seen Kai moving back to Rincon. What do you think about this, Sam?
It's super interesting. And of course, we saw the change in the last quarterfinal when Declan beat Ben Skinner. It was just those last few sets that were still breaking on the bowl and those first few sets that were breaking at Rincon. And the next heat, which was the semi-final of the women's, everybody had shifted over to Rincon. So now with a dropping tide, it's a game of cat and mouse, a game of chess, a real key decision to make. Do you take the risk of waiting for those sets to go wide, or do you stay busy on the Rincon section? So interesting, but it's a long time to go, 31 minutes remaining.
So the tide can change a lot in 30 minutes. So for me, if I was thinking, where should I sit? I'd be putting my energy right now into Rincon. The tide's still high enough. There's still waves. We saw the women's final. They got some really nice ones. But then as the tide starts to back off, you'd be keeping an eye on Bells Bowl. In another 20 minutes, the tide's going to run out. It could shift, and then you could get one of those big ones in the bowl, open up some big calves. So right now, I think they're better off being at Rincon, but keeping an eye on what's happening over at Bells Bowl. But we can see on the Boyle, look at that one breaking out there, that those surfers could be up and riding on that one, Sam.
So with priority, it's Declan, both paddling back towards Rincon after the decision, led by Declan, in fact, to move over to the bowl. Kai followed, he's turning, he's not in priority, but he's gonna be up and riding on his 9/8 single fin high line, keeping it lively, loose off the tail, active. Kai Salas sets himself up, 4 steps, looking for the opportunity to strike for a nose ride, but just kicking out from the trim spot further up the board as we see Declan Whiten with a nice, snappy drop knee turn and 4 steps into a clean nose ride, little soul arch, cross steps back and climbs over that floater. And I can hear some hoots from the Australian fans down here on the beach at Bells. They like that. It's gonna be such an exciting exchange. What do you think about these 2 rides, Josh?
Yeah, really nice. Kai was just patient, he was calm, he was waiting for the opportunity. It's not the biggest wave that we've seen so far today, so he just kicked out of that one knowing that it wasn't going to give him much score, but he's looking calm. He's got such a great style, surfs so strong and powerfully, but gracefully at the same time. So we can see here Declan, that's that wave that Declan's on. Nice one there, paddling in, got a nice little nose ride on the takeoff by the looks. Here it is.
It was a little bit of a bigger wave there as well compared to Kai's wave. Nice, lively, snappy turn there, and then a good clean nose ride. You know, nice and tall, toes over the tip, in the pocket, pedals back and floats, accelerates, projects, lands, a bit of bounce, but that was looked to be slightly bigger in wave size. You think that will come into the score as well?
Yes, and as we're seeing the tide getting a little lower, we're not going to see the wave here at Rincon run off as long. So instead of seeing maybe 4, 5, 6 manoeuvres, Declan there, drop knee whip straight into a great nose ride. As we said, stood a little tall, quite stylish, and then finished with a projection re-entry roller coaster. So a pretty nice wave ridden there by Declan.
But you feel like the judges are going to leave a lot of space here. It's 2-4-3, Kai Salas's last ride. So add to that 2-9-3, that'll be both scores he wants to drop. Declan drops a 5-6-7, very strong score, but both of these surfers will know they want excellent range scores if they really want to take the win. Live action, Declan Whiten has a look. He's in second priority. Kai Salas paddling hard, and he's got it. He's up, he's riding, he's trimming, he's got a high line, he's got a bouncy section. He comes to the bottom of the wave. He goes for a layback turn off the top, but that wave was a difficult one to navigate, Josh.
Yeah, that was really bumpy. And again, now we're starting to see second wave of the sets. Going to be a little cleaner. The water's draining off the reef. Nice hang 10 here, holding on, driving through the pocket there a little bit.
Great stuff into the drop knee. Kicks off with that 10. Good lift and hold commitment. A second drop knee, a little cross step to keep that board trimming. Stands up tall, goes back in for a 5, walks back, readjusts the feet, widens that stance, climbs into that float, doesn't ride out and complete, but we got a 10. We got 2 dynamic drop knees. We got a shorter 5. We did get a lot of activity as well. So Declan Whiten drops a 5, 6, 7. He's going to have another score. It should be strong. What about this on the replay from Kai Salas?
Really nice wave, little bumpy, so he realises he missed an opportunity to get a nose ride on the outside, so he had to push hard. But Sam, this one was a really nice start.
Straight in with the 5 and the 10. We saw a fantastic 10 in the semi to take the win, beating Edouard Del Pero from France. And then there's that first drop knee. And how about this second turn that he backs it up with?
Really, really nice. So my only concern is he didn't finish the wave. This is an important ride because it's slowing down out here. He gets up there, he falls, he kind of falls back. Is a little bit of fatigue kicking in, so he looked really strong, but this is his third heat. The water's cold, it zaps it out of you a little bit. Unfortunately, not finishing, and you've got to ice these opportunities because it's the tide's running out. There's not as many waves coming through, but it's a really well-surfed wave, and just here.
Wow, doesn't quite ride out of that, but a 5.67 carried relative to that 5.67. Do you think this could go a little bit higher than that, or do you think he might just lose the scoring potential without riding out that last turn?
Yeah, it's funny that the 5.67 was a completed wave, but it was smaller. It was up at Rincon. This one slid down into Bell's Bowl, so it's a little bit bigger. There's some more energy. Big manoeuvre on the outside. It was explosive. The drop knee, then came out, did another drop knee, the nose ride, and just this. I would just love to see him finish that, and he could have gone close to the excellent range.
So this was during the replay, Josh. What do you think of this? Answering back from Kai Salas, onto the nose, into the 10 with lift.
Yes, that was really nice. 5, 10, into a big slice now. He's just got to hang on there, keep it nice and clean through this inside. He's got to look energetic because Declan's a fast, energetic surfer. Kai has to try and match it. Great 5 here, hanging on there, and now we just need to see him finish.
Whoa, strong from Kai Salas right onto the sand. That 10 was fantastic, clean nose riding. This is the replay of the 5 and the walk back, and then he just readjusts his feet and rides out of this onto the beach, and still waiting for that last score to come in for Declan. But now the judges having to also study this video replay. So there's going to be a small score to drop for Kai's 3rd ride, and a big score for this 4th ride that we have just seen, and a big score for Declan's 5th ride that we just saw earlier. So it's going to be very evenly poised after these 2 scores are dropped.
Yeah, we're going to get a real indication on where they're going to be sitting in the final, what the judges are liking, what they're seeing out there. So that's
comes in at a 5.5 for Declan there. What do you think of that? Adds to that 5, 6, 7. Where could it have gone if he rode out of that last turn, Josh?
I just think that finish it could come to haunt him later in the heat, where we just saw Kai do very similar surfing, beautiful nose work, beautiful rail surfing, but finished it. So it's going to be interesting to see what they like. Declan, definitely a little spicier surfer, surfs with a little bit more, I don't want to say aggression, but it's quick, it's fast, it's lightning. Kai, a little bit smoother, a little bit more elegant, but a lot of power. So it's going to be really interesting, but I really like Kai's wave. I love that he finished. He got that great nose ride. There was a lot of levitation, hang time. Judges seem to agree.
Looks like to be coming in at a decent score, and there it is, a 7.0, but he's still carrying that 2.93. So Declan is in the lead with those 5s, a 5.67 and a 5.5. Kai Salas, he now just needs to get a 4.17. Of course, But all of those surfers, yes, Kai's 7 could be a very important score. Declan knows he wants to wash off both of those 5s, and Kai certainly wants to build on that 2.93. If he gets a mid-4, he's back up into the lead. But sitting there out in the blue singlet is Declan Whiten with priority, decides not to go on that wave. This could be an opportunity for Kai to replace that 4.17. Bowl section, high line, stalls it, 4 steps. There's the 5, holds it, gets the tight 5.10, walks back cleanly, accelerates out onto the shoulder and then cuts back into the section, stays nice and high, eyeing up some of the bumps and the bounces, uses the footwork to keep the board trimming. He's just high in the line, still poised with the opportunity to strike a 5, pulls up for a little sneaky quick 10, walks, opens his stance back, and he's just gonna keep that board on the tail, and he lands on the sand, and he should replace that 4.17 and be in a solid position.
That's gonna put him into the lead. This is a big wave in the bowl. He wasn't super deep because Declan had priority, but still a beautiful hang 5, tight 5, almost slipped the 10. Big, driving, powerful. That's the Hawaiian surfer in him. It's graceful, but there's a lot of power, and this is nice. He's just letting the board run, letting it flow, just waiting. Nice little hop over the bump, because as we know, we've been surfing, Sam, in the afternoons, and it's difficult through here, and Kai's making that look really easy. And this, the finish, really nice. Dry docking it.
I like the patience through the middle there, you know, just trusting that there was still one more little touch of the 5 is going to be a strong score. It's going to put Kai in a solid situation. Declan will be now chasing possibly something in the high 7s because Kai's already carrying that strong 7. Do you think this can go higher or lower than that 7?
I feel like the first one he drove through the pocket a little bit more on the nose. This one, unfortunately, he wasn't sort of deep enough. He was out in a nice position, but he couldn't drive on the nose through the section. It was more just sort of tap and hanging on the shoulder, rolling out of it, and yeah, so there we go.
Good call, Josh Constable, 206 world champion. That's why you're a world champ, because you know what was coming there. Correct, it's a 5.77, so it comes out lower for the reasons you've described, but it puts Kai up into first position. What's going to happen? We got 21 minutes remaining. Who's going to take the win here live on finals day? We'll be right back. Stay with us.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the men's final with 19 minutes remaining of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, as Kai Salas has just put himself into the lead with a 7 and a 5.77, meaning Declan Whiten needs a 7-1-0, but this just happened in the break. Josh Constable straight up to the tip there with a 10. What do you think of this from the man from Manly?
Great commitment on the start of this one, and here it is. Didn't quite open up like we've seen in the past, in that the wave didn't allow it, so nice little turn here. He's going to be really patient. Just hanging in there, nice carve again, a lot of spray off that rail. Beautiful board under his feet right now. Driving around this section. Is he going to hit this one? Is he going to get the opportunity? Oh, no, he doesn't. So unfortunately, he doesn't get that explosive finish to really show the judges.
But that kickoff 10, very strong. A bigger wave, a bouncier wave. Of course, it's a 7-1-0 he's chasing. We've got a benchmark of a 7 dropped by Kai Salas. So it all comes down to that opening 10, how dynamic that was. And of course, we didn't see that clean finish, but it was a bigger wave. It would have taken him much closer to the button, down to the middle of the beach.
Yeah, I really liked it. He surfed it well, but I just don't think it had the wow factor. It was a nice start. I'd love to see that replay of that hang 10 on the takeoff. It was a really nice big wave. He got into it nice and early. So we'll have to see what the judges think. It's got to be a 7.10, so it will need to be the best score of the heat.
But even if he gets a high 6, he'll still have the opportunity to build on that, and he does get a high 6, a 6.67. So now Declan is chasing a low 6, a 6.11. Kai's carrying a 7 and a 5.77. Declan carrying a 6.67 and a 5.67. So it is so evenly poised. Nobody's run away with it. Kai Salas is 7, the strongest score. Declan just needing a 6.11, a score he could get out of priority.
Yeah, now, so it's a battle of the backups at the moment, isn't it? Like
yes, a battle of the backups, it is.
Because they've both got great 7, 6.67. They're almost a match there. So they're both thinking, okay, it's going to come down. Can I get my backup better, or can I go better than my 7? Kai's out there. He's wanting to put an 8 on the board. He wants to build some pressure. He's going to be patient, but he can't let Declan roam too much because Declan's got so much firepower. That drop knee whip that we've been seeing him do through the week is really explosive. So he's going to come. Look, you can see him now moving a little closer. He knows that he's just got to play this game. I don't think he can hold him out with priority for 16 minutes, but he can't give him too much space.
A long time, 16 minutes. Of course, these surfers have grown up competing. They will be used to sometimes having 15-minute heats in busy club competitions, opening rounds.
With maybe 4 surfers.
Exactly.
So they know that that's plenty of time. Kai, he's not ready to crack the champagne yet. He knows there's a lot of surfing still to go. Declan, he's going to be calm. We've seen the patience from him all week. A lot of his heats where he's only been riding 2 or 3 waves, and some of those good waves are coming at the end of the heat. So he's going to be calm. He's fine. His parents, on the other hand, they've been freaking out on the beach every time that Declan's been out in the water. It's so great to have them down here watching their son. They're so proud of him. He's putting on great performances, and it's his first final. Hopefully he can go all the way, Sam.
Yep, Margaret and Paul, his parents, on the sand watching. And of course, Kai has his family with him. His wife, Alphon, and his kids, Coral and Sissy, are here. And so many of the Hawaiians. This is a great battle between Hawaii and Australia. Declan, the man from Manly, he came down and trained on a big swell here a couple of weeks ago. He got some great experience. He was looking so strong through the rounds, but it was Kai Salas who really peaked today. He did get through the rounds previously, but today we saw the mighty Kai Salas going into the 9 range. So we know that he's just been building and building, and he's still got something left in the tank.
Yeah, I saw him click yesterday. He had that when there was a bit of juice, there was a bit of energy in the ocean. He didn't post crazy big scores, but he was really carving, laying into some great turns. Here's the Noosa crew right here. They're down here cheering on Declan, the Aussies.
And Flano there, of course, Rip Curl team manager. Of course, great to have him here. And he's eyeing up potential new talent. He might spot the future of international longboarding at this very event.
Yeah, what a guy. He's been great down here. He's got a lot of insight on the lineup down here. He surfs most lunchtimes. He's got a great job. He's with Rip Curl, the home of Bells Beach, aren't they? They've been here. This is where it grew up. This is where they did all their R&D on their wetsuits. It's cold. The wetsuits are sensational. It's keeping their team riders warm. and it's great to have them a part of the event.
I love the way Kai Salas has just put the heat on Declan there, got nice and tight on Declan. Of course, Kai Salas has been twice second on the WSL World Longboard Tour in 2009, losing out to Harley Ingleby, who's also on the cliffs watching, and then in 2018 losing out to South African Steven Sawyer. But he is the 2018 ISA World Longboard Champion, but it's that WSL title that Kai Salas really wants to get in his career, and he deserves to get that. But right now it's Declan Whiten chasing a 6-1-1, 4 steps to a really nice 5, commits to a 10, and uses that 10 with a high degree of difficulty to drop down into a steep section, put everything on the line and rode out of that, and backed it up with a stunning drop knee cutback as he sets himself up to trim, glide. He's got his footwork to readjust and swing back into the facing right, hang 5, touch of the nose, walks back, opens his stance, puts that board on rail and stools it, chasing a 6-1-1. It's got to be pretty close. He's getting the claps from the Aussies. Aussie yourself, Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, I really like it, and that's what I said. You can't give him too much because the wave wasn't amazing. Kai sitting out there with priority, he was having no piece of it. He didn't see much of a score in it. But Declan, he's just got the firepower. He's got the spice in his surfing. Up, quick, 4 steps to the nose. Great hang 10, elevation.
There was a big degree of risk as well, and that 10 allowed him to drop back down into the wave. He didn't fall, of course, as you can see.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got a little stuck behind. There was a bit of downtime. That first manoeuvre was just to carve back into it. So there was a lot of downtime. The judges might not like that, but it's hard to deny the surfing. The surfing's fast, it's explosive, it's spicy. So it's going to be really interesting, Sam. Check it out.
There's the 10 and then just drops back down and walks back quick enough to avoid nosediving. Yes, it gets a little fluffy here, but then look at this drop knee. Beautiful carving. Swing of that drop knee there, more of a pivot, and then widens the stance and just puts that board on rail and then uses the cross-stepping to keep the board trimming, walks back to the tail, steers from the tail, 6 steps up for a touch of the 5, and then just stalls it here to just grab the rails, twizzle round, paddle out for more, but he only drops a 4.93, so it's not enough. It doesn't swing the situation. What did this lack to get that 6.11 that he needs?
Yeah, I really liked the nose right at the start. There was a little bit where the bit of water came over the nose, then it popped up, then he dropped down. He got too stuck behind that. He missed a couple of opportunities through Bell's Bowl. As we know, we see it with the WCT, the short boards. They're really trying to maximise the Bell's Bowl and get as many manoeuvres done. Unfortunately for him, it was only the nose ride stuck behind the whitewash, and then that drop knee, it was really nice, but it's not what we've seen where he's really driving through it and powering. He got a little stuck when he came back to the whitewash. Judges didn't like it, but no harm, no foul. He didn't have priority, so he had to try. He had to try and put it out there. He had to try and flip this, try and get the 6.11. Kai, ultimate professional, he knew it wasn't a score. He didn't waste his priority. He sat there, he goes, Declan, go for it. I don't think you're going to get the score.
And of course, it's Malibu that these surfers are trying to qualify for. After this, we'll have El Salvador, and then the top 8 will qualify for this winner-takes-all one-day crowning of the world champion on a best day of swell between the 3rd and the 13th of October. But of course, those low seeds have got to surf a lot more to meet that #1 seed in a best-of-3 showdown at the end of the day to crown that winner, Josh.
So if you're one of the low seeds, you've got to surf 4 times before you get to the #1 ranked surfer. That's a lot of time in the water.
And a best-of-3 at the end.
Yeah, one, you're getting tired. Malibu, it's a long wave, so you're going to need some leg strength, a lot of paddling back out, a lot of cardio. So it's going to be getting that higher seed, I do feel like is more of an advantage.
And that's something that Taylor Jensen was telling us about. You know, he wants to still have a big result, of course, in El Salvador. Had he got to the final, he would have guaranteed a top 8. He didn't quite make it to the final. It's going to be so cutthroat when we move on to El Salvador for the next event of the WSL World Longboard Tour. But right now, booking himself a really strong result after finishing 9th in Huntington. Kai Salas is looking to be in first position, but 9 minutes remaining. Declan Whiten, the Manly lifeguard, chasing a 6.11, drops a 4.93 for the last wave. You might have liked that, surf fans tuning in around the world. You probably loved that 10 dropping down, but it did have a lot of fluff on it, and it also, we have to compare it to the earlier scores dropped, the 7s and the high 5s. The judges would have compared those scores. Let's have a recap, Josh, to see what scores they were.
Yeah, this is going to be great because it's a long final. You sort of forget what's going on, but this was up when they early in the heat, they moved up to Rincon. Beautiful drop knee, great hang time here, and this one, he finished it clean with a nice re-entry. But when they're surfing up there, you can see the difference in the size of the wave. Here, Kai moves back into the bowl. Lot bigger wave, great hang time. Look at the lift under the nose on that one, and then drives a big, powerful carve back to the pocket.
So that was the 7. That really has been the standout ride of the heat. He backed that up with a 5.77. Declan backed up his 5.67 with a 6.67. But the difference between this from Kai was the ground covered, the variety, the control, using all of the board, using all of the wave, kicking out on the sand.
Yeah, great finish there, completing the wave, and this is it. Back to the bowl, so you can see the difference in size from his first score. Look at this hang 10, hanging on with the 5 through the whitewash, coming around again a little bit stuck, so unfortunately his timing's just a little out in the Bells Bowl right now. Still doing really good surfing, but that's probably why we're seeing him in second place at the moment. But look at this surfing and the patience through here. And then again, this was the one that he just didn't ride out of, which was a little bit disappointing.
So this is what Kai had, was the 5.77, backing up that 7-point ride. Had Declan ridden out of that 6.67, would have gone way bigger, but this was an important score for Kai. But it's also a score he wants to build on. He wants to replace that because he's likely going to be carrying that 7. But I love the way he just trimmed through that final section, found one more touch of the 5, pulled up for the tight 5, and then just pedaled back and just rode out of this float, and then just ejects just in time as he gets onto dry sand.
And this was a nice big takeoff. Great 5, great 10. Look at that. Look how much speed he's traveling on the nose with. And then here, just kind of couldn't commit to that turn. It was more of a redirect to get going down the line. And again, just slicing back, but not really ripping into it and getting right back to the pocket. Again, just hanging with it. That's a nice turn there. It's really bumpy there. It's not easy to ride. And then coming around, waiting for that opportunity. And unfortunately, just didn't really get the section to get up and over that whitewash.
So close, though, to the score he needed. Still needing a 6.11. There's the Melbourne flight cam. You've got Kai Salas on the 9.8 single fin, a prototype. The Kai Salas Longboard Company, you can get so many of his great models in the Thunderbolt technology. Of course, Kai also has a fantastic surf school in Hawaii, in Waikiki, the Pro Surf School, and he's here with his family, as is Declan with his mum and dad, and Declan's having a look on his Steve O'Donnell board, but it looks like Kai Salas up and riding. Josh, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, looking really nice. He did not want to give Declan another chance. He realises there's 6 minutes left. There's some long lulls. Unfortunately, Kai couldn't capitalise on that priority move, but he did keep Declan off the wave. Declan didn't get that opportunity.
But Declan now will be sitting out there with priority, so this won't be a keeper for Kai Salas. He certainly hit that 5, held onto it, got a bit bouncy there, demonstrating how critical that 10 that Declan rode out of on his last ride was. But Declan dropped only a 4.93 for that last ride. It wasn't enough to change the situation. Kai's score is not going to go into the top 10. He's still carrying that 7 and the 5.77. So now the weight of the final sits on the shoulders of young Declan Whiten from Manly, needing a very attainable score, sitting with priority with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so he kind of sold Kai on that wave, but Kai didn't want to give him an opportunity to maybe get the score. It was a nice size set wave. Unfortunately, Kai got a little caught up and didn't capitalise on using the priority and improve on that 5.77. But here we go. It sounds like there might be some action on the outside. They're moving, trying to get into position here. Kai's hanging back a little bit. He doesn't have priority.
So Kai Salas making the move. Wise decision, because if it's a 2-wave set, he needed to get something. Stalls it up to the tip. There's a 5. Good lift on the nose. Radical nose riding. Unable to walk out and ride out of that nose ride. Declan Whiten, it looks to be a similar situation happened to Ben Skinner in the last quarterfinal, where he left the first wave of the set thinking the second wave of the set will be better, but it wasn't. But is there something else coming through, Josh?
So interesting, he's starting to get a little lully. The tide's dropping out and there's not as many opportunities. So I like that decision from Kai earlier to keep Declan off that wave. Declan's out there 4 minutes. It's still plenty of time. but also he's still got to get the wave, and he's still got to capitalise. 6-1-1 that Declan's needing. It's not a huge score, but he's going to have to do good surfing, because we saw the beautiful hang 10 on his last wave, got caught behind, didn't get the score.
In hindsight, it was probably a good decision not to go for that wave that Kai took, because it looked like a difficult wave to get a 6-1-1 on.
Yes, but as the tide's running out, it's getting a little more inconsistent. Was it worth maybe taking the chance and trying to get the score? Only time's going to tell.
Declan Whiten has been absolutely on fire all event. Josh Constable, it's been such a pleasure. We're moving to the last 3 minutes. We're near that Rip Curl 2-minute warning. We've had a great opportunity. We used to compete together. I was there when you won that world title in 2006 in Costa Rica. How special has it been for you as a world champion to come down to Bells and celebrate the best longboarders?
It's been a real privilege to be here with you, Sam, and catching up and calling heats with you and Shannon and Waxhead and True. It's been a real privilege. It's great to see. It's a real honour, especially being an Aussie, to see Declan out here now stepping in. Harley's down here, former world champion, Australian champion.
2 times world champ.
Yeah, another Aussie. So we're down here, we're supporting, we're loving where we're seeing. We've got young landed Smales coming through. So it's just great, one, to see the Aussies doing well, but just seeing everyone surf so good. And to see Kai, Taylor, guys that I competed against, Skin Dog, still up the top of their level and surfing really well.
So is Declan going to have a look at this? He's not. It's a smaller wave. He's still sitting with priority. Kai Salas in second priority there, just keeping it cool, moving around. Kai will be so pleased to have a big win. And I've spoken about this before, but winning that Mexi Logfest earlier this year, that said a lot about the state of Kai surfing. He's always been an elite performer. He's been a long-time stalwart on the WSL World Longboard Tour, but to win that variety of competitions around the world, of course, he's had a fantastic year on the Regional North American Series, winning the Ala Moana Bowls Local Motion Surf into Summer event very recently in Hawaii. He got first in Pismo last season at the North American Regional Qualifying event. He's had a fantastic couple of years. An unlucky result in Malibu last year, getting a non-priority interference with Taylor Jensen. But here, as we see him in the driving seat, is that set going to come in time with 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining, with Declan Whiten from Manly, the Australian, chasing a 6-1-1?
Yeah, how exciting. This is the best part of the heats, that last, not a big score, but it's a solid score, so he needs to get himself on a good wave. He's got some decisions to make here. We saw the last set. It was a one-wave set. Like you spoke about, Skin Dog, he had priority. It was a one-wave set. So Declan, we've known as the weeks gone on that the second waves of the set have been the clean ones and the really that give you the most opportunity, but then today some of those second waves aren't there. So Declan's going to have a big decision to make. Kai putting a bit of pressure on. Is Kai going to try and sell him into a dud wave to then get priority and hold out the back end of this heat? 45 seconds to go. I'm getting sweaty palms.
Oh, absolutely. 38 seconds. Doesn't look to be as if there's a scorer coming through. You can kind of see now from the body language of Declan, he will now be reflecting on that wave he let go to Kai, thinking, should I have gone for it? But to be honest, I think it was the right decision, because I don't think there was a high 6 in that wave. I think it was sensible to take the chance. He knew he needed a big score, and you can see as we move into the last 10 seconds, he knows. There's the congratulation. It's going to be Kai Salas who is going to take the win at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Declan Whiten walks away with an incredible result. Josh Constable, what an epic final.
What a final. Look, I'm so stoked for Kai. Surf's so good. He's been at it for so long. You can just see the weight coming off his shoulders. He's so stoked, and what a special way to win here at Bells Beach, the first WSL longboard event that we've had here. He's got his wife, he's got his kids here, his daughter Coral. She's going to be here in a few years' time because she's surfing fantastic. What a special way to win. And you've won so many titles over there in the UK with your family around. What does it mean?
Oh, absolutely wonderful. And just great to see Declan here with all the Aussie support. I love seeing Landon Smales have such a big result. But look out, Longboard World, because Kai Salas is going for the world title this year. It's something that has eluded him a number of years, but This man is your 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic champion at Hawaii, proving that the Hawaiians can win in style in the cold waters of Bells Beach.
Following on like Sonny Garcia and some of those have come to here to Bells Beach and put on a great display of surfing. And for Kai, this could be his year. We know how well he surfs at Malibu. This result here is really going to shoot him up the rankings and give him the opportunity. Here's his team rider, Connie Ellis-Stewart.
Brilliant stuff. There's Johnny the Ripper and Connie Ellis-Stewart there, the Hawaiian flag. There's the congratulations. Kai had to dig deep to get through that semi-final and beat Taylor Jensen. And there's the congratulatory high five and hug from his team rider, Connie Ella. What a feeling for Kai Salas.
Yeah, that's awesome. And he's a big guy, so I want to see who's going to carry him up the stairs all the way to the top. But what a huge win. And like I said earlier in the webcast through the week, what a great thing for his Carney, his head shaper, his mentor at the top of his game, winning this event, Carney coming through. Like, what a mentor to have, traveling around, competing with you, and then getting the win.
Such a special moment to see such an iconic longboarder carried up these iconic steps at Dirac, the original name in Wadarurung country for Bells Beach, as we see from the spiritual home of Polynesian surfing and stand-up wave riding, the mighty Hawaiian Kai Salas takes the win at a spiritual home of Australian surfing in beautiful fashion, high-fiving fellow Hawaiians with all of the Aussies on the beach loving that showdown.
That was a great final and a really nice way to finish off the week, because the surfing we've seen in all types of conditions this week, no one could be disappointed being a longboard fan, because we saw everything. We saw beautiful footwork, we saw big carves, we saw big waves, we saw perfect surf. It's been a really, really good week, and it's been great to come here to Bells Beach.
And big congratulations, of course, to Declan there. What a fantastic performance to get to this final. He's been absolutely incredible. There'll be that bit of disappointment, but he's now carrying a really strong result. He gets that second. He had a ninth in Huntington, so it's going to be so interesting moving down to El Salvador. But with that, let's get down to an interview. The Waxhead is going to get some sound bites from our winner, our champion, our Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic winner, presented by Rip Curl, Mr. Kai Salas.
Kai Salas, a long time between CT wins. Tell us, how does it feel to win the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl?
Oh man, I'm so stoked. If there was an event that I would want to win, would be here. This place is amazing, the waves are amazing, and so stoked, yeah.
And what was going through your mind when you had that clinching win in the semi-finals and you're going to be up against Declan? You still had some energy left, or what was going through your mind preparing for that next heat?
Yeah, I was just relieved to get through that one, and I had a good hour or so at the car and just regrouped, and we paddled out, and I was expecting to surf Rincon, and then sure enough we saw the bowl start to break, and we both moved over, and you know, that's how this place is, and I'm stoked. And you know, I got some advice from the locals here. A shout out to Adam Rabo and Ian Chisholm. You guys were a big help kind of figuring out the break, and I'm stoked.
And Kai, you needed that result. You're climbing higher up the rankings. Now going into El Salvador is going to lessen that requirement. You're going to go for the win there. It's going to be pleasant with the quarterfinal. What's on your mind now?
Yeah, I'm tied with my boy Connie over here, the two Hawaiians. We're just going to go there and try to, you know, me and Connie are going there together, and we're going to try to win, yeah.
Unreal. And anyone at home watching, have you got anything for them?
Yeah, I just want to say what's up to all the Hawaiians back home. Shout out to my daughter, Coral, who's always asking me to give her a shout out. And yeah, I'm here with my fam, and you know, Connie and Khalees and everyone, and yeah, what's up everyone back home? Stoked.
Unreal. Well, we're going to go to a break, but stay tuned because we have the presentation coming up next.
Welcome to the WSL post show of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. It's been an incredibly amazing week of longboarding here at Bells Beach. Shannon and Josh here to take you through the post show, and what a way to finish up with the final between Kai and Declan.
Yeah, that was insane, mind-blowing. The surfing all week has been great, but to finish with both those finals, the surfing like that, it was insane.
Just so tight between the men, between Kai Salas and Declan Whiten, between the women's final as well. Soleil Erico just narrowly getting the nod over Alice Lemoyne. A really impressive performance between both. And, well, let's just get straight to it because we got the presentation ready to go. We'll go down to hear from our winners, and Sam Bleakley, take it away.
Whoa, here we go. That's a nice sound. Thanks for all the support here. But to kick things off with this presentation, I'd like to welcome Karina Eccles, proud Wadawurrung woman and community dancers onto the stage.
This is Wadawurrung country. We are Wadawurrung people, and we speak Wadawurrung language. I acknowledge all First Nations people that are gathered here today. I acknowledge your spiritual connection to country, land, elders, and language. I acknowledge Wadawurrung dancers and Anthony Hume alongside me, gifting you a ceremony, welcoming you to this beautiful place, Tula, a place where Wadawurrung people have lived and lived off the resources of this land and gathered on this land for thousands and thousands of generations. I'm now going to welcome you, just like my ancestors were welcoming to our beautiful country for thousands of generations. In Wadawurrung language I say, for my ancestors, family and community, I'm welcoming you all here on Wadawurrung country. Let us all come together, embrace each other and gather in peace. Kimbani Wadawurrung Jurak. Welcome to Wadawurrung country here at Jurak. Yatni Bagubada. Thank you and take care.
And community dancers for opening this awards presentation with the traditional ceremony. It's an honor and a privilege to be here on Wadawurrung country. And on behalf of all the surfers, all the spectators, and the World Surf League, and everyone involved with the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, I acknowledge we are here on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on today. We are gathered here on Jurak, the original Wadawurrung name of Bells Beach, and we pay our deepest respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today. So let's kick off this 2023 Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presentation and welcome to the awards presentation some really important people. A massive thank you to all of the people here on stage, and a massive thank you to, first of all of the surfers. This has been the second stop of the 2023 World Surf League Longboard Tour. I've been competing as a longboarder since the mid-90s, and I have always wanted to come here to Bells. So thank you to all you local surfers for hosting us here. For me, a personal highlight has been watching Landon Smales. Of course, he won the Australian Indigenous Championships here earlier in the year. So a massive round of applause for Landon Smales getting an epic result here at Bells Beach. A big thank you, of course, to Visit Victoria, major tourism partner, and thanks for all of their support to make this massive and very special event possible. Thanks to Bioglan, our title partner for this event. Thank you, of course, to Rip Curl. Of course, Rip Curl, our presenting partner for this incredible event. And thank you to the Surf Coast Shire and GWM. Special thanks, of course, to Surfing Victoria and all of you local community and local surfers who have shared this incredible place with us. I know a lot of us have visited. We're newcomers. You've welcomed us. You've allowed us to share sets, share waves, and we've really appreciated that. And we will offer that same support when you visit us in our homes. So big thanks to all the local surfers. I'd like to pay attention to some important people on the stage here. I have Will Hayden-Smith, Senior Manager of Global Development Tours at the World Surf League. Thank you very much, Will. I have Surf Coast Shire Mayor Liz Patterson. Thanks so much, Liz. And of course, next to me, Karina Eccles and Anthony Hume to celebrate their win with a connection to culture and country. Anthony and Karina will place ochre markings on the winners. And of course, the trophies behind these fantastic people, these stunning gifts for the finalists of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl here from country. These trophies are made from local ironbark sourced from the woodlands of Dirac. So they have deep spiritual significance, and the runners-up and winners will be very proud and prized to keep these incredible trophies. So without further ado, I'd like to invite up onto the stage for the Women's Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, our runner-up all the way from Réunion, France, Alice Lemoine. So congratulations, Alice, an amazing result, getting in the final. How are you feeling to be here at Bells, going for that top 8 in Malibu later in the season?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm pretty happy about the result. And yes, we have such a good day of surfing today, and it was super good to see everyone for the show, and I'm happy.
Fantastic result, Alice. Round of applause for our runner-up, Alice Lemoine. So I'd like to invite also up onto the stage our runner-up in the men's Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl, all the way from Manly, Declan Whiten. Massive congratulations, Declan. It's been a mammoth day. You've been surfing exceptional. You must feel great.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I just want to say thank you to everyone here. You guys have been so supportive as I come up and down the stairs. So thank you guys, and I'm stoked.
This young man looking sharp all event, an amazing result. Let's hear a massive round of applause for Declan Whiten. So as we move on to our winners, I'd like to announce the Women's Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Champion and winner, it's out of Malibu, California, Soleil Erico. Soleil, wow, what a final and what a result. You're going for your 3rd world title this year, and you've already qualified for the top 8 for Malibu. You must be feeling extremely special right now.
Yeah, that's always, the goal, to make it to Malibu. And I've just had such an amazing trip. Thank you to my dad, CJ, Ian Chisholm, all my friends and family for supporting me. It's been a great time.
And how special has it been to be here at Dirac at Bells Beach, Australia?
Oh, so special. This is probably my favorite place in Australia so far. So I've said that many times, and I mean it. It's amazing. I definitely want to come back and maybe go to school over here or something like that. We'll see. I love it. Thank you.
Let's hear a massive celebration for our women's winner, Soleil Erico from Malibu, California. Language, identity, and knowledge. So let's move on to our men's winner at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. I'd like to invite up onto the stage the mighty Waikiki Hawaiian, Kai Salas. Well, Kai, we've known each other for a long time. You're like a fine wine. You just get better with age. You won the Mexi Log Fest. You're still going for that world title, but you're looking sharper than ever. What a fantastic result. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm having a good year. But yeah, I've enjoyed my time here. This place is amazing. You know, got the sickest wave out front and kangaroos across the street. It's like super cool, super beautiful here. So I'm super stoked, and of course thanks to all the locals here for being so nice and welcoming, and yeah, so stoked.
And as someone who would have seen Bells as one of the iconic right-handers all of your life, how important has it been to have the best longboarders here competing in Australia?
Yeah, I want to give a big thanks on behalf of all the longboarders to WSL for putting together such an amazing tour for us at like world-class waves. It really allows us to get out there and you know, do our thing, and provides a platform for the up-and-coming longboarders, and it's huge. It's huge. So thanks, WSL.
Massive words from an iconic Hawaiian. Let's hear a round of applause for our event winner, Kai Salas. So, the runners-up, the winners, let's raise those iconic Bells bowls high, and let's hear a huge round of applause for our 4 finalists. Thanks for tuning in. Let's get back to you, Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much, Sam. Great to see the winners there on stage, to hold those trophies that are just so unique to the land of the Wadawurrung people.
Yeah, how cool are the Bells Bowl? That's awesome, and what a great presentation, a welcoming. It's just been a really nice day, and that's a great way to top it off.
What a special moment to see these longboarders come to Bells Beach for the first time for a lot of the surfers on tour. A very first time to be to this part of Australia, such a special region, and to be able to see a trophy like that handcrafted just for Kai Salas.
Yeah, it's really special. He'll be excited to take that home. That's going to go right to a really prominent place in his trophy cabinet. There's a lot of trophies in that cabinet, but this one's going to be really special. It's a stepping stone to get him to Malibu, to get that world title trophy. So it's a great effort by all the surfers, and what a day and what a way to finish it off. And the surfing was just so good today, Shannon.
Oh, the surfing was unbelievable. The glassy conditions, considering the weather, the rain, the wind that we dealt with in the first 3 days of competition, a 4-day window, to be crowning our champions in the sunshine, the wind that came up a little bit through the afternoon, and the slower tempo just added that extra level of anticipation to the finals. But throughout the morning, it was really non-stop.
Yeah, it was a great day, and as we can see, the sun's shining today. We've had all conditions, and it's a big saying here, 4 seasons in one day, but today we've just had a perfect day. Sun was shining, we had offshore breezes this morning, we had great waves, we surfed Bells Bowl, we moved over to Rincon, back to the bowl, so we've been everywhere here at Bells, and it's been awesome.
That's right. Well, let's take a look now at the men's final highlights. The battle between Declan Whiten and Kai Salas was really exciting to watch and had us on the edge of our seats the entire time.
Yeah, it is, and this was a great opening wave for Declan. They started over because it was still a little bit of a higher tide. They were over there at Rincon. You can see the size in the wave was a little bit smaller than this one for Kai. They moved back to the bowl. Great wave, big nose ride, just the hang time there, really nice, and then driving back with that Hawaiian power, Shannon.
Yeah, exciting to see them reading the ocean as well throughout this heat, to decide they needed to move back to the bowl after, you know, the last few heats have been surfed at Rincon, and to see scores and that surfing just elevated, not only in elevated nose rides, but also in the power of these finishing sections, the 7-point ride that Kai Salas found with this one.
Yeah, Kai just seemed to find momentum as the contest went on. Day 1, he was a bit scrappy, and 2 and 3, and then today he really fired. But this wave for Declan, beautiful hang 10, driving through this pocket. He was surfing really good, and All day he was just laying down these beautiful drop knee turns. His surfing was sensational. He was really happy. This is his breakthrough into his first final. You could see while up on stage, he was disappointed not to win, but just elated to be in the final and make that breakthrough.
And he's still such a young surfer. To be in a final against one of the greats of all time and Kai Salas from World Longboarding, a really special moment. This was the 5.77 of Kai that we could see him lay into that rail after that outside section to build on that scoreline to keep the young Declan Whiten off of the win.
Yeah, and Kai just looked composed all day, and here just nice and patient through this bumpy bit, getting to the nose, toes over, really nice wave, and then coming in here after 3 heats today, still to have that leg strength to finish that maneuver on the beach.
It was the first day that these surfers had to surf in multiple heats. The 6.77 here for Declan with that opening nose ride, but you could see, you know, the amount that they were carrying from those earlier surfs really pushing them to their limits this afternoon.
Yeah, they were, and Declan would be really proud of this performance today. He surfed great. His semi-final was sensational with a clutch victory at the end, and here he is just surfing really nice. Unfortunately for Declan in the final, the waves just didn't participate with him, where Kai just seemed to find that nice flow, and that's why he walked away as the champion.
Wow, I mean, what a performance. To be able to see Kai Salas back on the podium as a victor, to be the winner, to get cheered up as well, the iconic stair steps here by surfers that, you know, like Connie Ellis Stewart that are riding his boards, and to have that crew together to cheer Kai up the beach was really, really exciting.
Yeah, the young Groms that are looking up to Kai, but then Kai, they're keeping Kai on his toes. They're making him surf outside himself. That's what's keeping the hunger and getting him this win this week. It's really good.
That's right. Incredible to be able to see the maturity on the men's side taking out the win in Kai Salas. But on the women's side, it's two that have been in this conversation for a while. One in Soleil Erico, who's already got those 2 world titles, up against Alice Lemoyne, who's been knocking on the door. She's had victories at this level, but she hasn't been able to get that inaugural world title. So setting both of them up heading into this women's final was a very exciting one, knowing there's a lot on the line for both of them, while Soleil walked away victorious.
Yeah, this was a great final, and it kind of went back and forth, but we saw Alice getting on the nose right here. She's so solid on the nose, looking really comfortable, and finishing this one off with a really nice little roller coaster.
Yeah, great bit of variety. That was the 6.17 of Alice.
And this one of Soleil's, great footwork, great 5, great 10. She really did pull those hang 10s out when she really needed them. The rail surfing was strong, looking really composed, great style there. You could see the leg rope wrapping up, and she just flicks it off, then comes off the bottom and just navigates her way through that bump on the inside there at Rincon.
Yeah, I love the look of the outside section for this wave. This was in the high 6s for Soleil. Set herself up in that, you know, kind of battle between her and Alice. The 5.53 here of Alice Lemoyne through to the inside. This was a really long wave. She got so much work done here, even though it was a smaller section.
Yeah, it was definitely a smaller wave, but surfed really well. And this one here, really nice hang time, little soul arch, beautiful surfer, great style. There's a lot of ladies out there looking at this surfing, going to emulate that tomorrow in their free surf. They're going to go out there, they're going to be starting to practice that soul arch because it's beautiful surfing. And really proud of her. This was a tough heat for her because this is her 3rd matchup. She's lost twice to Soleil already. She had the lead with a couple of minutes to go. She was looking good to get one back on her. Unfortunately, this was the wave here that just jumped her into the lead.
So true. This score was just high enough to take Soleil back into the lead over Alice, right on the buzzer, and so Alice just didn't have that opportunity to get herself another score. It was a long heat as well. They had that restart at the beginning, so you could just sense that anticipation building throughout as Soleil found out that she took away the victory as she hit the sand, and her coach CJ Nelson there to cheer her up the beach. What an exciting moment for the Erico family.
Yeah, it's unreal, and Soleil won her first world title. She was young, she was 17 years old. You're still finding yourself, finding your surfing, just figuring out what you want to do. Then to back it up and win her 2nd one last year. She's looking great this year. Her boards are looking great. Her performance today was really strong. So she's sitting in a really good position going into Malibu.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to think of her having that shot back at home at Malibu again. If she can keep herself as a high-seeded surfer, it's going to really favor her to be able to walk away a world champion once again.
Yeah, those other women, her other fellow competitors are really nervous. They know they're going back to her hometown. She's put on great performances, not just once, but she's always surfing well out there. So she's going to be really strong. She's going to be a real favourite this year, and it's great to see.
Well, talking about great waves that we've seen throughout the week, there's been so many of them, but only one that reached into the excellent 9-point range, above the 8s and into the 9s. It was Kai Salas this morning during the quarterfinals that found himself not only the wave of the day, but the wave of the event.
Yeah, and you look at this wave, there was so much size this morning, the offshore breeze, great nose ride through the pocket, and here just driving through the inside. Nice cross step up to the nose, and look at this hang time here, stretching it out, looking really good, coming in, and as we know, this inside is really gnarly, gets up there, climbs up, and just jumps off before it gets right there on the rocks. But check this one out, Shannon.
I mean, that perched, levitating nose ride on the outside section, beautiful wave selection early this morning, carves back after that first turn and then sets himself up here for even more work. The only 9-point ride of the event that we saw throughout, that we saw so many 8s rolling through. It really speaks to the quality of waves here available for our longboard community, and really the strength of running an event at Bells for longboarding. We really want to come back for more.
Yeah, it's an amazing location. We've got the M30. We're sitting up the top. We're looking down on it. It is a great location. The wave suits longboarding. If it's Bells Bowl, it's smooth, the big carves in the pocket. If it's small, we're over at Rincon, it's sensational.
Yeah, great waves on both sections here. It's been a really incredible week. Now there's more coming in the WSL world, starting out possibly on September 8th with the WSL finals. We can't wait to be able to watch the action. I'm sure you at home can't wait as well.
Curl WSL finals are back. New faces join returning contenders to challenge the #1 seeds. It's time to find out who will rise. In dramatic fashion, it came down to the last heat of the championship tour season to see Jack Robinson clinch his spot in the final 5 to face off against Joao Chianca in match 1.
I just never stopped. I didn't say this is the last event. I said that one will be the last event.
You're there not for a podium. You're there for a trophy. It's gonna be a great battle, and I'll give it all.
Ethan Ewing and San Clemente native Griffin Colapinto round out the contenders to see if anyone can overcome Felipe Toledo.
It's been a huge goal of mine just to get back there and have a shot at a world title.
I think it's my destiny to be a world champion. Standing on stage at Lowers with all my friends watching.
The next generation of female surfing has arrived to take on the world champions. Rookie Caitlin Simmers, second-year standout Molly Picklow joined Caroline Marks and Tyler Wright to fight for a shot to reach the title matches.
It's been a long time since I've been in title contention. Lowers is pretty close to where I live, so I'm excited.
I feel like I've put blood, sweat, and tears and absolutely everything I have into everything I do.
I'm really excited, and yeah, let's do this.
But the biggest question remains, will Carissa Moore find redemption this year?
I lost the world title after being in the lead all year. You know, given that opportunity again, I'd like to see how I could rise to the occasion.
Who will leave Lower Trestles crowned world champion?
It took me 10 years to win my first world title, and my world title gave me a lot of fire to come back stronger, and my plan is to go into the finals and win again.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals start September 8th.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals just around the corner. You can feel the emotion. You know that every single one of those surfers has it within them to try and take away the win. Will it be those heat leaders, those leaders in those gold jerseys that are going to be able to take it away this year?
If you're not fired up watching that little piece, you've got ice in your veins, because that was intense, and there's going to be some amazing surfing going on. I can't wait to watch. There's the young guns in the ladies division, and then we've got Griffin Colapinto, the hometown hero, trying to go at that one step and get there against. It's just going to be a crazy event, and it's going to be exciting to watch.
Well, can't wait for that. Of course, in the longboard world, we've got even more events coming. We've got El Salvador up next on the calendar, as well as the Malibu Longboard Championships that'll be coming up in October, also with a single-day chance to win the world title. But this week alone here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl, it's been an incredibly It's been fun. It's been insightful. It's been a great week here battling the elements, getting to see our surfers, our longboarders rise to the occasion.
And we did see them rise to the occasion. The surfing level went up another level. We saw them at Huntington Beach. We thought, wow, it's gone up since last year. And then for one event here, wow, it's gone again. Both the females and the males putting on crazy performances. I can't wait for El Salvador. It's going to go another level, and they're all fighting to get to Malibu.
Well, Josh, it's been so fun to be able to call the action alongside you, alongside the Waxhead, Sam Bleakley, and True Starling in the booth as well. We've really enjoyed our time here on Watararung country, and we can't wait to be back next year. There's been such an incredible week of surfing, and I think we all get to just take a break now.
Yeah, I'm going for a surf. It still looks really fun out there.
Definitely. We'll see you out there, and thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back for more.